Hey everyone, don't forget to leave your feedback and enjoy the story.
Our story takes us to the 1,000-year-old snowy mountain kingdom of Kawa, where invaders were closing in on the northeastern territories. They advanced upon the local populace, these foreigners outraged that dragons would dare build nests in such a frigid land. The common folk watched in stunned silence as the army approached, their only thought to flee the coming storm.
An inquisitor from the Dark Brotherhood led the charge, his massive army marching steadily forward, his very presence radiating terror. A lone man could be seen scrambling away on a snow-covered hill. He clutched a box, rejoicing in the success of his experiments. He admired the glowing fragment of the Impala's blessing, wondering why the Inquisitor would come to these frozen lands. Even if he had figured it all out, it was too late. Just as he quickened his pace, a sudden trip sent him sprawling into the snow. The Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood, cloaked in a black robe, loomed over the fallen locale, coolly asking where he was rushing to. The man stared in pure terror. Just moments ago, this terrifying member of the Brotherhood had been a distant threat. He tried to justify his life in this place, claiming his people had nowhere else to go. Realizing this was the leader himself, the terrified resident began to bow, desperately begging for mercy. The Inquisitor raised his hands, declaring they would not harm refugees. But the masked man added a chilling condition, one that applied only to members of the Great Land. In the next instant, a bullet tore through his chest. Rising from his knees with a venomous glare, the man held a pistol, ready to kill based on his assumption. He sneered, asking if the stranger could still act so bold at gunpoint. But his taunt was met with a fist that crashed into his face with devastating force. The Inquisitor's blow sent the man flying into a rock wall, carving a huge crater upon impact. The pistol shattered into 1,000 pieces. The masked man concluded that his enemy was new to this world, pulling a bullet from his own body with shimmering turquoise mana. The Inquisitor explained that everything happens for a reason, including the fact that the man's ancestors never used such crude weapons. Tossing the crumpled bullet to the ground, he added that even his enemy's survival had a purpose. Leaning over the man, he made his demand. Simply give me the blessing of the demon god. He opened the blue box, Dikas, but found nothing inside. The Inquisitor grinned, noting how puzzling this all was. Below, the masked members of the Brotherhood stood guard among the residents. Suddenly, a violet light erupted from a nearby tower. As ethereal fibers wrapped around the man's body, he realized this was the power they had been seeking. A colossal hand grabbed the Inquisitor. The resident's voice boomed with newfound power, declaring that all his stats had increased. His level now soaring above 80. A giant now stood by the tower, bathed in a purple glow, wondering how someone named Alondro could lose with such incredible force. The man, now a huge monster, noted with pity that his powerful foe was merely some magician and healer. The blonde Inquisitor, his hood now down, gave a simple warning, do not touch his mask. Defiantly, the giant's finger reached for his face, and in an instant, the mask shattered into countless pieces. Shards of porcelain with blue stripes hovered in the air. The remains of the monster's human face stared at the unmasked Inquisitor in utter bewilderment. His massive yellow eye darted down to his own hand as the man stammered, "This can't be..." He had finally seen the true level of his opponent. The Inquisitor simply reminded him of what he had said before. Activating his own brilliant turquoise mana, the blonde touched the monster's giant hand, holding his massive finger and beginning his own metamorphosis. The Inquisitor calmly stated, There is a reason for everything. Elsewhere between the city's houses lay a deep chasm known as the crater, where monsters lurked in the depths. As a gigantic insect prepared to attack, someone shouted, "Stop that creature from leaving the dungeon." A girl standing on the edge of the cliff took a hesitant step forward. At that moment, a body was seen plummeting into the gorge from above, flying past countless suspension bridges. A figure named Ether, dressed in a blue robe, dove at full speed. She shot headfirst toward the bottom of the gorge, aiming straight for the monster. At the same time, several knights with shields tried desperately to block the massive scolopendra, but their efforts were futile. One brave man in a helmet decided to attack the insect alone, shouting to his boss that he was on his way. The level 50 warrior was grimly determined to show the strength. That protected the crater. The giant caterpillar, level 61, rushed towards the arrogant man, destroying everything in its path. The insect was of an impressive size and had no intention of stopping, aiming to climb the wall of the caisse. The lead knight raised his helmet, his face filled with alarm as he saw the caterpillar heading straight for the village. A younger knight suddenly screamed in panic, pointing upward, next to the giant insect. Something was rocketing downward, emitting a brilliant light. As the figure grew closer, the knights recognized Ether's face. It was a person, grabbing the hilt of her sword. The girl prepared to strike. With the beast in midair, the girl plunged her blade deep into its body, the steel now jutting from its armored shell. A powerful electric shock erupted from the wound Ether roared. yanking hard on the energy threads connected to the monster.
The colossal insect lurched forward, smashing into a huge boulder, all while Etha controlled its every move. Using her threads of mana, she dragged the caterpillar across the bridge. The knights recognized her immediately, the rookie hunter who had appeared 2 months ago, leveling up at an unbelievable speed. The mustached knight took note. With a smirk, he mentioned the rumors about Etha, the lost sister. His young colleague shot back, disgusted by the gossip. He snapped that it was tasteless to talk like that. Another man yelled angrily that this was no time for idle chatter. He roared that the monster wouldn't die from such weak attacks just then. A red-haired magician stepped forward. In his hands was a strange, custom-made magic tool, with a gem pulsing between 2 glowing magic circles.
Otis stood fearlessly before the creature's massive underbelly. He waved the device, unleashing a torrent of mana.
The gem in his device shattered on impact. The caterpillar, struck by the spell, reeled back in agony. It immediately tried to flee the battlefield. The leader of the knights could only stare, shocked by Addis's power. His mouth hung open, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looked over at Sir S, who was watching from a distance, equally impressed. His attacks were flawless, his support perfect. He was the ultimate mage for any team. Meanwhile, the red-haired mage inspected his broken weapon. He declared that nothing could withstand high-tier magic. The knight continued to shower the young man with praise. The bald-headed boss stared at Addis with pure adoration, noting that with every fight, the boy became more and more dazzling, a comment that made his subordinates cringe. The youngest knight suddenly recognized Addis with a jolt. He remembered reading about that very magician in the newspapers. Another man approached the girl and the mage. He asked them to leave the rest to him. Etha waved at him vigorously, while Martin just scratched the back of his head. He could see they had nearly destroyed the monster already, but Brad confidently declared it was no big deal. After all, they were on the same team. The young knight noticed the red-haired spearman and frowned, thinking he'd be taller. His partner then began to recount recent events, talking about the incident back at the Hunters Guild. 2 months ago, at the mention of the Valtran warrior, Etha's face fell, and Otis was plunged into a painful memory.
A dungeon prison, where the worst criminals are held, heavily muscled and handcuffed. Eric sat brooding in a stone cell.
His face was lost in shadow, his hands and neck bound in heavy chains. On a yellow screen before him, a single question glowed. Do you wish to commit suicide? Back in the present, it was a bright, sunny day at the Cotton Hunter Guild. Rays of sunlight lit up the building, as a voice complained about the hunter's lack of taste. A pompous, plump man, dressed in green, approached with Priest Amal. The priest was explaining to the nobleman that the guild's construction techniques had drastically improved since the arrival of people from that world. The judge stood on the red carpet before the entrance. As Emil asked why he'd decided to visit the guild today, the mustached man admitted that the blonde girl from the recent trial had been haunting his thoughts. He rubbed his mustache playfully. He declared Etha was a true beauty, pitying that such a girl was wasting her time as a hunter. He explained he came because he was worried about which team she would join. Emil looked at the man with utter contempt, sickened by his greasy stare. But he had to endure it. This man was a local nobleman. Seeing the crowd at the reception, the judge asked if the guild was always so packed.
Conflict between hunters is unavoidable. It is simply the cost of their profession.
They are always armed, so even minor disagreements can cost someone their life. For this reason, the use of weapons inside the guild is strictly forbidden. Anyone who breaks this rule risks losing their status as a hunter. But there is one exception. When a suspected alien above level 20 tries to register as a hunter. In other words, when the guild suspects a hunter might be from another world. Which is exactly what happened with San, the very warrior Eric had accused. Sprawled on the floor, the man yelled, demanding to know why the big guy pushed him. Standing behind Eric, an excited Addis asked if San was truly from another world. In response, Eric turned to the mage and Etha. He asked if they had ever heard of Shanghai or Changren. Confused, the girl wondered if he was talking about a type of food. Addis admitted he'd never heard those words before, asking if it was a different region. But then, something clicked for the magician. Those words were used on Earth. While Etha stared at Addis, completely bewildered, he began to explain. Eric wasn't just making a wild guess. He was certain about the other hunter's identity. Sano stood opposite him, arms crossed, his entire posture screaming disapproval. As a Voltarian, he had the right to strike first, shielding his comrades from any rear attacks. He gave his friend a reassuring nod. The main character, Eric, grimaced. Shanghai? 22 years on the Rocky Mountain had faded his memories of Earth's cities. It was a dead giveaway. A newcomer from Earth, wandering into the Hunters Guild, was an obvious target. The guide had been clear, keep your origins a secret at all costs. But as he unsheathed his blade, Sano declared that a true warrior proves their worth through action. By facing God's ordeal head-on, weapon in one hand, a simple wooden shield in the other, he spoke with unshakable confidence. If this is my destiny, I won't run from it. He thrust his sword forward, ready for battle, and bellowed,
Stand back. Harming the defenseless goes against a warrior's code.
His challenge was aimed at a brawny warrior standing before him. Sano then announced, I am only level 5. It took Eric a second to process what his friend had just revealed. With a furious roar, Eric charged Sano, cursing as he unleashed a vicious punch to the face. The impact sent Sano spinning across the hall. Why would he announce his level to everyone? If he wanted to die so badly, he could do it alone. A bewildered murmur spread through the crowd. A Voltarian, with only 5 levels. The whispers only fueled Eric's rage. Ether nervously laughed at the muscular warrior, who was now sweating bullets. He urged Addis to intervene, but the magician was just as panicked. Suddenly, a warrior in the crowd raised his sword. If you'd seen this Voltarian fight, you wouldn't be talking such nonsense about him being level 5. Brad's voice boomed with confidence. Tell me, he challenged. How does a level 5 warrior single-handedly destroy a dungeon boss over level 70? Martin roared in agreement. The crowd buzzed. This Sano wasn't just an outworlder, he was completely insane. A flicker of gratitude crossed Eric's face, though he didn't recognize Brad or Martin. Just then, armored knights swarmed him, their blades gleaming. Surrender now. At that moment, the priest Emil rushed towards the scene. Seeing him, Eric's face lit up with relief.
Stop them, he pleaded. But Emil shouted back in fury. These aren't order knights, they're the judge's private soldiers.
And there, unconscious on the floor, was the judge himself, laid out by Sano, who was just now picking himself up, his cheek already swelling. The scene shifts to a grim dungeon prison, a fortress originally built to contain outworlders. But after countless executions, the place had become a colossal tomb of forgotten souls and refuse, designed by the infamous Grigorin, a vertical nightmare. 6 floors reached for the sky, while 24 plunged into the Earth's core. Escape meant facing a sheer cliff, and any thoughts of flight were crushed by walls 15 meters thick. Its deepest pit reached a staggering 48 meters.
In a past experiment, not even the legendary Sword King Bartle could scratch its reinforced steel plates.
Not even a Voltarian warrior could dream of escaping. The warden gripped Eric's shoulders, his voice a harsh growl, as he laid out the grim reality. Your sentence is 100 years? Eric's eyes darted upwards, a cold dread washing over him.
High above, on a balcony shrouded in shadow, the judge stood with a glass of wine, a malicious smirk playing on his lips. Eric slammed his hands against the bars, his strength bending the steel. Why? He roared. 100 years for what? It was an accident.
Addis and Ether sat before his cell, their faces grim. The magician explained that even Priest Emil had pleaded for him, but they refused any offerings. To make matters worse, the prison's owner was the judge himself. Any further appeals could just extend his sentence. But Ether leaned in, his voice low. They say the judge loves money, which means there's a way. A bail, Addis confirmed, his eyes filled with determination. Don't worry, Eric will get the money, no matter what. Eric stared at the cold concrete walls, bathed in the dim lamplight. He saw the endless floors, the countless cell doors. A fortress of despair. He knew that even if he broke out, he would spend the rest of his days as a fugitive. And his grand plan, to receive the goddess's blessing, would turn to dust. In that moment, he realized something even worse. He could never ask the goddess to return him to Earth. His only hope rested on Addis and Ether. Behind him, the brutal sounds of a beating echoed as 2 inmates kicked a 3rd man on the floor. The newcomer was being pummeled, but he just laughed. You're doing it all wrong, he wheezed. Oh yeah, they sneered. And you're so righteous for ending up in here? Sano lifted his head, a bloody nose and a wide grin on his face.
I'm not ashamed of what I did, he declared boldly. Sano's official crime striking a nobleman and attempted murder.
With no trial, thanks to his unknown identity, he was thrown into custody, sentenced to an unknown number of years. For 100 years, Eric's crime, which disgusted him to his core, was simply throwing S at a nobleman, an act that almost proved fatal. The Order of Light had shielded him for a week, but in the end, his sentence was absolute. 100 years behind bars. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the prison clamor. It's Sana, getting thrashed by 2 thugs with colorful mohawks, waving frantically at Eric.
Eric slammed his hand to his face in pure frustration. He should have aimed for the head and knocked the guy out for good.
The 2 thugs started calling out to Eric, but he kept walking, pretending he didn't know the loudmouth at all. He doesn't respect his elders, they sneered. But Sana just grinned, proudly declaring that a hard slap from Eric had already taught him a lesson. That was the final straw. Eric's hands formed a seal, energy crackling around his fingertips. He locked his gaze on the two thugs, a furious glare, a flash of power. He unleashed two sharp blasts of energy, sending them flying in opposite directions, before the bewildered Sana. The brown-haired boy's eyes lit up with excitement. What kind of awesome skill was that?
Eric immediately grabbed his cheeks, hissing at him to shut up. He eyed Sana with contempt.
This entire situation was a disaster. This weirdo kept popping up at the worst possible moments. If he kept chatting, his true identity could be exposed. Eric shuddered, imagining the horrible fate that would befall Edison Ether if that happened.
A dark thought crossed the main character's mind. Maybe he should just eliminate this chatterbox for good. But with Eric's hand on his neck, the kid just smiled.
He grinned widely, admitting he just felt lost in this unfamiliar place. He was just so happy to see a familiar face again. He asked for Eric's name, and his innocent behavior was like a ghost from a past life, a painful memory. Eric's lip curled. The similarity was agonizing. He slumped to the floor, holding his head. "The name's Filat," he grumbled. The joyful guy beamed, introducing himself as Shanann. Eric looked up, a pitying expression on his face. "How are you even still alive?" Eric asked. "If you're telling everyone you're from another world." Shanann just shook his head, explaining that he only told people about Eric's low level, so everyone just writes him off as a lunatic. Eric let out a groan. The guy had absolutely no idea when to keep his mouth shut. Leaning on his powerful arm, Eric decided he had to teach Shannon how to tell friend from foe on this world called Ratan. "In the meantime," Shanann said, "I have a gift for you, for helping me." He handed over 4 turquoise monarch crystals. "I got them by taking down a monster," he said proudly. Eric's eyes widened. "You destroyed a monster. Inside this prison." Shanann nodded affirmatively, glancing at the thugs who were just getting up. "That's why they were after me. They wanted to steal these stones. Taking a crystal?" Eric's mind raced. If this prison was built in a cave, could it connect to a real dungeon? It's not like those mohawked thugs could sell the stones in here anyway. But then, the joyful Chanan revealed their true purpose. He explained how the crystals worked inside the prison walls. The main character was floored by the revelation. If he gave them to the warden, he could reduce his sentence. Eric erupted in fury, screaming at the judge on the highest level.
"You should have told me that from the start," he roared. Meanwhile, high above, a metal box wrapped in leather straps sat ominously.
The nobleman sipped his wine, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "A foreigner, even one who has killed a warrior, will never forget the taste of blood." The mustachioed man confessed he was even a little jealous of them. He noted with sadistic pleasure that the man in the box was reacting. His eyes fell upon the now hopeful Eric. The judge had found his next prey. He pictured the beast tearing apart the proud face of that Voltarian warrior. From a crack in the box, the violet gleam of bloodthirsty eyes shone through. Muffled sounds echoed from within. The blond man inside, mouth bound by ropes, struggled to speak. Finally, he forced out 2 words. "Eric? Kin?" On Earth, humans are considered small and weak. As civilization advanced, their physical bodies atrophied. The people of Ratan aren't so different, just slightly more athletic. But despite their intense training, monster hunting, and constant hardening, the human body has a limit. Level 15? That is the absolute peak. Monsters, however, operate on a different scale. Their level can skyrocket without end. Because of this, the level 15 cap that humans face becomes almost meaningless. In Ratan, true strength is defined by the 4 main forces:
Aura, mana, power, and prana, each with its own unique characteristics. Hunters train relentlessly to develop these powers.
They level up, all to hunt even more powerful monsters. But what if a hunter is cut off from these 4 main powers? What if magical restraints block their very source of strength? A hunter's high level becomes just a number on a screen. They look upon monsters with terror, even those of a lower level. Without the 4 main powers, they are nothing more than food. Magicians, swordsmen? It makes no difference. In this state, there are no exceptions to the rule. And in that moment, a muscular arm sliced through the air, bracing for impact. The blond man squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, throwing his palms up to shield himself. The hunter's eyes went wide with terror, staring at the monstrous beast before him, a truly powerful killer bee. Suddenly, a massive butcher's knife slammed into the ground nearby, landing like a cannonball. He looked at the weapon in shock, his fingers instinctively wrapping around the handle. But disappointment hit him instantly. The handcuffs prevented him from channeling his aura. Eric, however, could slice giant bees in half and hold them fast, a skill he'd mastered over 5 long weeks of captivity.
A satisfied smirk crossed Eric's face as he surveyed the fallen bees. His sword was gone. But these kitchen knives.
They were surprisingly effective, and with a bit of control, he could incapacitate monsters without killing them. He watched as Changren, armed with a sword and shield, took down a killer bee, earning 1,224 experience points. A thought sparked in Eric's mind. This young man could be his ticket to leveling up faster. The fair-haired warrior, having already reached level 35, sighed with a weary but satisfied smile. Meanwhile, a guard in an iron helmet inspected a bag secured with rope, weighing its contents.
After a quick look, the prison worker calculated that this haul could shave 1 month off Eric and Changren's sentences.
Other prisoners watched with simmering envy as Eric made a strange request to trade his bread for 8 kitchen knives. Changren shot him a doubtful look, suggesting he pick a better weapon. Eric calmly explained that their cheapness was the point they break easily. Changren just laughed, saying he had no plans to fight after leaving. Eric gave the young man a sideways glance. For the past 5 weeks, this kid, this so-called Walter,
had been slowly gathering crystals. While Eric could handle things alone, he couldn't just abandon his new partner.
He needed Changren to raise his own level, and the kid was a perfect yardstick for his own progress.
A firm resolve settled in Eric's mind. He had to leave this prison with him. The boy might hold crucial information.
Information he needed for his fated meeting with the goddess. But as Eric pondered this, he watched in utter confusion
as Changren, with a goofy smile and a boyish blush, pointed a finger to the sky, asking for 100 loaves of bread instead of a reduced sentence.
Now, a man with brown hair knelt before a crowd of ravenous prisoners, thanking Changren from the bottom of his heart.
Eric's face was a mask of stone as Changren awkwardly scratched his head.
He just laughed, wishing the men bon appetit, even though their meal was far from luxurious.
Eric roughly grabbed the youth's face, furious at his reckless generosity, but Changren just kept smiling.
He explained simply that he couldn't turn his back on those who dreamed of being heroes, not even the sinners. Elsewhere, inmates stood in a perfect line as a man marched confidently before them.
But as a dark silhouette approached, the prisoners recoiled in fear, some even turning to flee.
A judge with a thick mustache and a face full of contempt surveyed the scene, calling it a gutter. Suddenly, a subordinate with a bandaged head rushed forward, falling to his knees, begging the judge for a chance. Just one chance to see his family again? But guards immediately blocked his path. An official, flipping through documents, informed the judge that the prisoner was jailed for debt. The judge sneered down at the man. If he wanted to see his family so badly, he should try killing some monsters. The prisoner's head drooped as a guard revealed he'd already lost a leg to a monster. It was decided he would be given one more chance. The man stared at the judge, pure horror in his eyes. On the judge's command, guards roughly seized him by his shirt, ready to drag him to the dungeon, ignoring his desperate screams. The mustachioed man coldly ordered his subordinate to dispose of any beggars with nothing left to give.
He added that he was searching for a different prisoner. The man with the bandaged forehead cried out for his friends, Hans and Charlie.
The guards dragging him away told him to stop squirming, glad they wouldn't have to kill him themselves. But then, a figure emerged behind one of the prison workers, his face a mask of pure hatred. It was Eric. The terrified guards released their captive, sharply aiming their spears at the intruders.
Eric and Changren stood just outside a prison cell, facing the hostile guards.
Even through their helmets, the guards' animosity was clear. Eric and Changren began to stammer a ridiculous excuse. They claimed they also needed to enter the dungeon because a monster had just spawned on the other side. He turned his back on the frozen guards, as Eric demanded to know what they were doing. The warrior casually reminded the terrified soldiers that they too were about to enter the dungeon. Eric's eyes burned with a mad fury as he faced his men. In the northeastern part of the Millennium Kingdom, within the dragon's lair of Millennium Mountain, a new conquest was made. This was the 6th dragon nest they had captured. Yet no aliens were found, even after evacuating the city's residents. A woman with reddish hair, her face hidden by an inquisitor's mask, asked her black-haired comrade, "What's wrong?" The emergency operation was a success. No complications, no casualties. Yet she could tell the general was deeply troubled. Another masked man with blonde hair wondered where the general had gone. He recalled the general heading to headquarters to deliver a message to the Dark Brotherhood. Inside the Chapel of Saints, Chief Inquisitor Ethan Shar revealed that the latest oracle had led them true.
They had stumbled upon the alien laboratory and successfully reclaimed the blessing of the demon god. A woman with black painted nails stared in awe at the crystal in her hand, feeling the immense amount of sinister energy it contained. She mentioned to Sir Leonhardt that the goddess of darkness, Creel, also deserved praise for this victory. The man, his face concealed by a white mask, said nothing. He turned to the Holy Virgin, whose silhouette was barely visible, through a thick screen, and asked if this all felt strange to her. Leonhardt noted that the goddess never directly interfered. In the affairs of Earth, historically, she only sent prophets to observe and offer enlightenment. The Holy Maiden suggested that perhaps the disrespect of mortals had finally reached the heavens themselves.
But Leonhardt countered that by the time they received the oracle and arrived, the number of victims had already surpassed 100 people. Sir Leonhardt's voice grew sharp with anger. If the goddess knew their location...
We could have gotten here so much faster. Suddenly, the Holy Maiden, who was in fact a short, black-haired old woman,
snapped back, declaring that in her 70 years as a saint, she rarely received the oracle either. The old woman's anger flared. The goddess is worried about the chaos in this world, and that is why she sent her divine message. She then pointed out Leonhardt's excessive rudeness. For someone who calls himself the chosen and blessed, the young man bowed his head in guilt, admitting he had spoken out of turn. The old woman's tone softened. She explained that while he may have young blood, he was no longer a child and must be mindful of his words. When the Holy Virgin asked him to remove his mask, he immediately complied. The old woman chuckled, remarking on the handsome face the goddess had bestowed upon him, a face he shouldn't hide. She took the shining crystal, offering the demon god's blessing to Creel, the ruler of darkness.
Leonhardt put his mask back on, a troubling thought echoing in his mind. An oracle this detailed had never existed before.
And thanks to it, he had recovered the lost blessing. He knew that if he asked the goddess about this inconsistency, she would simply
tell him not to speak of it to the other orders, leaving headquarters. Leonhardt was certain that something was terribly wrong. A piece of that same crystal floated above a pale hand. Garen, having absorbed the blessing, decided the
Dark Brotherhood was trustworthy after all. He held the fragment of blessing in his palm as it was absorbed.
Garen clenched his fist with a grin. The process was getting faster every time. Zenobia then asked how much of the
demon god's blessing remained for her. Richard replied that with so few refugees at the Dragon's Nest, the increase was a mere 3%. Holding a cigarette between her fingers, the woman mused that she never thought they could reclaim the fragments using the order, even with an incomplete blessing of the demon god.
With Richard's help, she was confident they could deliver it to the Dragon Nests. And at the same time, they could easily
dispose of the Great Land, a faction that had lost its usefulness. Zenobia smiled. It would be nice to become a regent and play a role in politics. Garen laughed, saying that even with an ageless body, his mind had grown weary. The man and woman flew past giant gears and machinery, discussing the destruction of the Great Earth Group in the dark. Brotherhood inquisitors? Had they fed them too much information through the oracle? The man crossed his legs, suggesting only one person could truly be a problem. Garen agreed. There was another, holder of the goddess's blessing in the Dark Brotherhood, Leonhardt, known to all as the handsome young man, destined to become the hero of the next generation. When Zenobia proposed luring the youth to their side, Garen dismissed the idea. Despite having the goddess's blessing, he abandoned his career for the Brotherhood. If he discovered their deception, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Having rewound the threads of fate, the woman proposed erasing him from this timeline, seeing an advantage in a truly capable inquisitor. But the man warned his power level was monstrously high. They stood no chance against him with only the Great Earth Clan as their trump card. Leonhardt was their best weapon, the only one who could capture these aliens alive and rip the information from them. His mastery in hand-to-hand combat and healing arts was unparalleled. The heroes reached a grim conclusion. The fools from the Great Land would launch a desperate assault at any moment. They were weak-willed and would do anything to claw their way to survival. The two heroes shared a look. The clan didn't even suspect how truly powerless they were. Garen explained that the instant they probed the four heroes' secrets, a forbidden curse would activate. Unspeakable agony would sear their entire body, followed swiftly by death. The heroes knew this plan was flawless. After all, healing magic is useless on a corpse. Zenobia and Garen
were absolutely certain anyone caught in this trap, especially these alien strangers, would simply crumble to dust.
Clad in black from head to toe, the young man stomped the ground, standing defiantly before a shining cube. Garen marveled that Zenobia could forget her own magical creations, but the Archmage explained that she couldn't possibly remember every single spell when she was constantly inventing new ones. The woman added, she was also consumed with deciphering the goddess's power. Garen assured her they could absorb that divine blessings once it had fully manifested. The Archmage then asked if they'd checked all the dragon nests.
With a sly grin, Garen replied that the intruders and their intended sacrifices weren't just hiding there. Looking off
into the distance with his piercing azure eyes, he revealed he'd already passed the intel to their agent. Inside the crater prison the hero had created, all they could do now was wait for Lisi to get there. But the girl was already on the inside, kneeling among the prisoners, her wrists bound in cold iron. Lisi scowled. Zenobia and Garen had covered their tracks perfectly after the Great Earth members were butchered by the Inquisitor. Now, she had to find another Earthling in this hellhole or face certain death. The spy's objective was clear.
Find the Earthling among the prisoners. Steal the goddess's blessing from him. and escape this nightmare. But then, her train of thought was shattered by shouts about some kind of maniac. Listening in, she heard 2 inmates gossiping about a Voltarian warrior. Lizzie was stunned. That's impossible, she thought. Eric died back at that haunted mansion.
Her eyes fell upon Chanin, leading her to the wrong conclusion. Garen must have made a mistake identifying this kid as an otherworldly being. His power level was pathetic, and he was just another prisoner. But then she saw Eric, and Lisi was speechless. Every last one of the Order of Light's aides was slaughtered, yet he alone survived. And from his level 5 aura,
She knew instantly this man was no mere Voltarian. The guards thrust their spears towards Eric and Chanin. "Do not move," they bellowed. Chanin's eyes sparked with the reckless idea of fighting the guards to save everyone.
but Eric immediately rejected the notion. He already had 2 dragons' lives on his shoulders. He couldn't afford any more responsibility. Suddenly, a murderous rage flared within him as he saw the judge strolling through the prison as if it were his personal garden. Locking onto the man, his eyes burned with a furious scarlet light.
"What the hell are you doing here?" Eric growled through gritted teeth, through the slits in their helmets.
The guard's eyes widened in pure terror, feeling the crushing weight of his domineering aura. Meanwhile, Chanin was blushing, pressing a finger under his nose in excitement. Eric could only stand there, completely dumbfounded, as the youth beside him thrust a fist into the air, yelling that they couldn't just wait around and do nothing.
Waiting for rescue won't change a thing. The guard's patience finally snapped, writing the kid off as a complete lunatic. Eric's hand shot out, grabbing Chanin by the throat, even as the idiot, fist still raised, screamed that the punished would never—
Rebel. Everyone, except for Eric, who was busy strangling his new acquaintance, turned to a new voice shouting that the entire prison had lost its mind. It was a bandaged inmate who'd somehow escaped and returned. Wielding a wooden stick, he screamed with heartbreaking desperation that criminals weren't given a death sentence, that they too had families waiting. The next moment, that feeling of injustice ignited a powder keg. Prisoners all around them began to roar with shared outrage.
"Our sentences were over long ago," they bellowed, demanding to be set free. Eric watched the mob with cold detachment.
The entire prison erupted into a unified chant for freedom. Lisi, caught in the middle of the growing riot, watched everyone, in complete bewilderment, convinced they had all gone insane. Just then, the judge's alarmed subordinate urged, to quell the riot, he pompously declared that a man of his stature shouldn't be bothered with such rabble. But his words
were swallowed by a tsunami of curses from the enraged prisoners. The judge raised a pudgy palm and shrieked
that he had no choice but to unleash his final desperate measure. Eric watched in horror as the uprising escalated. Chanrin, however, was fascinated, explaining that a hero isn't one who saves others, but one who forges them into saving themselves. Eric's jaw dropped as Chanrin, with tears in his eyes, declared the warrior's martial arts and character were magnificent. He swore to follow him for eternity, burning with pure shame. Eric buried his face in his hands. The young man, however, raised a fist to the sky, trying to rally the crowd with his passionate speech.
"Follow the Voltarian hero," he cried. But beneath the roars, a new sound emerged. The slow drag of heavy metal.
Someone was approaching, their steps burdened by a massive weight. His hands were bound, his arms locked in iron. In an instant, the prison fell deathly silent. Every eye turned in absolute terror toward the approaching figure. The blindfolded prisoner seemed to sense their fear. His head held high as he walked. Escorted by guards was an alien in a straitjacket, covered in straps and chains, with massive weights on his ankles. Chanrin gasped aloud at the sight, while Eric forced his own shock down, his face an unreadable mask. Leslie stared in amazement. A level 61 mage. This was the very same foreigner Garen had spoken of. The judge grinned happily, revealing a set of snow-white teeth. The rebellion of these savages was finally over. He declared that for such worthless creatures, the nightmare walking towards them was the perfect cure. The official boasted that once freed from his shackles, this mage would erase everyone here in under 5 minutes. Leslie's mind raced. A 4th-level seal suppressed her power. She had to escape. A direct confrontation was suicide. With a vile sneer, the judge began to praise his own compassionate heart. Before announcing an extra 50 years to every single prisoner's sentence for daring to riot. And for the instigator, he boomed, 100 years. Chanrin instantly began to panic, trying to shift all the blame onto Eric. But a massive hand clamped down on the young man's head, Eric's gaze burning with a menacing fire. His fist shook with barely contained rage. The judge laughed, a malicious sound that echoed through the silence. He feigned surprise that they'd dare start a riot in his prison, then offered a merciful wager. The stakes, the sentences of every inmate present. Their lives were on the line. The judge demanded Eric and Chanrin face the mysterious, white-haired stranger in a battle to the death, clenching his claw-like fingers. The judge went mad with glee, screaming for them to tear each other apart. If they won, he promised, everyone's punishment would be reduced, but to his utter shock, Eric, with Chanrin thrown over his shoulder, refused the offer. He couldn't risk revealing his true level to everyone. He was ready to walk away, saying they'd handle their own crimes. But the man in chains spoke. He wasn't so sure a warrior's sins could be erased so easily. Eric froze when he heard his name, a name he had chosen upon arriving in this world. He spun around, his eyes wide with a chilling dread. A muffled laugh came from the stranger's mask. "Fight me," he taunted. "Have you forgotten the scars they still ache, don't they?" Ignoring a bewildered Chanrin, the terrible truth dawned on Eric. The judge's disgusting smile stretched across his face, a personal history between them. This was getting even more interesting. Suddenly, he decided 2 against 1 was no fun at all. He turned to the crowd, a new idea sparking in his eyes. "Does anyone else wish to fight this monster?" he bellowed, addressing the sea of prisoners. "Win or lose, you'll be set free." Whispers erupted through the crowd, but opinions remained split. One inmate scoffed that only a madman would fight a Voltarian. "What good is freedom to a corpse? There's no point in release or imprisonment," he muttered, "if you're not alive to see it." But then, a new voice cut through the fear, towering over the cowering men. Leslie stepped forward with a confident smile. The girl grinned, clearly savoring the moment. The legendary prisoner from the deepest cell had finally crawled out on his own, and Leslie planned to give him the Demon King's blessing herself. Glancing at Eric, she decided she could sacrifice this charlatan to solve 2 problems at once. The judge chuckled with delight, his fat cheeks swallowing his piggy eyes. The mortal combat was about to begin.
4 warriors faced each other, preparing for the fight. An arched cavern gaped open among the Rocky Mountains.
A magical ring tore through the air, darkening towards its center, resembling a vortex of blue flames.
Addis and Ether burst out of the portal, and from the look on her face, the teleport was brutal. Ether fell face down onto the ground. She groaned, horrified by these constant raids, while Addis just smiled, congratulating his partner on clearing the dungeon.
This was Eric's genius method for power leveling Addis. In the first stage, the high-level warrior would wear the monsters down. He'd push them to total exhaustion, but leave them alive. Then, in stage 2, the low-leveled Addis would transform into a dragon and annihilate every single monster at once. In the final stage, the mage absorbed a massive surge of energy to level up, using the power of the dragon core. And this time, the newly high-leveled Addis played Eric's role. Ether muttered under her breath. It took so much effort just to gain a single level at that all-too-familiar sight. Addis burst out laughing. He teased, asking if she felt like she was being turned inside out. Right on cue, Ether vomited. Addis immediately began to shower her with praise. He was amazed at how quickly she stabilized the dragon's core and absorbed its energy. But the pale-faced Ether was having none of it. She replied that even his kind words couldn't make her fight again. Addis explained with a grin that the level only increases once you fully digest the absorbed energy. He told her to relax for now and master her newfound power. The exhausted girl joyfully raised her shaking hands to the sky. Meanwhile, Addis clutched the artifact they'd found. He declared that he needed to inspect it, but as he did, his face fell, a shadow of sadness crossing his features. If only Eric were here. His guide would reveal how to use this artifact, unlocking all its functions. Ether was calm about Eric being imprisoned, but Addis was consumed with worry for his friend. Thrown in with all those other prisoners? The young man spun around, his eyes shining with panicked tears as he shouted, "One wrong move and Eric could become a murderer in there." He prayed that his friend would just get beaten up instead. The Crater Gorge was a place far from any dragon or wyvern. Here, Ether had reincarnated, sent back 20 years ago after the goddess's attack. After the goddess's Great Earth event, the strangers became enemies of the Raiden. Garen agreed to build a camp in the crater's dungeon. The dungeon itself was still not fully explored. They held the foreigners there, studying their unique characteristics. An incredible amount of data was gathered. Every detail of the battles between the strangers and the Rattan. But this knowledge was collected by killing countless Earthlings. An obsession with murder began to manifest in the strangers. Coupled with relentless monster experiments, they became impossible to control. Although the site was handed over to local aristocrats and used as a prison for the Raythians, the old facilities remained. The labs for experimenting on foreigners were still intact. Now, they were secretly used as a battle arena for competitions. A man in a black suit appeared, with dark hair. He raised one hand, holding a megaphone in the other, and his voice boomed across the arena.
"Listen up. Prisoners today's competition will be held according to the usual simple rules," the announcer declared.
He bellowed, The one who gets the most crystals and destroys the most monsters that fill this stadium wins. Then he shouted that players could also claim trophies from each other. The so-called fair judge simply waved his thick palm, making it clear he wouldn't interfere with whatever the prisoners did. With a screech of metal, the gates swung open. The announcer roared, "In the blue corner, a devil sent by the deity Oas himself, a being from another world who has not received a single injury in numerous battles." Grabbing his head, a man named Rod froze. Clenching his fist, he commanded the force of darkness lurking in his hand to calm itself. Then Rod stated, "Now, my bloody revenge begins." The audience jeered. Is he not ashamed, calling him a crazy foreigner? Rod simply raised his hand. He noted that no one could possibly understand the dark abyss that lay within him. Nearby, beside herself with rage, Lacey fumed. She couldn't understand why she had to wear such a shameful costume. Taking out a crystal? The prisoner spoke. "So, what do you think of my proposal?" Lost in her thoughts, Lacey felt she just needed to be patient a little longer.
"Once I put Oas's blessing into him," she schemed, "we'll never have to see each other again." Rod turned, asking, "You mean the crystal?"
"The one that gives you strength." Smirking, he declared that her blinding smile was enough for him. Horrified, Leslie's mind raced. In that case, she'd just have to prick him lightly from behind during the competition. Gritting his teeth, Rod's mind went to a dark place. He reflected on giving up his own name after being mistaken for a foreigner and thrown into this prison. As he continued to think, he noted that he would never be able to forget this suffering. Looking around the vast battlefield, Rod's eyes locked onto a figure. He immediately recognized Ryu the moment he saw him. The judge reported, "And his opponent is the fearless..." The savage in the red corner sneered, calling him the strongest of the rats. Rod was certain our hero recognized him. Ready for battle, Ryu stood frozen in place. Finally, the judge announced the main character's name. Looking at his opponent, Ryu searched his mind. Who was this man? He drew a complete blank. This person was an unknown. But Rod claimed to know his real name. Drawing a finger across his throat, he declared that the main character was finished. In that instant, Ryu's mind raced to the Great Land. He knew his true identity was about to be exposed. If Rod was from the Great Land, he would have a way to find out everything about him. As he stared at his foe, Ryu understood the danger. If he truly knew who he was, he could be cornered without even a fight. Our hero realized the trap was already closing in. Should Rod reveal his identity, the hunt for Hades and Ether would begin. A cold certainty washed over Ryu. He needed to kill this man. As quickly as possible, then vanish. Just then, Sona's voice cut through his thoughts, her expression annoyed. Changren asked if Ryu was okay. Sona then addressed the main character, saying she respected his strength and personality. But with a worried face, Changren pleaded, asking if Ryu truly intended to kill this stranger. He was sure that a fight to the death wasn't necessary. What did our hero think? Ryu remained silent, knowing Sona had no idea about the Great Land. The judge raised his hand, wondering who would emerge victorious.
Looking across the battlefield, the main character knew they had nowhere to run.
Monsters surrounded them on all sides, while a pair of magicians hovered high above the duel. They were creating a special barrier. Ryu noted the powerful barricade overhead, a spell woven by at least 20 people.
Raising his sword, our hero said they would talk about it later. In that moment, a crowd of angry monsters rushed toward them.
The judge declared the start of the contest. From the stands, a woman's eyes were fixed on Ryu's body. She spoke of his sculpted abs and powerful back. As our hero raised his hand, preparing to attack, the woman noted how his pectoral muscles trembled with each swing, his physique looking as if it were carved by the gods. Removing a pair of magic binoculars, she declared the heavens unfair for granting him such a luxurious body. A smiling woman beside her suggested the Baroness quite liked the main character. On the wall of the arena, a red and blue emblem was visible. The Baroness simply replied that she was pleased to look at him. The Viscountess laughed. She teased that if the Baron's husband heard this, he would be consumed by jealousy. The Viscountess then revealed that if Ryu won, they would be released from this prison. She asked what the Baroness thought about hiring him. Delighted, she exclaimed that she was in need of a mansion manager. A man nearby smiled, saying it would be difficult for a Voltarian warrior to work in a mansion, adding that he didn't use any magical items. Surprised, the Baroness asked if that was really him. Looking at the man with a glass of wine in his hand, she guessed he was Lord Felix of the Pisces trade order. Taken aback, Felix said she recognized him and that he was honored, noting he wasn't such a famous merchant.
Picking up a strange device, Felix asked if he could take a photo with them. Seeing the object, the Viscountess was stunned.
Felix explained that this magical item was new to their order, adding that it was called an image recorder. The surprised Viscountess noted that the Lord always carries something fascinating with him. Smirking, the Baroness asked if Felix himself used a magic item, suggesting he must have a high level. The Lord told her his status was low, adding that in his youth he worked as a hunter with his brother. Felix believed he had nothing to be proud of in that regard. Looking at the magical device, he said he first needed to check if it worked well. Gazing at Rod, who was preparing for battle, Felix wondered if he was truly that same stranger. He noted that because of the mask, his face was completely hidden. Just then, Elhauer appeared behind the Lord.
With a malicious expression, he stated it would be a shame if Felix were caught trading in this place.
The Count was sure a ticket here was far too expensive for a commoner like Felix. Placing a hand on his chest, the Lord said he had no intention of doing so, thanking Elhauer for his concern over his finances.
With a serious expression, Felix said that the Marquis had sold him the ticket at a very favorable price.
Grinning, the Count asked if he meant a bargain price at his competition. Tossing a bag of money aside, Elhauer noted that in this case, the Lord's pocket would not remain empty. Offering a bet for fun, the Count asked who Felix thought would win, the main character, or Rod. With a distraught smile, Elhauer announced that he was betting on Rod. He assumed that the Lord was on Ryu's side. Lost in his thoughts, Felix was amazed that the Count was making such a foolish bet. With the Baroness reporting a bet on a stranger, monsters began scaling the stone fence from every direction.
"How strange," they murmured. But seeing this, Felix's face lit up with wicked delight.
Like a bolt of lightning, the main character obliterated one beast after another. The judge could only stare. He was cutting them down with a single knife, a display of unbelievable power. The remains of monsters scattered across the ground. The judge realized he was crushing them like insignificant insects. He must be wielding at least a 4th-degree magical device with a furious glare. Our hero hoisted a monster's head high. In his mind, these creatures were nothing but small fry. But then, an endless army of frenzied monsters materialized before him. He grit his teeth. Their numbers weren't dwindling at all. Looking over the battlefield, now a sea of monsters. The judge wondered how this was even possible.
It was as if every monster in the entire dungeon had crawled out just to devour this one man.
Pure, unadulterated hatred burned in Rio's eyes. The mission was clear slaughter every last one of them. With colossal power, he unleashed a devastating blow. A storm of dust and debris erupted from the impact. The judge watched, completely stunned. The monsters weren't just dying, they were being blasted away from him. At that moment, Rio realized he was struggling to contain his own overwhelming power.
"From the attacking horde!" Sand's desperate voice cried out to him. Vicious claws snapped near the monster's jaw.
Lisi stared in absolute shock. The monster. It had walked right past her, as if she didn't even exist. A chilling thought crossed her mind. These creatures were only hunting someone special. It was just a mindless insect, but she glanced at Rod's hand, a power she'd never seen in this land. Just who was he, really? Towering over our hero, the dungeon boss prepared its strike. A flashback reveals Rod's dark past. He was once turned into a monster by the tentacle beholder. Its tendrils had coiled around the helpless hunter's body. Normally, a transformation like that is irreversible. Consumed by rage, the dungeon boss, controlling Rod, lunged. But in Rod's unique case, starvation and dehydration halted the monster's cells from multiplying. Only his left arm merged, granting him the terrifying skills of the tentacle beholder. Raising that very arm, Rod readied his attack. The hunter activated his mind control skill. This terrifying ability allowed him to command all lower-level monsters within a 2-kilometer radius. Rod's mind raced. He couldn't remember what happened in that dungeon. Only that his new skill made everyone see him as a monster. He was imprisoned here, forced into a deathmatch with other prisoners. Staring at the dark cloud gathering overhead, he found the irony bitter. To win his freedom, he had to fight the very man who took everything from him. Yet, he was cautious. The main character was only level 5. With Rod's training, he should be at least level 20. Turning to Ryu, Rod sneered. "Admit your guilt, beg for forgiveness, and I might just spare your pathetic life."
A massive cloud of dust exploded across the battlefield as our hero finished his attack.
His body was still, his gaze radiating pure confidence and ice. Seeing Ryu turn his back, Rod tried to call out.
Stunned, the hunter realized he had made a catastrophic mistake.
With blinding speed, the main character resumed his purge. "Ah!" Changren cried out, covering his head. "Are you all right?" Rio asked. "Your attack sent me flying," San replied. "But I'm okay." Then he looked at his friend with concern. "What about you, Rio?" Kneeling, he realized the monsters were only hunting the main character.
"That's right," Ryu confirmed. His eyes locked on the enemy.
"This is happening because of Rod. He's hunting only for me." San was confused. "But why would Rod need you?"
"I don't know for sure," the main character admitted. "But I have my theories." His voice grew cold.
"That dog, he won't stop chasing me. If I can just kill him, this will all be over."
Countless magical weapons materialized in the air, An artifact, the very source of a dungeon's energy.
It's a powerful tool, the ultimate prize for a successful clear. For hunters, artifacts are a symbol of honor.
Their entire goal is to conquer dungeons and claim these treasures, however, without knowing its level limits.
Its abilities, or how to activate it. An artifact is nothing more than a useless trinket. As sunlight bathed the city center, our story begins. We're inside the Hunters Guild examination building, where a mysterious artifact rests on a table. Maiden examined the item, explaining its level 30 restriction. It could be activated 10 times a day, but had an infinite number of total uses. Its functions were simple undress and dress, holding her notes. Maiden revealed its true ability, a magical clothing storage. It allowed instantaneous outfit changes. And with unlimited uses, it was worth 3 times the standard price. The estimated value, she declared, is 5,000. Etha's face lit up with joy, thanking her profusely. But Addie felt a pang of guilt. It was a little awkward getting these high-level assessments for free every single time. You see, Maiden works as an appraiser, using the vast experience she gained in the Great Land. She'd seen countless magical items there. Pushing a small wyvern off her shoulder, she told Addie not to worry. They needed that money for Fellet, who was locked away in prison. Etha added that for their friend. Addie had gone as far as selling his most treasured spellbooks. Rada, fired up, declared they could manage without them. This was a small price to pay, but as Addie picked up his own creation, he revealed he had stored powerful spells inside it. Maiden's expression shifted as she looked at the item Addie had made. Her eyes widened in shock. This would cost
10s of times more than any normal artifact. Retta grabbed him, trying to silence him. But Maiden interrupted. She laughed it off, saying she was joking. The blessing of the Demon King was their secret, after all. She swore she hadn't told a soul. Handing the item back to Addie, Maiden had a better idea. Don't sell this one, she urged. You should use it yourselves. You can store clothes and change your entire appearance in an instant. Maiden pointed out a critical fact. When you need to revert to your true form in a hurry, you always have to destroy your clothes. Remembering how he transforms into a dragon, Addie realized she was absolutely right. With every transformation, his outfit was shredded to nothing. Etha smiled, admitting that even as a fellow dragon, it was still embarrassing seeing him naked in his human form. Maiden, unfazed, simply said, I know. At those words, Addie's world came to a halt. The stunned party members asked if she really knew their secret. Placing a hand on the table, Maiden confirmed it. When she had possessed the main character, she explained, she saw his memories. Addie was frozen solid, completely shocked. She had seen Rue's memories. Did that mean she knew who he truly was? Tilting her head, Maiden admitted everything. She didn't want to pretend anymore. She confessed she'd been struggling with how to tell them, but Etha just smiled, saying there was no problem. After all, the main character had seen her true wyvern form, and never once tried to cause her harm. Inspired, Addie declared that as a descendant of dragons, he could vouch for him too, but Maiden's expression grew dark. That's not the issue, she whispered. She agreed that on the surface, Rue seemed like a good person, but they had no idea what lurked deep inside him. A flash of countless monsters, roaring in fury, filled her mind. Listen, she warned. Rue was trapped in that hell for 22 years. Addie was alarmed. The protagonist was there. Before coming to Ratney, Maiden explained that while Rue seemed normal on the outside, an image of his terrifying, cold face flashed in her memory. Rue is dangerous. In a blur of motion, the main character annihilated every monster that appeared. The shattered remains of his enemies rained down around him. Rue continued his relentless slaughter. With a single swing of his sword, he tore through the maddened horde. Suddenly, the dungeon boss materialized behind him. With unimaginable speed, the monster lunged for the kill. But in an instant, the main character's blade pierced its core. Then, without even turning, Rue sliced him cleanly in two. Rod fell into a stupor. Are my monsters really that weak? But Leslie, her face pale with fear, knew the truth. It's not that the monsters are weak, she stammered. Their average level is over 30. She pointed out that there were even boss-class monsters among them. Gazing at Rue, drenched in monster blood, Leslie trembled. Is he really level 5? With a dead look in his eyes, the main character scanned the battlefield. Are there any more? Seething with rage, the judge couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't comprehend what Rue was even doing. That pathetic worm, he roared. Why didn't he summon stronger monsters? Clutching a magic device, Felix thought in terror. Those were creatures that could wipe out an entire city. And even they couldn't touch him. The prisoners couldn't even comprehend his power. Their minds simply broke, trapped in a stupor. The Lord grimly noted their silence. The screams had died long ago. This was reality, raw and terrifying, etched onto their very skin. Felix stared at Ryu's back.
The legends he'd heard were nothing compared to the man standing before him. As Ryu prepared for battle, a suffocating pressure filled the arena. It was the prisoner's collective terror, a force all its own. Blade in hand, Ryu faced Rod. "Is this really all you have?" he taunted. "Surely you've hidden something more." He scanned the area. "Are there no monsters left?" Staring down the stunned Rod, Ryu made a chilling promise. "This time, I will crush you all." He raised a hand, ready to strike. The hunter declared that for a man like him, there could be no forgiveness. After unleashing his mind control, Rod unleashed a final desperate blast. A sinister aura descended upon the battlefield. The very ground began to crack and splinter. And then, a cataclysmic explosion ripped through the arena's heart. From the depths of the earth, a monstrous tentacle erupted. The prisoners froze, paralyzed by a new primal fear.
Rod's face twisted into a triumphant grin. "I did it!" An impossibly massive creature clawed its way into existence.
Its roar shook the very foundations of the world. Its face, a nightmare of countless fangs. This was the dungeon's true master, the boss of the 31st floor. From the abyss of Crater City's gorge, Queen Antine, level 80. The queen surveyed her domain. "What is this noise in my head?" she boomed. "How dare you use that pathetic skill against me?" Her eyes fell upon her fallen children. And then to Ryu. A scent clung to him. "Did you do this?" she shrieked. "You insignificant insect." Ryu simply moved a boulder blocking his path. "That's right," he declared. He glanced at his blade, now fractured. The queen's mere presence had damaged his sword. This creature was on another level. Enraged, Anton aimed a claw at Ryu, and a devastating blast tore through the battlefield. Felix, reeling from the impact, turned to the judge. "What are you doing? Evacuate the prisoners."
A cruel smirk played on the judge's lips. "Why so cowardly, my lord?" he sneered. "One wouldn't expect it of you."
He leaned on the fence casually. "Let them watch a spectacle that will crush any hope of rebellion. Besides," he added, 20 level 60 warriors are securing the perimeter. They could stop 5 boss monsters, easy. So just sit back, Lord Felix, and enjoy the show." As that man is torn to shreds, in a flash of fury, Felix seized the judge by his collar. Blind with rage, the lord spat. "You pathetic worm, the one we need to escape from isn't the boss. It's Ryu." At that very instant, Ryu moved like a bolt of lightning. Rushing the monster, he grabbed onto the queen's massive tentacle. His sword was broken, but his grin was terrifying. "Queen Antine," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "Mind if I borrow your hand?" Then he unleashed it, a vertical slash of impossible power. Ryu's true attack descended upon the queen, with unimaginable force. Antine's colossal body was cleaved in two. A fountain of blood erupted into the sky. The barrier surrounding the arena shattered into nothing. A system window appeared. Destruction of Queen Antine confirmed. You have received 101,987,547 experience points. Meanwhile, a man smirked as he drove a blade through his comrade's chest. This is why the strangers are feared. An uncontrollable, impulsive desire to kill.
Another notification appeared before Ryu. Secret quest, sacrifice for the greater good. The hidden conditions were now revealed.
The true reason for their bloodlust is a quest that all foreigners possess.
A quest and reward system, buried deep within the manual. The man's brain lit up with powerful signals. The reward for this act
is a chemical that floods the brain directly. It offers a pleasure beyond comprehension, but it also plants a seed of paranoia. His face was a mask of ecstasy and terror. For the aliens, killing a Ratinan has an instant, overwhelming effect, and it is fiercely addictive. The ultimate drug. With her hands folded, a woman explained. It is for this very reason. That if a stranger kills a Ratinan even once, they can never escape that impulse again.
She reported her allegiance to the Great Land. Few people know this, she stated grimly. But it is an undeniable fact.
Taken aback, another person protested. But the main character, he's never shown signs of that. Ryu has never exhibited the syndrome. The woman clenched her fists. You are correct, she admitted. It has not happened. Yet. I believe it is because he has never actually killed a Ratinan. Elsewhere, a defeated Sana struggled to her feet. Every single person Ryu had killed was a foreigner. He never experienced the addiction, because there is no pleasure in killing other strangers. Chanin was stunned by this revelation. How long can our hero's luck possibly last?
After shattering Queen Antine, Ryu went rigid. A phantom from his past surfaced. Memories of this world's monsters and the hounds of hell.
They were the nightmares that had chased him for 22 grueling years. There was no escape, no place to hide. Alone, his entire life was a simple, brutal calculus kill or be killed. What was survival to him was monstrous to others. His expression turned grim. The main character advanced. He may have been standing in Ratna, but his soul was still on that cursed mountain. A vision of a hellhound flashed in his mind, its demonic face superimposed over Rod's stunned expression. When cornered by a foe, his long-suppressed instincts
could erupt at any moment. For a man forged in battle like him, the addiction to bloodshed
was a terrifyingly easy trap to fall into, even among the otherworlders. Etha looked on with uncertainty. Turning to Addis, Maiden spoke. She said they had all felt it at least once, that primal urge to kill. But a concerned member of Radha's party interjected. He argued their first encounter caused a misunderstanding. Addis agreed, but noted it was quickly resolved. She reminded them how they later fought side by side against the Lich. Another member insisted that the main character doesn't
kill without reason. Meanwhile, the judge's face was a mask of pure terror. The very structure of the viewing stands around him started to crumble. The terrified noblewoman shrieked at the knights to force the doors open. A surprised Felix wondered, were there truly no
human casualties? It suggested Ryu had his power under control, but the Lord wasn't so sure, believing they might have just been lucky. A grotesque tentacle, torn from Queen Anten, was embedded in the stone. Trying to lighten the mood, a smiling Etha asked everyone to stop such grim talk. What's so great about Ryu killing senselessly? Anyway, in the main character's hand, he held his shattered sword. Raising a hand, Ryu warned Rayon to stay back. He declared there were no more monsters here. Tilting her head, Maiden suspected a deeper reason for the slaughter. Grabbing his mask, Rod muttered how uncomfortable it was. Ryu raised the broken blade high. Preparing for the final blow, Maiden's mind raced, theorizing that Ryu's identity had been exposed. And now the lives of his first friends in 22 years were in danger. Pure hatred twisted the protagonist's face. Maiden knew. In that instant, Ryu showed zero hesitation. A heavy spray of blood erupted across the battlefield. She was certain. The moment he killed the rattan, he would become truly addicted to the slaughter. Leslie's face was a portrait of absolute horror. The hand of the fallen warrior froze midair, appearing in a flash before the hunter. Sona had blocked Ryu's strike. Seeing him, the main character fell into a stupor. Changren turned his head, amazed that Sona actually thought he could block that. Addressing Ryu, Sona pleaded that people should settle things with words. Rod's face was a mask of disbelief. Changren added that if the main character messed this up, it would be disastrous for all of them. And with that, Sona collapsed right into Ryu's arms, catching his limp body. The main character was frozen solid. Far in the distance, Brad's silhouette stood atop a colossal monster. The story then jumps forward 2 weeks, pulling a massive crystal from the beast's corpse. Brad remarked that the treasure's size was a perfect match for the monster's power. Overjoyed, he declared it a jackpot. Looking at the glowing crystal, 80 estimated that because of its size, it had to be worth at least 500 ECs. A shocked Etha asked if they could really keep it. Smiling, Martin reminded them that they owed the main character a life debt, and this was how they would help. We received a similar artifact, after all.
But simple help isn't enough, Brad added, with a flustered look. He thought to himself that he was really doing this for Etha, adding that he'd
rather die than ever say that out loud. The smiling wyvern graciously thanked him for his help. A flustered Brad tried to respond to Etha, when suddenly, Elia appeared, greeting Addis with a wave. Seeing them, another party member identified them as the Healer Sisters. Cupping her hands to her face, F shouted that disaster had struck. She urged them to come quickly, leaping into the
sky. Etha said she couldn't hear clearly from down there. She would get a better vantage point, watching the wyvern soar up to her sisters.
Martin wondered if she had just flown right over the cliff, asking if she was afraid of anything. An annoyed Brad grumbled that those girls
were supposed to be waiting at the Hunters Guild, questioning why they were here, gazing at the crystal.
80 mused that with their party's help, they were gathering funds much faster. She figured that Maiden's words also held a deeper meaning. Radha warily considered that if they stayed close to Ryu, it would be far easier for him to avoid needless conflicts and trouble. Continuing the thought, he realized that to make that happen, they too would have to become much stronger. Suddenly, Etha heard something that made her freeze midair. The wyvern's face contorted with fear. Looking up at her, Martin wondered what was happening. Brad complained he couldn't hear a thing from so far away. A horrified 80 gasped. suggesting that maybe this was somehow connected to the main character. In another scene, F placed a stack of documents on a table. It was the information on the otherworlders from the crater prison, just as he'd been asked. With a cruel smirk, the Lord remarked that he nearly died because of him. He demanded a shred of courtesy, at least an offer of tea. Hen simply replied that water was right next to him. "Be quiet," he shot back, raising his glass. "And let me read." The Lord thought he could easily face him.
He mused that this kind of research would be faster with the Dark Brotherhood. "And why would I do your dirty work?" Hen asked.
Nim explained his interest was in personal goals. Pulling out a document, he offered a new theory. The main character was a stranger, from the Crete prison. The Lord confirmed that the Baron's report said as much. Nim produced a photo of Ryu. "This man is no alien," he stated firmly. "I checked him myself." That was precisely why he knew for sure. But Felix countered, saying his own investigation found nothing on his origin. Clutching his head, Hen grumbled about the loud noble's plan. He wanted to make Ryu the star of the arena. That meant he had to get rid of all the records, presenting him as a complete unknown from the outside. Nim was floored. There was nothing in the crater, either. His mind flashed back to the goddess's final message. A warning about the strangers. If the goddess was involved, there had to be a reason. He felt he had rushed, trying to control the situation, before it completely spiraled out of his grasp. Staring at Ryu's photo, Nim was lost in a sea of questions. Hin suggested that the opponent in the upcoming competition was the main character himself. Felix then spoke of the chilling rumors. They said the main character had single-handedly killed the enemy leader during the Order of Light's assault on the Dragon's Nest.
Staring at Hen's back, the Lord added a terrifying fact. Ryu kills boss monsters with a single swing of his sword.
Felix admitted that since Ryu's power couldn't be measured by levels, his true strength was impossible to know. Hen slammed his hand on the table, cutting him off. "About a year ago," he started. "You borrowed a large sum from me for an urgent matter." The Lord raised a finger, a smirk playing on his lips. "I remember. You arrested that man, so you should pay me compensation." Felix assumed he was about to be paid, but Hen donned a mask, his expression unreadable. "That's not happening," he said, turning his head. "I need to capture the main character." Meanwhile, leaning against the cold barriers, the prisoners began to seethe with rage. Holland observed them with a detached gaze. Judging by their behavior, she could tell they were losing their minds. The Archmage, however, found it all quite dull. Their reaction isn't as strong as I expected. Holding a smoking pipe, she turned to Holland. The ultimate spiritualist pleaded with Zenobia not to laugh. "After becoming queen, I've seen nothing but more filth," she said. As she watched the prisoners, Holland thought, they were behaving rather modestly. Just then, Zenobia wondered about the name of one particular inmate. Huddled in the corner of her cell sat Lisi, knees drawn to her chest. She was consumed by rage, biting her nails to the quick. Zenobia explained the syndrome that afflicted foreigners. It drives them to self-harm. And in the end, they choose a meaningless suicide. Holland remained frozen in place, a faint smile on her lips. Deep in her thoughts, Lisi wished she could just die. The conflict was tearing her apart. She didn't want to kill anyone. And yet, despite her intense despair, she still didn't want to die. Holland presented her with a blade. "Did you hear your subordinate died recently?" Leaning in closer, she whispered an offer. "Do you want to come with me?" Taking the blade, the prisoner's mind went blank. In her thoughts, Lisi knew one thing for sure. She hated the four heroes who had locked her away in this wretched place. She wanted to rip apart the woman from Rattan who stood before her, but with a look of pure shock. Lisi realized she was powerless to resist Holland's proposal. She understood the trap. Hidden behind her elegant speech and kind voice, behind Lisi were beautiful flower beds, concealing mountains of corpses. The prisoner knew that to them, someone like her was just a toy, something they could kill at any given moment. Magical writings glowed faintly on her back. Containment was the condition of her release from that cell. They had found a way to suppress her killing intent with their technology. An inscription was engraved on a gold-plated coin. Lisi revealed that they had taken over the work of the four heroes. They had become a fake Great Land. Then, she saw something that made her blood run cold. The containment was forged from her own fear of them. That fear was enough to make her swear allegiance to those she hated most. As Sin's body fell, the main character sat on the floor. Lisi felt a terror she never thought she would experience again. She now understood that any rebellion would be completely pointless. Horrified, she whispered, "Now I see this power." Sitting before Ryu, she begged him to stop. "Levels are meaningless," Lisi confessed. Without warning, the protagonist's hand moved. straight towards her body, with a single motion. Ryu tore the shackles from Leslie's hands, grabbing her by the shoulders. He asked a question.
Seeing the spiritualist, Rio begged in complete despair, bowing his head to save Changren's life. Asked to perform such a feat, Leslie's face clouded with confusion. Approaching the wounded man, she told Rod to stop the mchaishet,
bleeding, and give her his bandages. Meanwhile, the judge roared with fury. How dare Rio ruin his grand competition? He commanded his subordinates to execute them all. Fixing his gaze on Rod, he repeated the order for their execution.
While wrapping Changshin's hand, the main character called the judge a pathetic worm, shocked that with a
man dying before them, they could act so monstrously. Looking at his friend, Rio pleaded for him to regain his senses. As she healed his body, Leslie urgently stated that first aid wasn't finished. If they stopped, he would surely bleed to death. Raising his hand, a knight branded our hero a monster, ordering his men to prepare a ballista. The knights fired, and their massive projectile hurtled straight toward the group. Suddenly, Rod intercepted the bolt as it flew.
Towards them, holding the huge arrow in his bare hands. He swung it back, and with unimaginable power, launched it, right back at the squad of knights staring at the hunter's back. Rio wondered why he would do such a thing. Outraged, Rod questioned why the protagonist was frozen. Was he just going to let the man who saved his life die? He ordered them into the pit as he prepared for a fight. Rod declared that Rio didn't have permission to die until he himself killed him. Heading toward the abyss, our hero asked for forgiveness. A grin spread across Rod's face. Now this was more like it. All at once, a volley of projectiles rained down on him. But even in his thoughts, Rod noted that he was the noble's secret weapon. They wouldn't be able to kill him so easily. But then, seeing something, the hunter froze in shock. A colossal hole gaped in the ground, its depths shrouded in a mysterious, suffocating darkness. Raising her hands over Changren's body, Leslie announced that the bleeding had stopped. For now. But the prisoner admitted the most she could do was slightly boost his natural healing rate. Worried, Rio tried to ask about his severed hand. Looking at the main character, Leslie confessed her astonishment that Changren's body wasn't split in two from his blow. She reported that reattaching the severed limb would be far too difficult for her. Despair washed over the protagonist's face. Frightened, Leslie insisted she wasn't lying. This was simply the limit of her level. Steeling himself, Rio thanked her and told her to rest. Taken aback, Leslie asked where he was going. As he walked toward the cave's entrance, our hero explained that as soon as Changren was stable, they had to escape and close this dungeon. Since Rod had forcefully lured the boss away, they just needed to find its room. Looking at the alarmed Leslie, Rio said he would scout the area and return, asking her to wait. A mysterious light beckoned from the depths of the cave. Beside himself with rage, the main character slammed his fist into the ground, then froze, lost in his turmoil. Seeing this, the angry Rio made Leslie immediately try to escape. The frightened prisoner knew her attempt to convey a blessing had failed. But that wasn't important right now. Glancing around, Leslie realized that if the main character changed his mind, it would be her end. She knew she had to run. But suddenly, a huge monster blocked her path. The story introduced a terrifying creature known as the Eggs. The monster's tongue shot out towards Leslie with blinding speed. Elsewhere, a wanted poster for Rio hung on a wall, staring at the advertisement. AIDS was amazed that the main character had actually escaped from prison. His group member, Rada, shoved another crystal into his bag, counting the money. AIDS noted that with this many crystals, they could survive for quite some time. Surprised, Ether asked what he planned to do next. Rada revealed his intention to find Rio and leave this village for good. An alarmed 80s stated that based on the intel he'd gathered, the main character fled, not to a normal dungeon, but to one connected to the outside world. If they hurried, they could find him first. Rada was confident. The more monsters, the better for them. But a worried Ether suggested that if Rio hadn't been caught yet, he must be hiding. She stated that the dungeon was a Chernechut's confusing place, and there were only two of them. Who knew how long it would take to find him encouraged? Brad asked if they were planning to go alone. Smiling, Martin said they could help with the search. Brad asked if this was their way of paying them back. Overjoyed, AIDS thanked them for the offer. Standing before them, Martin said that in that case, they would prepare and wait at the 24th lift. Brad suggested they all meet there. Hearing this, Ether decided to go exchange their crystals. AIDS declared he would buy 2 dungeon maps, noting they would see each other later. Wary, Rod thought that if they continued to hesitate, powerful outside organizations might take matters into their own hands.
Addis realized that if this played out, not even Rio could escape death's grasp. A member of Rio's team felt a rising panic. They had to find the main character before a war erupted.
Stepping out of the room, Addis was met by a smiling man. He froze on the spot, staring at the stunned man before him.
The man noted he never expected to see him again. Horror flooded Leslie's face. For foreigners, there are no real comrades. For them, partners can be more dangerous than enemies, as they are forced to hide their true identities while trying to survive. Suddenly, she spotted a colossal monster in her path. This is the fate of all foreigners to live on the run, until they meet a beast stronger than them. And then they die. The enraged monster shot out a tentacle to attack. This was the end.
But in a flash of lightning speed, Changjin shoved Leslie's body aside, taking the full force of the monster's blow himself.
His face twisted in immense pain. Terrified, Changjin yelled at her to run, screaming that this monster's level was too high. The creature's tongue snaked towards the wounded Changjin. Paralyzed, he could only watch. When suddenly, a magical barrier appeared. It materialized just before impact, activated by Leslie. The prisoner steeled herself for battle, preparing her next move. Creating a massive magical projectile, Leslie launched it directly at the monster, striking it right in its gaping mouth. But the angry beast's claws seized the magic projectile, attempting to devour the raw power itself.
Seeing this, the group was paralyzed with shock. In that moment, the main character appeared before them, ready for a fight.
With blinding speed, Rio pierced Leslie's magic missile with his bare hand, channeling the power of his spear. Skull. The impossibly powerful impact shattered the projectile into a million fragments, blasting the monster's remains across the dungeon. As the dust settled, the main character stood tall and removed his shackles, calling them weaklings. Monster blood flowed slowly down Rio's hand. He scoffed that he couldn't even use them as bait. He then ordered them to return to prison and beg the judge for forgiveness, telling them to say he had threatened them. The main character believed this was their only way to survive. Turning his head, Rio warned them that if they didn't understand, they needed to get out of his sight before he killed them himself. Leslie's face was filled with genuine terror, but with a defiant smile, Changjin said that wouldn't help. They weren't just going to leave. Staring at Rio's back, he wondered aloud if a true warrior could turn their back on someone who was suffering. With that, the main character snapped. He grabbed Changjin by his clothes, his voice filled with fury. "Do you want to die?" he roared, declaring that it was enough that he was responsible for Changjin losing an arm. But with a smile, Changjin said that one arm was a meager price to pay. He explained that, compared to Rio's constant help and the danger of being exposed as a foreigner, it was nothing. Leslie looked on in complete bewilderment. A foreigner, Changjin then noted that, thanks to the main character, he'd learned much about the terrible things foreigners had done in Ratna. Wary, Rio asked if Changjin understood. What would happen to him if others discovered his true origins? He was shocked that Changjin still wanted to reveal himself and die. But getting to his feet, Changjin stated it was the other way around. He believed that he could help the people of Ratna, since the Earthlings had brought them so much pain. Leslie was shocked by his words. Changjin wanted to prove that not all of his people were villains, dreaming of a day when Ratnians and Earthlings could live in peace. Looking at his hand, Changjin noted that to achieve this, he might have to fight the Earthlings who commit such evil. And for that battle, he said, he needed a partner. Bowing his head as a sign of respect, Changjin began to beg the protagonist to help him. Leslie was stunned into silence by what she was seeing. Looking at Changjin, she was convinced he had gone completely insane. A world where foreigners could live peacefully, taking out her blade. Leslie dismissed it as an impossible dream. Hearing this, the main character was lost in his own thoughts. Leaning over, a sad smile touched Rio's lips. But then his expression hardened. He said that words were easy, and asked if Changjin could actually kill an Earthling. Bowing his head, Changjin replied that murder was unacceptable, but he was prepared to kill anyone who had already ceased to resemble a person. Stretching out his hand, Changjin smiled and tried to explain his view. He believed problems should first be solved with words. As the two shook hands, a barely noticeable smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Looking down, Leslie was lost in her own mind. In her thoughts, she considered this alliance to be impossible. Leslie was sure their actions were nothing short of suicide. Looking at them, the prisoner believed that this was just a strange illusion of an Earthling new to Ratna. However, she had to admit, Changjin's words were well spoken. Rio asked if he had a plan, caught off guard. Changjin admitted that he still needed to think through all the details. The first priority was clear: they had to escape. And for a secret escape, Leslie insisted. The cover of darkness was their only option. For 10 years, Leslie had served in this treacherous land, and now, reality was crashing down. But a confident smile spread across the main character's face, with the person standing before him. This impossible situation suddenly seemed manageable. After the fight, Ryu collapsed into a deep slumber. Watching him sleep, Leslie realized his wound was far more severe than it appeared, forming deep inside his hand. As she treated it, she murmured that he was reckless, copying sword techniques with his bare hands. She was just relieved his protective aura was still intact. Her words caught Ryu completely by surprise. Seeing his shocked expression, Leslie asked, "Did you truly think I knew nothing?" She explained that unused aura naturally reinforces the body, and that healers primarily specialize in defense. So using residual power was a common principle. Ryu lifted his hand, lost in contemplation. A thought struck him like lightning. This world was nothing like the game. It wasn't about simply leveling up. The real key was the immense, untapped aura slumbering within his body, the true source of his power. Still, he wondered why he was limited to only physical attacks. Breaking his concentration, Leslie urged him to listen, reminding him of something he'd said earlier. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she asked if she could do the same. Ryu's expression hardened. If they were discovered, the consequences would be dire. He told her to forget everything that had just happened. With a grim smile, he laid out a plan if she were caught. She must say he threatened her, that she had no choice. He then apologized for dragging her into his dangerous world. Leslie was stunned into silence. Turning away, she agreed to the story that he had captured her and forced her to heal him. Ryu declared it was time to sleep before clearing the dungeon. They needed to recover their strength, and soon they fell into an exhausted sleep. But Leslie lay awake, her mind racing. In her hand, she clutched a glowing magic crystal. As a new dawn broke over the city, a judge was seething with rage. He spat the prisoners' names like a curse, calling them pathetic worms. He'd promised the hunters a massive bonus, so where was the news of their success? A subordinate appeared at the door, reporting that the Hunters Guild refused to make a move unless the reward was increased to at least a C-rank raid level. A C-rank bounty? That meant they were targeting the national budget. The judge furiously demanded an update from his own guards. His subordinate confessed that the dungeon's layout was a confusing labyrinth. They hadn't found a trace. Fury boiled within the judge. If the main character escaped and spread rumors about the imposter in the prison, the scandal wouldn't just reach the court. It would shake the very foundation of the order itself. Just then, a knight burst into his office. This wasn't about money anymore. The judge fumed, apologizing for the intrusion. The knight announced that someone was demanding an audience. "Can't you see I'm busy?" the judge roared. He ordered the knight to throw the visitor out. His subordinate stammered that he'd already tried, but an unknown hand was already reaching for the office door. "If they don't understand words, then throw them in a cell," the judge bellowed. In that instant, a powerful explosion rocked the palace. Stepping through the smoke and debris, a man named Adis apologized for the disturbance. The judge stared back, utterly petrified, as the man requested his assistance in an investigation. Faced with an inquisitor from the Dark Brotherhood, he was frozen in terror. Adis admitted they'd come without an official order, but raising his head, he declared it didn't matter. Elsewhere, Leonhardt stood before his men. As he prepared to confront Adis, he prayed this was all just a terrible nightmare. The inquisitor recalled the magician's wide, astonished red eyes, suspecting he was searching for someone named Fela. During their tense conversation about Eric, a bewildered ether peeked from behind a nearby door. She'd been fascinated by the talk of a stranger who had appeared in the city, but now she watched the masked inquisitor with deep suspicion. Adis listened carefully, then demanded proof. Leonhardt confessed he was acting on intuition alone, planning to get evidence directly from Eric himself. As the inquisitor turned to leave, he invited Leonhardt's men to join his cause. They watched him go, their eyes filled with distrust. Back at the judge's office, a blinding flash of light erupted, blasting everything in sight. Cowering behind a fallen table, the Baron screamed in pure terror. The Inquisitor, flanked by Ates and Etha, had appeared. They stood at the entrance, offering a slight bow. He apologized for barging in without a warrant. But seeing Leonhardt in his office, the nobleman turned deathly pale. He was certain they'd discovered the fake stranger in his prison. With a clenched fist, the Inquisitor's tone turned to ice as he demanded assistance. He asked the judge where the escaped prisoners had gone. Suddenly, the window behind the overturned table exploded. The open sky was his only way out. The judge made a desperate leap, scrambling down a rope to escape. The mustachioed man clutched his head, lamenting the escape. They had to find the imposter, and fast. A satisfied Etha appeared before him, floating upside down. The girl nonchalantly asked the fleeing judge, "So, who is this fake stranger?" The shock sent him into another fit of screams. And from the unexpected meeting, the Baron fell. He plummeted from the rope to the ground below. He got up and began running for his life.
while Etha landed gracefully.
Seeing their boss sprint towards the door in a blind panic, the two guards were stunned. "They've been captured," he shrieked. "Seal all entrances and exits, now." Dashing back inside, the judge ran along a high wooden walkway. Beads of sweat covered the man's face from the intense chase. Taking a moment to breathe, he looked back nervously.
Why were the hunters with the Inquisitors, he wondered. A hole began to burn through the ceiling right behind him.
An enraged Ates descended from the molten hole. He pointed a custom-made magical weapon right at the judge. "Tell me what you did to Falat," the mage roared, ready to find out where his friend was. The terrified judge jumped down again, toward rails with mining trolleys. He landed hard inside one of the carts. Ates glared down at him from above. But suddenly, a sharp voice ordered him to stay put. Two knights carefully approached the magician along the rails. Their crossbows were aimed at him. Things were looking bad. Sitting in the trolley, the Baron furiously ordered his soldiers. "Stop them," he commanded, pointing a trembling finger. Opposite them, armed and ready to attack, stood Ates and Etha, with displeasure. She warned the knights not to interfere. Two swords plunged into the ground at the soldiers' feet, sparkling with the blue lightning of immense power. The knights found themselves caught in electric traps. Arcs of energy from Etha's blades coursed through their bodies as the girl apologized. Observing the warriors' suffering, she made a simple point: they should be grateful they were still alive. After witnessing one of Ates' techniques, Etha knelt down. The mage turned to her and asked where the Inquisitor was. She answered that he was following right behind them. The pair decided to catch up with the Baron immediately. They jumped from the high walkway into another trolley. Ates and Etha worried they had missed the Inquisitor. Seeing them in pursuit, the judge turned back in a panic. Etha and Ates fought furiously back to back against the judge's knights, all while discussing what would happen if the Inquisitor found Eric first. Looking on with grim determination, Ates made an unshakable decision. He would stop Eric from committing murder, no matter what. Meanwhile, Leonhardt stood among the mountains. A vibrant prana glowed under his feet, forming a turquoise, translucent circle. The Inquisitor noted that it takes time to descend into the dungeon, illuminated by his power. Leonard stood calmly. With his hands in his pockets, he concluded that he hadn't expected the Baron's escape so soon. He had come to the small town of Enrose, tracking a lich from the Great Land. However, the trail had suddenly vanished. This most likely meant the skeleton had finally perished. After that, Alejandro's dragon nest was destroyed. But all the Demon King's blessings, obtained through the goddess's oracles, were still in those nests. This meant there was a high probability Alejandro invented the Impala's blessing. And Eric, who was involved in all of this, had a level far higher than the fifth. His companions, Ates and Etha, who were now chasing the judge,
Were also unusual people, rising into the air. The Inquisitor came to a stunning conclusion.
There was something of the strangers in them. At that moment, knights below prepared their ballistas. A fire signal was given. A hail of massive spears flew towards Leonhardt. He continued to think calmly, concluding there was still no oracle of the goddess. The Inquisitor defended himself with a simple energy ball, one after another. The spears glanced off the shield.
Protected by the golden barrier, he held 2 fingers forward. The weapons continued to fly, but he was unconcerned.
From deep within the gorge, the man waved his hand. Instantly, all the ballistas below exploded into splinters. A bright orange glow appeared on one of the many doors in a dark corridor. A huge hole began to melt through the solid iron door. A torrent of fire had blasted through the wall, peering through the gaping hole. Addis clutched her magical tool. A grim shadow fell over her face, while Ether gazed, bewildered, into the chamber beyond. The magician knew at once. An arena of giants had opened before them. Deep scars gashed the earth.
A battle of titans must have raged here. Addis shuddered. Fearing Handman was caught in the chaos. The hunters froze in place. Harsh insults echoed from a ledge above. Standing there, stun gun in hand, was the judge. He gazed down at his arriving partners. With a twisted, malicious smile, beside him, a bound man screamed in agony. Pest stared at the captive, his eyes widening.
He recognized him instantly. It was the founder of the Rod Guild. Ether gasped, completely stunned by the revelation. The judge roared, his voice laced with fury. He ordered them to be silent, proclaiming he was in command in a fit of pure rage. The Baron unleashed a brutal surge of electricity into Rod. The Guildmaster's eyes rolled back as he screamed in torment. A single, terrifying eye opened on the prisoner's dark hand. Arcs of lightning danced across his skin. The judge announced with glee that this time, the dungeon's true master would deal with them. The Baron cackled madly. That previous creature they fought, that was merely the queen. He then revealed a horrifying truth. He was the king of the underground Kree. As he spoke, the very space around them trembled, and a massive crack split the stone wall. The hunters glanced back, their faces pale with terror. With a final, deafening crash, The thick walls shattered, and the monster emerged. It crawled out, radiating pure fury. Addis and Ether couldn't tear their terrified eyes away from the beast. The magician's mind raced. He recalled the legends of Queen Antonetta in the Eastern Gorge, and the tales of the Western Gorge, home to King Antonino, a beast who surpassed the queen in every way. Now, before their very eyes, a colossal insectoid titan towered over them, letting out a world-shattering roar. Tears streamed from its blood-red eyes. The stench from its maw was unbearable. This was the king of Kree. Pes and Ethers could only stare upwards, their eyes wide with absolute dread. But at that moment, the Inquisitor rushed to their aid. He knew instantly the judge had summoned the final boss. Concentrating a brilliant green prana into his fist, Leonard raised his hand, preparing to strike. He unleashed a devastating blow upon the colossal creature.
Dust and debris exploded outwards, leaving a blazing turquoise trail in its wake. Amid the chaos, the Baron watched in utter disbelief.
He was stunned by the Inquisitor's overwhelming power. Behind him, Rod lay unconscious from the brutal electric shock. Still bound in chains, the Inquisitor, gathering his energy once more, was truly a hero. Of the next generation, chosen and blessed by the goddess herself. At that moment, Addis covered his face, struck by a sudden realization. He stared at the Inquisitor, wreathed in prana. He understood then there was no need for him to risk his own life here. Ether, Addis, and the Inquisitor stood together, their eyes fixed on a figure in a distant opening. It was a wounded knight, bleeding. He used his final breath to deliver a message. A fugitive, in the Eastern Gorge's boss room. With those final words, the soldier collapsed, sliding down the wall and leaving a gruesome trail of blood. Addis and Ether's eyes widened in horror. The weight of his words crashed down on them. Elsewhere, insects with glowing red eyes swarmed as a voice berated the Baron. Two men with mohawks fought desperately against giant ants. They had come to this dungeon seeking fugitives, never suspecting they'd walk into a nest of monsters. The one with the orange mohawk wore a cocky grin.
He declared that for all this trouble, they better get a huge reward in his hands.
He wielded a massive Walteran sword, cleaving through the giant ants. He stood back to back with his friend, who sported a blue mohawk. The mohawked man backed away as an ant with glowing red eyes stalked him. When the insect hissed, he swung his sword, complaining with annoyance that the blade was dull and ridiculously heavy. His friend behind him was screaming in terror at another ant, gripping an axe and shield. He waved them frantically, his eyes wide with fear, telling the monster to get away. But it was no use. Now, the guy with the orange mohawk lay disarmed on the ground, his friend beside him. The horde of giant ants closed in around them. One of the monstrous insects loomed over the orange-haired man, its massive jaws dripping. In a panic, the man stared at a ring-shaped artifact on his finger, praying for a miracle. He desperately chanted what he thought were spells, even asking his blue-haired friend how to activate the ring. His friend yelled back indignantly that he didn't know either. The orange-haired man covered his head as the giant jaws of the ant descended upon him. He squeezed his eyes shut. But then, all the insects were suddenly blasted away. The main character stood over the trapped duo, his sword carving through the monsters. He gave them a calm, good-natured look. He declared that the sword had chosen him, and revealed that the Baron had sent them to find him. Behind our hero, a crowd of armed people appeared. Many among them were injured, survivors of a great battle. Leading them was the one-armed Chanin, his eyes burning with fierce determination. But with a sword pointed forward, their leader roared the command to attack. A false promise had been made to the prisoners. If Eric, Chanin, and Leslie vanished, they would be freed. But Chanin swiftly turned their despair into a burning hope. He stood upon a stone like a grand podium, revealing a master plan to conquer the dungeon and reclaim their freedom. The prisoners on the ground looked up, their eyes filled with a new light, agreeing to his every word. He declared they would expose the truth of this hellish prison to the world watching from afar. Eric smirked with satisfaction.
A peaceful resolution, he thought, was always the best outcome. But just then, a prisoner exploded with mocking laughter.
He stood, challenging Chanin's plan. Condemn the Baron. Are you all insane? The man who dared to doubt their future was a punk with a fiery orange mohawk. Chanin's voice cut through the air, sharp as a blade. And what will you do? Run! He declared the Baron was hungry for a fight. With righteous fury, he warned the crowd. If their hands were stained with blood, an ordinary life would be impossible. His words ignited outrage against the man with the mohawk. Overcome with rage, the dissenter's anger boiled over. He drew a knife, refusing to back down. He sneered that they were all cowards before, too scared to speak. But as he raged, his knife suddenly shattered. The man stared in disbelief at his broken weapon.
Far away, Eric stood with a hand subtly raised. People were born to be free.
especially with a Voltran warrior on their side. The crowd erupted, chanting their new leader's name, Chanin Chinin. The guy with the orange mohawk froze, his face a mask of shock. Chanin awkwardly scratched his head, humbled by the sudden wave of support. Our main character watched with a gentle gaze, noting how the young man had conquered his fear to command the crowd. Leslie, however, grumbled with displeasure. Now we just have to actually get out of here. She bit her nails, consumed by a deep tension. The main character glanced at Leslie, seeing the exhaustion in her eyes. She hadn't looked well for days. Are you feeling all right? He asked gently. The red-haired girl instantly froze, her hand dropping. Turning to Eric with a frown, she muttered, It's just a girl thing. The hero quickly began to apologize for his intrusion. Leslie felt a wave of sickness and retreated to a cave to rest, warning him not to disturb her. Meanwhile, the guy with the mohawk watched on, a devious glint sparkling in his eyes. The dungeon was a network of caverns, all bathed in an eerie blue glow. In that light, Chanin's face was a portrait of sorrow.
Eric found him sitting on the edge of a glowing chasm. Why aren't you sleeping? He asked, joining him. Chanin simply returned the question.
Tomorrow, I meet my old friends, Eric explained. The thought is keeping me awake. The one-armed man's curiosity was piqued. You mean, the people from your guild? He remarked that Eric's team was full of beauties. Eric replied that one of them was a man, which completely shocked Chanin. As Chanin thought about his own comrades, a lonely look crossed his face. On Earth, he was always alone. Eric watched him with a pang of pity. The stranger was deaf to the world, lost in books more than in people. It was those very books that led to his death. Eric looked at him, perplexed. So you came to this world after you died?
Chanin confessed that he first wanted to commit suicide, but he slowly clawed his way to the 5th level and met others just like him, reborn after death. They came from different countries, complete strangers at first, but the brutal world they shared forged an unbreakable bond.
They were my first friends, Chanin said with a nostalgic smile. Thinking of that time still makes me happy. He explained how they fought to the 20th level together. But when he arrived in Ratna, he was alone once more. He refused to wear a mask, using his real name. He hoped to become a legendary warrior, so his lost comrades might find him. Under the cover of darkness, he admitted his true dream. He wanted to create peace between Ratna and the Earthlings, all in the name of justice.
Eric listened, then added a harsh truth. In the end, even justice can be a fruit of selfishness.
The main character then posed a thoughtful question. But what's so wrong with that in every luminous cave, a person rested? Eric noted that every person has the right to a dream, he said with a knowing smile. That no one acts without some personal gain in mind. The only real difference is whether you seek that gain only for yourself or for others as well. Everyone here in this 5th level
owed their lives to Chanin's egoism, and because of that, they all understood his dream of a world without war.
The two warriors sat on the edge of the glowing cavern, surrounded by countless other hollows carved into the rock. A strange tension hung in the air after their talk. But Eric quickly decided he was more than old enough for this.
With his head bowed, Chanin knelt before our main character, a gesture of absolute respect.
Eric was now his idol, and he promised the world would know the hero's name. A declaration that made the hulking warrior deeply uncomfortable. He instantly regretted his words. The caves were now plunged into darkness. Leaning on a stone wall, a wounded Leslie
tried desperately to crawl forward. Her legs had given out, but she kept whispering to herself.
Just a little further. Under her hair, fresh bloodstains marked her back, when a voice called out, filled with rage. Zenobia, you dare abandon your queen. It was Kawa, disguised as one of the Great Land's soldiers. She drew a dagger from its sheath. The girl knew this was the end. No matter what, she was going to die. It was time for a desperate move. Just then, a man with an orange mohawk stalked towards her from the darkness, calling out for Zenobia. She warned him to stay back, but the man simply placed a hand on her shoulder. I don't want to stay with these lunatics either, he said with a grin. He boasted about a deal he'd made with the military, just up ahead, promising a hefty reward. In that instant, the red-haired girl, Barnell, struck the man
hard in the stomach. He doubled over, stunned, not understanding her betrayal. The one disguised as Leslie
watched with crazed yellow eyes, a delighted smirk on her face as the man writhed in agony. No matter how you struggle, she hissed. You're just a toy in this place. Blood began to stain the very airs. As a yellow system screen flashed into view, the girl had performed a sacrifice for the great cause, destroying the rattan. She gained not only experience points, but also the delight of the Umalas. 2 knights with spears then entered the cave,
stumbling upon a horrifying scene. The red-haired girl sat atop the corpse, drenched in blood, laughing maniacally. A prison escapee, one knight concluded. She slowly raised her head, a venomous whisper escaping her lips. You will all die.
Eric, sword at the ready, looked on grimly. By the time he and Changren arrived to find Leslie, it was already too late. The fugitive and the guard were both dead. The real problem. It was clear the prisoner had killed the guard. Shannon picked up a bloody knife from the ground near the girl's body. Trying to revive Leslie, he assumed she had attempted to take her own life. But somehow, she was still breathing. Carefully examining the dead guard, Eric realized he was killed by a knife, and the blow was almost certainly struck by Leslie. But why was this guard all alone? As that last question echoed in his mind, something caught his eye. He snapped his head to the side in surprise.
Deeper in the cave, a bloody spear was plunged into the ground. Changren was still shaking the girl,
Furious that she hadn't told them everything. Changren, Eric called out, already heading towards the mysterious spear. Without even looking back, the jock ordered the young man to wake the other prisoners and get to the boss room. Holding the girl, Changren just stared in bewilderment. Looking at the bloodstain on his own palm, our main character realized something critical. One of the guards was still alive. He warned Changren that help would be arriving soon. Suddenly, it all clicked. He pulled out a magical artifact that began to emit a green glow. Eric would track the second guard and cut off his escape. With a smirk, the hulking warrior offered to meet him in the Eastern Gorge after they cleared the dungeon. Think you can handle it, kid? He asked. Then, the one-armed man was engulfed by a blinding whirlwind. He could see nothing, only managing to shout out for his companion, who had already
armed himself and was charging deeper into the cave, cutting down every obstacle in his way with furious speed.
But a terrible feeling washed over the man. A deep, unsettling premonition. Focused. Eric swung his sword, convinced he had to turn back. Just then, a dark silhouette appeared behind him and plunged a sword straight through his back. If only he'd returned sooner. Our main character thought he could have avoided this. Eric looked up with wide, astonished eyes
At the stranger who had attacked him. He was thrown backward in a cloud of dust, but when he checked the wound, there wasn't even a scratch.
He was completely baffled. Suddenly, a figure in a dark robe and a mask materialized before him, calling out his true name, before correcting himself. As Eric dropped to one knee, sword ready, his eyes filled with grim realization. This was no accident. Towering over him, the Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood confirmed his fears, declaring, I've come for you. Meanwhile, the other prisoners were making their escape. Shannon ran at the front of the group, carrying Leslie on his back. One of the others asked in confusion, Where is the Waltern warrior? Shannon turned back with a confident smile. Don't worry about him, he said. He's distracting the guards so we can escape. We'll meet him on the outside. Model. The crowd roared with approval. A wave of triumphant shouts echoed through the air, sealing their plan.
Amidst the cheering, Changren's face was a mask of grim determination, carrying Leslie on his back.
As he neared the exit, his resolve hardened. For all those who placed their faith in him, hesitation was not an option. He would bear the full weight of their hopes. In any era, the courage of a true hero always moves the hearts of men. But what he saw next made his eyes widen in horror. Awaiting the crowd was an ambush of knights, armed with catapults. It seemed this world had no welcome for heroes. After meeting his comrades and the Waltern warrior, the young man had truly believed everything would work out, staring in shock at the unfolding massacre. Changren turned to the crowd,
screaming at the top of his lungs for everyone to take cover in that instant. Blood sprayed from his mouth,
merging with the crimson sky. One by one, the prisoners fell, their blood painting the ground in tragic strokes. Watching their bodies give way and fall lifeless, Changren blamed himself for every single death. These helpless people, who only sought justice, were now screaming their final, agonized breaths. The terrified survivors tried to flee, and that's how the story ended. Closing the book, the reader judged the script to be cheap and only mildly interesting. Changren sat at his desk, his face etched with dissatisfaction. In the end, it was all meaningless.
Suddenly, the book was snatched from his confused grasp. Leslie, sitting opposite him, had a strange glimmer in her eye.
There's still an afterword, she revealed. A brilliant projection of Changren and Leslie from another world illuminated them. Their bodies were lying in pools of blood, deep inside the Ratney World's dungeon. The red-haired girl awoke first, her gaze filled with pity. She knew he would die cursing her, blaming her for it all. With trembling fingers, she gently touched his lips. From a hidden compartment in the book, Leslie retrieved a fragment of the Impala's blessing, sparkling with a purple light. Opening the dying Changren's mouth, she placed the magic stone within. Meanwhile, the knights scoured the field of corpses, searching for proof of the Waltern's death. That's when one soldier discovered a survivor. A criminal, still alive, with a ring-like artifact hanging around his neck. He was slumped against the wall, his head broken and bloodied. The man with the blue mohawk begged for his life, but the knight's voice was cold as steel. "Impossible! It's the master's order." The soldier paused. "However, if you help us find the Walterin, we might spare you." But the blue-haired man could only repeat his desperate pleas for salvation over and over. The soldier couldn't understand his terrified babbling. Just then, framed in the entrance, a dark silhouette appeared. A monstrous figure stood against the blinding light breaking through the arch. It was a man, but with the twisted features of a monster. His body was consumed by dark, pulsing muscle tissue. Elsewhere, Eric looked on contentedly at the Inquisitor. He was rejoicing at this intervention. The blonde, masked man across from him spoke. "There will be a fitting punishment for your defiance, especially for passing off a mere rat as a foreigner." After a philosophical speech, the Inquisitor declared, "The Dark Brotherhood does not concern itself with such vile deeds." Eric stood motionless, his sword at the ready. The masked man uttered another cryptic thought, and at that moment, the jock lowered his sword, covering his eyes. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, wondering if pretending to be a Walterin was truly that big of a deal. His faint smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Eric decided to leave the Inquisitor to his games. The blonde man in the mask thoughtfully said to himself, "I suppose I'll have to ask Addison Ether about the blessing of the Umalis." The main character, standing just a short distance away, suddenly pressed the cold blade of his massive sword to the Inquisitor's neck, without even turning to face him. Eric watched his opponent with extreme caution, wondering how he could possibly know the names of his comrades. "What happened to Addison Ether?" he demanded. The Inquisitor replied coolly, "I haven't done anything to them yet." The masked man clarified that he wanted to get to know Eric first, earning a contemptuous glare full of distress. The man put his sword away. The Inquisitor's shoulder began to regenerate as he added, "You don't have to answer right now." Turning to face Eric directly, the blonde man concluded, "There is no point in continuing this conversation, because there can be no truth or trust between us." Suddenly, Leonhardt lunged, attacking the jock with vicious speed. He parried the blindingly fast blows with his own blade as the Inquisitor got dangerously close. Eric fiercely raised, his huge sword high above his head, but the masked man swiftly dodged the attack, moving his own blade aside. He knocked the main character's sword away with his bare hand, forcing the heavy weapon to crash into the ground. Leonhardt's blade carved through massive stones nearby, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Inquisitor observed the sword's immense destructive force. "But that," he noted, raising his weapon again, "is the limit of its abilities." Eric declared that the masked man had started this. He seethed at his opponent's carelessness as the blade soared towards him once more. And again, the Inquisitor stopped the devastating blow with his bare hand. Leonhardt dodged forward, a rising whirlwind lifting his cloak. With his head hidden, Eric's sword slammed deep into the wall. He looked up, frowning at his trapped weapon. In that instant, the Inquisitor shot towards him, aiming a powerful strike at his chiseled abs. But Leonhardt countered with a ferocious punch, sending the massive brawler flying back into the unforgiving wall. Eric glared, spitting that the Outlanders only relied on their innate system skills, not on true, hard-earned techniques. Stretching out a gloved hand, Leonhardt warned Eric not to even consider fighting with anything less than his full power. "Because your habits," he added with chilling confidence, "they never lie." At that moment, our main character, gripping his sword's hilt, drove his foot into his enemy's stomach with everything he had. Catching the leg, Leonhardt analyzed the attack. "That doesn't feel like a skill," he concluded, still hanging from the hilt. The brawler planted his feet against the wall. He roared back with fury, "I'm glad to hear you say that." The next moment, Eric bellowed with all his might, "Because I've never studied a single technique in my life." With a primal scream, the main character ripped the sword free from the stone. He tore out a colossal chunk of the wall, which crashed down directly on the Inquisitor, erupting in a cloud of dust. The slab of rock was webbed with deep cracks, glowing with a turquoise light under the pressure of his aura. The stone shattered into 1,000 pieces, freeing Leonhardt from its weight. He finally accepted Eric wasn't an Outlander. "Then where?" the Inquisitor asked. "Did you get such power at only the 5th level?" He was stunned by how his foe broke the rock. Eric replied sarcastically, "I just punched a dog a few times. This is the result." Hearing that, the man snapped, "You're insane!" The Inquisitor's fist ignited with fury, a vortex of power swirling around him as Eric braced for the impact. "And what about the person who mistook a level 5 for an Outlander?" he retorted. Their powers clashed once more. The brawler's massive sword met the Inquisitor's aura, and the resulting whirlwind spiraled high into the air. "There's nothing strange about an Outlander being level 5, the Inquisitor said, pressing his attack. Eric held his ground, using his sword as a shield to repel the blow. Leonhardt continued his lecture. In this world created by the six goddesses, an outlander is no ordinary being. But Eric's eyes widened in disbelief as the Inquisitor's shattered arm healed instantly with turquoise energy. He realized this masked man was far from ordinary himself. The Inquisitor swung, but missed. As Eric leaped back, sliding to a stop, his sword held forward. Eric roared, "Aren't there any good outlanders?" He confessed he no longer knew.
Who's the villain and who isn't? With that, our hero's blade sliced through his opponent's cloak, leaving Leonhard in just his jacket.
The Inquisitor advanced, raising his fists for another blow. "Only the truly powerful," he said menacingly, "have the right to speak of evil." He followed this chilling philosophy with action. The blonde warrior landed a crushing blow on Eric's jaw. He was sent flying, glaring down at his enemy with pure hatred. Blood streamed from the protagonist's mouth. He came to a stark conclusion. The Inquisitor was a master of hand-to-hand combat. He grabbed his foe with one powerful arm, knowing a prolonged one-on-one fight was not to his advantage. With a grunt, he slammed his head forward in a brutal headbutt. Both fighters stumbled back, clutching their heads from the impact. The blonde Inquisitor lowered his gaze, noticing a piece of his broken mask had finally fallen. In his hand was the very fragment that had concealed his identity this entire time. Eric stared back with hostility as he hefted his huge sword. The blonde, revealed to be a level 120th plus alpha spiritualist, met his gaze with piercing green eyes. An object of pure aura materialized in his hands. "You're too late," he declared. Eric's face went pale with shock. An overwhelming turquoise glow erupted, filling the entire space. Leonhard crushed the magical object, and cracks spread across its surface. The resulting blast sent the brawler hurtling backward, shattering through several thick stone walls. A violent whirlwind carried our main character deeper into the darkness. Finally, Eric plunged his sword into the ground to stop his momentum. He held tightly to the hilt, his mind reeling from the sheer power of his enemy. He remembered how the Inquisitor had swung his arm. Staring in disbelief at his damaged hand, he barely saw Leonhard lunging toward him. A powerful explosion rocked the chamber, sending dust and debris flying as he focused on his foe. The Inquisitor, safe within his turquoise barrier, sneered that Eric's sword was useless against his defense. As Eric charged again, Linhard explained the brutal truth. The jock had superior physical strength, but he himself commanded superior prana with each strike. The blonde warrior concluded that the force of the blow was reflected right back into Eric's own arm. Eric cursed his enemy's dirty tricks, but the Inquisitor only scoffed. He replied this was him simply trying his best, and with a swift kick, sent Eric's sword flying. He compared himself to a predator on the hunt. Turquoise prana flared from his leg as the blonde warrior finished his speech, saying he had already assessed his victim's weak points and would now strike with confidence. As Eric scrambled in a panic for his sword, Leonhard found it all rather surprising. Why couldn't this brute even use the power of his aura to attack? As the Inquisitor swung his leg for another blow, Chanishesi, a translucent turquoise cube, materialized around it. Prana streamed from the blonde man's green eyes as he noted that Eric also had the scent of a predator. He struck with devastating force, sending Eric flying through the rocks. His body became a cannonball, hurtling across the huge arena and smashing through solid walls. The main character's eyes rolled back. A scream of agony tore from his lips as his back collided with the final rock face, shattering it completely. Our hero was frozen in midair, his back arched from the pure shockwave. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of aggression. As stone debris floated around him, his body was suddenly slammed against the rubble by a huge strip of prana. Multiple turquoise magic cylinders took aim, pressing him deeper and deeper into the wall. This prana weapon was controlled by the Inquisitor, who now floated in the air. He secured the cylinders in place, giving Eric no chance to escape. His sword fell to the ground, piercing the earth below. Leonhard narrowed his eyes, concluding that this power wasn't from Impala's skills or blessing. He turned his back on his prana weapon, intending to leave. The Inquisitor had decided no signs of an alien were detected in Eric. His suspicion now fell upon Chan Risshin. The disappointed blonde young man took a step, and at that moment, one of the cylinders cracked. It shattered. A gnarled, muscular arm emerged from the rubble. From the powerful impact, the remaining cylinders were blown away in a cloud of dust and debris, and through the haze, glowing red eyes appeared. Leonhard turned around. A wicked smile spread across his face as he watched Eric rise. He concluded with glee that this was the jock's real face. Eric stood tall with his sword back in his hands, without a single scratch. He raised his head, revealing eyes that blazed with crimson fury. He prepared to attack, the very ground cracking beneath his feet as he held his sword. He rushed at his opponent with inhuman speed, leaving deep craters in the ground with every single step. Behind him, only a destroyed wall remained. At this time, Leonhard was concentrating, building a barrier of turquoise honeycombs. When the sword met the prana shield, a blinding flash erupted. The Inquisitor parried the blow. He blocked the brute's attack with his shield, and a whirlwind of energy erupted around them. Bleeding wounds appeared on his hand. The blonde guy stated that the protagonist's aura was meaningless before the absolute power of his prana.
Bathed in turquoise light, Lanhart focused energy into his outstretched palm, seriously asking Eric if he was that desperate.
Calling him pathetic, he watched the main character, like a savage, charge with a furious cry and a predatory gaze.
Shrouded in a blood-red aura, he slammed his huge fist into the prana barrier with all his might, punching through the turquoise. Honeycomb with pure crimson energy. Confusion flashed in the Inquisitor's green eyes as he looked at the powerful blow.
The energy of the turquoise barrier mixed with the scarlet aura as Eric angrily reached out towards his opponent. Watching the jock's hand approach, Lanhart was perplexed. How did he break through the barrier with just the residual aura left in his body? He concluded that, in any case, this reckless power would only harm Eric himself.
With glowing red eyes, our hero confidently continued to reach through the fragments of the shattered barrier.
The Inquisitor made an assumption this warrior no longer felt pain. The prana shield shattered into turquoise pieces.
Eric raised his sword to strike, now face to face with his hated enemy. The guy with glowing red eyes and a grin put all his power into the blow, raising a massive energy wave in the air, but Leonhardt managed to dodge.
He deflected the sword with his hand, noting that this could no longer even be called a sword technique, his own eyes glowing green. The Inquisitor noted that his opponent now resembled a wild animal, and raised his fist behind him. An energy cube appeared around it, preparing for a powerful counter. The blonde young man hit the jock right in the face. As barrier fragments swirled like a storm, he shot a smug look at our hero, declaring, "If you fight monsters for too long, you become one yourself." In a savage response, Eric lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the Inquisitor's hand. Leonhardt grimaced, wondering who the real monster was here. Without releasing his grip, Eric reached for his enemy's face. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from below. Sand and dust blasted upwards as the very walls of the gorge trembled violently. Further away, Addis and Ether were stunned by the shockwave, as dust rained down from the cliffs. They knew what it meant. Their friend had finally confronted the Inquisitor. They spotted the quickest route into the gorge, a path leading straight to the boss chamber where the two were locked in combat. They hurried onward, the sounds of destruction echoing around them. Ether couldn't help but worry that Eric was losing this fight. In response, Addis's tone turned grim. "That's not even the biggest problem," he said. "If Eric is fighting an Inquisitor, it means he's declaring war on the entire order." While the magician weighed the terrifying outcome, Eric, his teeth gritted and eyes burning with rage, swung his sword with everything he had. But Leonhardt, with an arrogant smirk, effortlessly blocked the attack, thrusting out a clenched fist to parry the blow. Addis voiced a chilling prediction. "This battle has only two endings. Eric kills his enemy, or he dies himself," Ether asked fearfully. "But if he wins, will he get a taste for killing?" Addis's reply was firm. "I will never allow that to happen." With newfound urgency, the magician ordered them to speed up, and the hunters dashed onward. The scene shifts. A warrior in blood-red armor rises to his feet. A skeleton stares back, its empty eye sockets pulsating with an eerie blue glow. These were merciless monsters who slaughtered humans without a second thought. The warrior destroyed it in a single, fluid strike, cleaving its bony head from its shoulders. He had no reason to feel sympathy for these abominations. But then, the skeleton spoke in a human voice, calling him a monster, screaming for his death. As they charged, the warrior cut them all down without hesitation. He never doubted his purpose. He believed he stood on the side of justice, deaf to the horrifying screams that would have shaken his very soul, and made him question this bloody hunt. Suddenly, the warrior froze. A spear came flying straight for him. The weapon pierced through his chest, pinning him to the cold, hard ground. His level was too low to activate the Impala's blessing.
The system switched to automatic hunting mode. The spear passed through the new hole in his chest and stuck in the earth.
The warrior stood back up. The unstoppable chosen hero existed only in the pages of a book. The very book Changren was reading. He finally understood it was all just a story. The hero from that tale had transformed into one of the monsters he once hunted. His tattered cloak whipped in the wind as the creature let out a roar. Its demonic mouth opened wide, its violet eyes flashing with raw power, standing amidst a field of corpses. It was bathed in a sinister purple glow. A flood of experience points poured in, leveling him up. At a breakneck pace, the words "Impala's Delight 85 milligrams" flashed on a system screen. A man with a blue mohawk stared in pure terror, unable to process what he was seeing. He looked around at the bodies of prisoners littering the ground. But among them were the corpses of warriors. The monster, a terrifying grin twisting its face, stalked closer to the petrified man. In a flash, it tore the ring-shaped artifact from his neck. The survivor squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the end, as the monster slipped the ring onto its own finger. The man screamed, begging for his life. He offered up the magical item he never even knew how to use. "Just don't kill me," he cried, shielding his face. But in that moment, a warm, yellow light began to glow. A healing aura radiated from the artifact. The deep cut on the man's arm vanished in an instant, leaving not a single trace. The prisoner stared in disbelief, realizing he'd had a healing artifact all this time. The monster turned and began to walk away, carrying an unconscious Leslie in its arms. A new theory surfaced, that those who knew spells were outsiders. The monster spoke, its voice strained. "Everything's safe. No need to fight." Its gaze landed on a saber in the center of a circle, which pulsed with a turquoise glow. "Dungeon clear. Went according to plan," it muttered. Suddenly, a stream of fire erupted right at its feet.
From a ledge above, a commanding voice shouted, "Monster, move away from there, or I'll shoot."
It was Addis, his voice dripping with contempt as he called the creature a foreigner, aiming a magical device. Next to him, Ether was poised and ready, her twin swords drawn as she watched the unfolding chaos below. He knew from the very beginning that something was off about this one, and just as he thought, the prisoner tried to escape. Shannon's mind reeled. He never imagined the man was an outsider. Then, with lightning speed, Ether cut off the man's escape route. The excited wyvern turned to Addis, demanding to know if this was real. Gripping the magical artifact, a group member named R confirmed it. He stated that the truth could be revealed by using the blessing of Onus contained within his staff. His gaze fell upon Changan's body, which was radiating heat. A tremendous aura. Addis admitted he'd already used it, but had lost his advantage. Another member of the Rada group grimly stated that the stranger had slaughtered too many soldiers, using them to raise his level. An alarmed Ether wondered if the Great Land was now actively hunting the city's people. Addis's expression darkened as he recalled a terrible truth. In the past, he explained, they experimented on the rattan, twisting them into monsters. Turning to the captive, R asked if the Voltarian warrior was with him. The man confirmed it, but explained that at some point, he had simply vanished from sight. A wary Addis assumed they had let him slip by, but Ether just smirked, saying it was for the best, looking over the dungeon littered with the corpses of fallen knights. A member of the R group spoke. He realized the soldiers had planned to execute all the escaped prisoners. He was just glad this horror wasn't Rio's doing. Pointing his blade, now shrouded in mana, the prisoner cut them off. "Stop talking about good and evil," he snarled. "We have to get out of here, now." His gaze then fell on Chang'an, in whose hands lay Leslie's body. "He's incredibly tenacious," the man warned. "Sand-dismembered warriors in full armor." In a single brutal movement, from beneath Chang'an's helmet, his eyes glowed, completely engulfed by a fearsome aura. The man scoffed. "You don't believe me because you haven't seen what Chang'an can truly do." But as Ru's group prepared for battle, they coolly replied, "Oh, we know," raising her blade high. Ether declared that if San were to escape, countless other hunters would pay the price, and he would only become stronger. Activating a magic seal, Addis added that out of all the hunters in the world, only they had any real experience fighting a monster of this caliber. R noted that if San possesses a blessing, they could finally clear all suspicion from the main character. Chang'an took one step forward and then froze in place. After a tense pause, San blurred forward with impossible speed, rushing the stunned group. "Are you talking about Rio?" he demanded. Raising a hand, Chosen urged them not to attack. Looking at Chang'an, Addis thought, "So, a piece of his mind is still in there." R tried to reason with him. "We are also looking for the main character, which is why we are in a rush. If San helps us, then we have no reason to fight." Listening to his words, Chanren seemed lost in his own world. Addis realized it would be much easier for San to escape if he returned to his original form. Just then, a mysterious glow erupted from the magical artifact held by the group member. Watching him, an excited Ether cried out, "What are you planning to do?" R explained that he had anticipated these events, which is why he had simplified the magic of sharing the blessing ahead of time. As Addis activated a seal, he admitted he hadn't actually checked. whether this would work in reality. Ether watched, amazed, as her comrade's technique began to separate the blessing from him. A strange aura began seeping out of Chang'en's body. In San's arms, Leslie remained unconscious. A memory flashed. In Ether's mind, ally, blades in hand, preparing for battle. The shocked wyvern thought of the great land. Suddenly, the captive pointed his blade toward the magical portal, screaming in raw terror.
I don't want to die in here.
Seeing this, an alarmed Addis shouted for him to stop. Ether lunged toward the man, desperate to stop him. R could only watch in shock as Addis's artifact began to pulse with a dark energy. An ominous aura flared to life. Spinning around, a frightened Ether called out to Addis, but then a magic circle appeared, directly above the wyvern's head. When she turned back, she was in a different part of the city, still in genuine shock. The wyvern realized she had lost Addis. They had been teleported to separate locations. Suddenly, someone called her name. An anxious Martin ran up to her. "Did you clear the dungeon?" he asked. "You never showed up at the rendezvous point." He explained he had been looking everywhere for them. Seeing her comrade left the wyvern completely bewildered. Nearby, the captive struggled, reporting a stranger had appeared in the dungeon. He stammered that the man had destroyed everyone.
A powerful blast shook the ground. He knew they had to call the hunters and eliminate this strange new threat.
Watching the aftermath, Ether was completely stunned. A panicked Martin yelled that the Hunters Guild was that way.
At his words, true terror gripped the wyvern's heart. Brad, his voice laced with fury, turned on the magician. "Where did you aim?"
The magician pointed. "The monster. It's over there," Brad shot back. "Then you aim for the monster." Just then, an unconscious Addie was draped over Channon's shoulder. A frantic Brad tried desperately to wake his guildmate. He stared down the monster, warning the other hunters. "He has a hostage. Everyone, back off." Brad watched cautiously, his worst fears realized. Ever since that inquisitor showed up, everything had gone wrong. Creatures like this had never been seen here. Channon slowly moved to lay Addie's body down. But how Brad thought, this monster appeared after the dungeon was cleared. Suddenly, the other hunters closed in. They surrounded the mutated Channon, weapons drawn. "What are you doing?" Brad roared in fury. The knight bared his teeth. "That thing is holding people with its tail and claws. Don't let it get away." Another hunter smirked. "He looks big, but not that tough." With a battle cry, he charged forward. "I'll take his head," he shouted. But then, a fountain of blood erupted. Channon's stinger had pierced right through him. Then, magnificent wings burst from Channon's back. Brad could only watch in absolute shock. Enraged, Channon screamed at them. "You vile monsters! Stay out of my way!" The bodies of fallen hunters now littered the ground. Ether froze, paralyzed by the horrific scene. Her eyes found a terrified Martin rushing to Brad's side. "Brad!" she cried out. He turned, his face covered in wounds. "I'm glad you're safe," he managed.
"I'm sorry," he whispered. "Addis, she's been taken. That thing is far stronger than we ever imagined."
"It has wings now." Hearing this, a chilling dread washed over Ether. She stood there, completely frozen. The amulet on her chest pulsed with a soft light. "I'll get healers," she declared, turning to leave. "As fast as I can." Brad grabbed her hand, stopping her. "No, there's no time. Martin already prepared some recovery artifacts." He glanced at Martin, who was fighting back tears. "Right, Martin..." Startled, Martin could only nod. "He always puts himself on the line," Brad said with a weak smile. "That's why you need to be the one to find Addis."
"Go now. If those other hunters attack recklessly, Addis will be caught in the crossfire."
He looked the worried wyvern in the eye. "Getting scared now? I thought you were the brilliant beauty." That was all she needed to hear. Ether snatched her hand back. "Thank you." As she took off, Brad asked Martin, "How do I look?" "Good enough," Martin replied, trying to sound brave, with a pensive look. Brad watched her go. "I couldn't hold her back," he murmured. "She has to succeed." Using her magic, the wyvern soared into the sky. High above the cloud-covered city, Channon flew through the night. In his arms, he held another captive. Leslie. He spoke of a promise. Of the Eastern Gorge. At the memory of that promise, Channon hesitated for a moment, and in that instant, a mysterious blue light streaked across his path. Dodging, Channon saw the source. A wyvern, flying at an incredible speed. Channon was stunned. His eyes locked onto Ether. Waves of pure mana flowed from her powerful wings. Ether's face was a mask of cold fury. "I'm not surprised. You are strangers here, but I am a wyvern." As they climbed higher, a heavy snow began to fall. "Release Addis now, you monster!" the enraged wyvern roared. Channon simply stared back, calling her a monster in return. Cradling Leslie's body, Chanin seemed to hesitate. The unconscious girl mumbled something weakly. He repeated his words about the promise. And then, without warning, Chanin plummeted towards the earth. Ether dove after him in an instant. "You think you can outrun me in my own sky?" she screamed. With a burst of unimaginable speed, she closed the distance. Blue flames gathered in her jaws.
"Let's see you dodge this," she yelled. A torrent of blue fire shot towards Leslie. But just then, a panicked thought hit Ether. "Addis!" She choked back the flames at the last second. She could only watch as Chanin flew on.
If she attacked from behind, she might hit her own comrade. The wyvern's gaze was fixed on Addis, held tight in Chanin's claws. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in Chanin's mind. Regeneration limit of Asa's blessing has been reached. Watching him, Ether couldn't understand. Why was he running? Diving from above. The wyvern aimed her claws at his wings. She latched on, preparing for the final move. The wyvern opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of blue flame. It knew in this fight, the only target that mattered was the head. But from Changren's cold emerald eyes, a storm of magical projectiles erupted. Ether, the wyvern, weaved through a storm of attacks. She desperately dodged, but the chase was relentless. She felt like a hornet's nest had been kicked wide open. Changren's magic missiles rained down, shattering ancient pillars. The battlefield itself started to crumble. Debris rained down on Ether from every direction.
Dodging the falling stones, her eyes caught something, and her heart froze. It was Addis.
His hair whipped in the wind, while his comrade, Rod, held a magic artifact, pulsing with immense energy.
A torrent of aura poured from the artifact. Addis apologized, admitting he'd seen into his memories.
He confessed he thought the stranger was Sana. Meanwhile, behind the menacing Changren, Rod knew this was all wrong.
Addis screamed in desperation, begging him to stop, but Changren just covered his ears, defiant.
He refused, claiming nothing had changed. A woman named Leslie touched Sana's face, murmuring that the future was already written. Leaning in, she whispered to Changren that living in a beautiful lie was better than dying. Sana then turned to the stunned Addis, asking for his name. Suddenly, magical chains erupted, binding Rod's hands. Etha saw her chance, launching herself from a boulder. Rod fought desperately against his bonds. Through the dust and rubble, Etha's blue aura blazed, her blades crossed, ready to strike. In a flash of blinding speed, Etha severed Changren's tentacle. Sana froze midair, his body plummeting to the ground. Without a second thought, Etha dove after him. An inhuman roar of fury tore from Changren. He unleashed a storm of magical projectiles. Every single one was aimed at the diving wyvern. A trail of blue aura marked Etha's desperate descent, but she wouldn't give up. Her eyes locked onto Rod, now unconscious from the fall, as dust billowed up from the impact. Countless magical attacks rained down on the spot. Above it all, Changren watched, hanging in the air like a malevolent god. Sparks flew as his assault continued relentlessly. Inside the dust cloud, Etha's world turned grim. She was so cold, a chilling frost seeping into her bones. A horrifying realization washed over her. This was the feeling of dying. She stared in absolute shock. A massive block of ice had appeared from nowhere. High above! Addis raised the artifact to the sky. A wary Rod muttered that it was time for him to awaken. His gaze shot to Changren, whose helmet was now cracked. Elsewhere, in another ferocious battle, Ryu and Lienhardt's fists collided.
A colossal shockwave erupted from the impact. Lienhardt, raising a hand to block, analyzed his opponent.
Ryu's habit of backing off after a strike. It spoke of a veteran hunter, used to fighting massive beasts. Looking at Ryu's enraged face, he saw other signs of a seasoned warrior. His actions seemed reckless, but Lienhardt saw a man used to fighting his own inner demons. Pure, untamed rage burned in the main character's eyes. He raised his sword, preparing to unleash his fury. In a blur of motion, he charged his foe. Lienhardt's eyes widened in disbelief at the raw power. Ryu's devastating blow sent Lienhardt flying, smashing him into a solid stone wall. Clutching his face, he realized the impossible. The main character was copying his own techniques, wiping blood from his lip. He understood. He'd missed it because Ryu was blending two fighting styles. Lienhardt had thought Ryu was just testing attacks, trying to find anything that would work. But as Ryu raised his blade again, a chilling truth dawned on him. The real terror was that this man wasn't a monster. He was something far more dangerous. A human adapting purely on instinct to survive. Throwing up a magic barrier, Lienhardt knew, close quarters combat was now suicide. Ryu raised his sword to the sky, his body suddenly exploding with torrents of raw, crimson aura. Lienhardt stared, utterly stunned. Ryu's very blade was now cloaked in that deadly energy. With a face twisted by pure hatred, Ryu struck. A lightning-fast slash tore across Leonhardt's arm. Elsewhere, Changren lunged, his hand aimed for Addis's face, but Rod moved to intercept, using his artifact. The artifact was now coated in a thick layer of ice. Addis knew. The blessing had reached its absolute limit. Gazing at Sana, who was enveloped in a powerful aura, Rod understood they could buy a little more time. But the process wouldn't stop. Not until it devoured every last drop of the user's energy. He unleashed a relentless barrage, trying to shatter the AIDS group member. But the blessing was unbreakable. A powerful magic seal erupted around Addis. From its center, a block of ice materialized, striking. Changren with brutal force, raising his staff. Addis urged him to get a grip as Changren desperately held back the ice. The system declared his strength was insufficient for recovery, but he gritted his teeth, vowing to continue the hunt. The wary group member R froze in place. With a chant, Addis activated a fire spell, aiming it
directly at Sam, who held a book with nothing but blank pages. The system announced this user was barred from battle.
He crushed the book in his hands, begging them to stop. How many more had to suffer because of him?
Shadowy tendrils snaked around Shan's body, and the book in his hands began to pulse with an ominous glow.
A system alert flashed. This user has lost the will to survive. An eye in the book glowed a sinister red. The system then declared, "From this moment, all user rights are transferred to the Blessing of Opas." A blood-curdling roar
tore from Changren's throat, wreathed in flames. He charged straight for AIDS, while Leslie watched the fierce battle from a bridge. She warned that the blessing was on the verge of collapse, musing that this was how it was always meant to end. Heading toward her, Etha asked if she was one of the Great Land. Leslie was visibly startled by her sudden appearance. After Etha removed the tie,
her wyvern hair flowed freely in the wind, with fury in her eyes. Etha demanded to know if Leslie remembered her. Hearing this, Leslie was lost in thought. A smirk touched her lips as she claimed not to, noting how many Rattan wanted her dead. In a flash, Etha pressed her blade against Leslie's face. Overflowing with rage, the wyvern snarled at her to stop playing games. Turning away, Etha admitted she hadn't truly expected her to remember. The face of the fallen appeared in her mind. The wyvern knew that people like Leslie never remembered those who sacrificed their lives. For them, Etha believed it was because of that callousness that they use people for their goals, and then simply cast them aside. The image of a devastated young woman flashed in her memory. The enraged wyvern demanded, "How could you?" To them, she spat. It was all just some insignificant trifle. Looking down, Leslie stated that an outlander who manages to survive is the true monster in this world. Watching the tormented Chanin, she noted that if they weren't monsters themselves, they would become the hunted. Or worse, she added, they would be discovered and erased. With a worried expression, AIDS continued to fend off Sana's attacks. Leslie deemed it all pointless, muttering that nothing could change their fate. "That's why," she said, "any alien who could survive in this world was truly evil." She stared at Etha, who still held the blade to her face, and guessed that was precisely why they had ended up here. Leslie proclaimed that Etha Bay
was fated to die chasing the thrill of the kill, a pleasure born from nothing. With a cold smile, she told the wyvern not
to interfere, adding that such a death was their destiny. Etha roared in indignation, screaming that those were just excuses. If you were even human, you would at least... But before she could finish, Sana appeared before them. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to strike the stunned wyvern. In the next instant, he hurled Etha's body from the bridge with a look of horror. Adis watched her plummet, focusing his power. Group member R aimed his staff in her direction. At the very last second, Addis managed to save Etha with his technique. The worried group member Ra asked if she was all right, lying on the ground. The wyvern guessed the attack hadn't landed, looking toward where Changren was. AIDS wondered if it was just a warning. Etha
grimly reported that it wasn't, holding the magical seal in her hands. The wyvern admitted she didn't know
why this was happening. Pointing her hand at S, Leslie channeled streams of her aura towards him. In her thoughts, she knew this could never atone for her sins. Whispering that all of this was Alondra's doing, an agitated Leslie urged Chanin to flee, warning that the Inquisitor would arrive soon. She insisted that she alone would be enough, adding that she was one of the Great Land. A firestorm of pure hatred blazed in S's eyes. Next, he grabbed Leslie by the throat, and Chan Rishin lifted her into the air. Trapped in his grip, Leslie was in utter shock, staring at her. Sana let out
a piercing shriek. The system announced target changed to the nearest high-level entity. Commencing energy.
Replenishment using the designated target. A wary Leslie realized the blessing intended to consume her to become stronger.
She was stunned that even now, she still wanted to save these heroes. A bitter smirk crossed Leslie's face as she declared this the worst possible.
Ending. Witnessing the scene, the stunned men froze in place. Leslie's expression was one of genuine terror, trying to break free from the armor's control. Changren roared that this wasn't the end, baring his teeth. He fought desperately to escape its influence. And then, Sana was finally able to break free. A chilling smile spread across Chanen's face as he said, "Anyone who wants to. A warrior's tale cannot end like this." Turning, Leslie stared in utter disbelief.
Sana watched as the berserk armor, empowered by Opus's blessing, lunged toward them horrified. Leslie cried out, "The blessing! It's still active." Suddenly, the possessed armor hurled them from the bridge as they plummeted. Sana thrust his hand upward.
With grim determination, he turned to Addis. Chemin declared, "We can't hold back against Opus's blessing any longer." As the technique took hold, streams of mysterious aura coiled around the rampant armor. "Weaving an impossibly powerful seal," Addis exclaimed. "Thanks to Sana, I bought us enough time." He aimed his magic staff. To the side, where group member R unleashed fire dragon magic. An ignition beam erupted as the battlefield lit up,
with countless magical seals, all targeting Opus. With a furious glare, Addis activated the triple-layered magic circle.
Their companion, Rada, shouted, "I can't control this immense power." In response, Addis swung his magic staff, and its magical trace vanished at the point of activation. Suddenly, his artifact began to crack under the immense strain.
Colossal power surged through the entire dungeon. Tongues of blazing flame consumed the armor.
Still empowered by the blessing of Opus, overwhelmed by the spell, the armor let out a soul-piercing roar. An earth-shattering explosion echoed through the dungeon's vastness. The beam from Addis's technique was so bright, it could be seen from the very depths. In fact, the ray was so immense, it pierced the heavens, visible against the night sky. Its power punched a hole straight through a massive glacier. With a shocked look, Ether asked, "Why didn't Addis use this before?" Group member Rear explained, "That technique is far beyond his current level." He noted, "That's precisely why he can't control its power." Supporting Addis's collapsing body, the Wyvern asked, "Can you still fight?" R shook his head. "His strength is at its absolute limit." Looking at the group standing nearby, Addis gasped, "I just hope." Their strength is at the same level. Their gazes fell upon Chemin and Leslie, who stood frozen in place. Looking down, Leslie announced, "This fight is over. There is no point in continuing this battle." Looking at their alarmed faces, she noted, "You have no strength left." A defiant Addis shot back. "So, are you finally going to run away?" She met his gaze. "You wanted to free the main character from the Inquisitor, did you not?" She raised the emblem and stated, "If you manage to defeat me, representing the Great Land, then the Inquisitor will be forced to withdraw." "He is simply chasing the blessing of Opus," a stunned Chainish asked. "Do you actually want to be captured?" "If you fall into the Inquisitor's hands, it will only create more problems." Leslie turned away.
"The Inquisitor believes outsiders are present," she reported. "For that reason, there is only one path forward."
"You need to save Rue and follow him," a wary Addis asked. "Are you truly going to repent? Like some last-minute coward?" With disgust in her eyes, Ether sneered. "She just wants to escape her fate." Smiling, Leslie admitted, "Perhaps that is so," she added, "and that's why I refuse to let it all end so meaninglessly." Suddenly, their eyes shot upward in shock. Their gazes fell on a colossal block of stone, hurtling in their direction.
Horrified, Addis screamed, "It's an aura!" At that same moment, the main character's blade began to fracture.
Leonhardt reached for his wounded shoulder, raising his hand to it. He tried to invoke a recovery technique. Clenching his fist, Leonhardt noted, "The healing is too slow. The aura in this wound is resisting it." He added, "I'll just have to increase the output."
Torrents of powerful mana flared around Leonhardt's body. He thought to himself, "I was mistaken."
"I truly believed Rhea couldn't use aura," he mused. It felt so strange that she wasn't using it. Observing the main character, he realized, to think she'd use her aura just to counteract my prana. Looking at the distraught Ryu, Leonhardt noted, "She's unable to control the power leaking from her body." Blood slowly flowed from the nose of the enraged protagonist. Her body was overflowing with a powerful aura that radiated outward. Its violent streams consumed the entire dueling ground. Holding his head, Leonhardt thought, "This power, it's enormous. Under these conditions, Ryu's body should have completely collapsed." The overwhelming aura should have torn her apart. The main character, Ki, unleashed a piercing roar, Leonhardt realized. If her aura fully breaks loose, it will destroy half the city. He quickly formed a hand seal to activate a technique, Leonhardt thought. I wanted to capture Ryu alive. And get the information I need. Taking a fighting stance, he knew. But that's no longer an option.
Pulling her sword back, the main character prepared to strike. Her eyes began to glow a brilliant, demonic red. With lightning speed, Ryu rushed towards her opponent. Leonhardt barely dodged the powerful attack and launched his own counter. Leonhardt's fist shot towards Ryu's face. Auras crashed together in a blinding flash. Their battle raged at impossible speeds. They charged, and their clash triggered a terrifying explosion.
The dungeon itself trembled from the blast, suspended in midair. Ryu readied his next assault. Blade poised, he unleashed his piercing technique. The sheer force of the strike set off another massive explosion on the battlefield.
Everyone's eyes were glued to the ferocious combat. A horrified Leslie could only wonder,
who was this man? Really, how could he stand against one who holds the goddess's blessing? But Ares watched with excitement, admitting he didn't even know Ryu's true limits. So, he murmured, he can use aura too. Watching Ryu float effortlessly, our guessed he'd awakened it mid-fight. Aides was ecstatic. The Inquisitor couldn't touch him. A cruel grin spread across Ryu's face as he held his position. He was calculating his next move. R wondered if the raw fury radiating from that aura was truly Ryu's own. A look of concern crossed Ada's face. There's only one option left, he declared. Clenching his fist, Chainin stood frozen, watching the fight. He turned to the stunned Leslie. I don't know, he began. Anything about your past, Chainin admitted. I only know one thing: I'm alive today because of you. With a look of pure madness, Ryu clashed with Leonhardt again. Sana observed. He's fighting while bleeding heavily.
But his opponent isn't some common criminal either. Clutching her face, she struggled to hold back tears.
For the loss of Brat, Chainin spoke grimly. The ones who died because of me. They weren't criminals. Sana's gaze hardened. Their grief is your burden. You must be held accountable for your actions. With a grave expression, Chainin replied, Then let me handle this. I have to atone for all my sins. Looking at the astonished Leslie, Sana declared, Your place of atonement is not here. With that, she launched herself towards the battle. Ryu's powerful strike landed. Blood erupted from Leonhardt's mouth, but in that same instant, his foot shot out, aimed straight for Ryu's face. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield, and through the dust, Leonhardt's eyes were visible, burning with an eerie glow. Placing a hand behind his head, he began an incantation. Leonhardt's technique manifested a colossal right hand, radiating streams of raw aura. He then pointed the giant hand directly at our protagonist, holding his sword ready. Ryu activated a skill of his own. He pierced right through Leonhardt's technique. Ryu activated cutting. Suddenly, deep gashes appeared on his opponent's fingers. Blood began to seep from the wounds. Internally, Leonhardt smirked. I knew he would use that technique.
Stretching both arms forward, he cast another spell, creating a giant left arm, an airflow seal activated around it.
Leonhardt's giant hands clenched into fists. In that moment, blood began to pour from his own palms. Bending low, the main character unleashed his infinity skill. With blinding speed, Ryu executed a longitudinal E and a vertical slash with a roar. He pierced through Leonhardt's construct. Blade held high. Our hero charged
straight towards his enemy. Leonhardt smirked. I knew this would happen. I should have brought the artifacts.
Their colossal impact shook the dungeon once more. Leonhardt clenched his hand into a tight fist. Blood sprayed from the fresh cuts. To grow stronger, he had focused on the most basic defense techniques, which ultimately earned him the goddess's blessing. So when Ryu's attack cut through his aura, on two separate planes, Leonhardt felt its destructive power. He realized this was a technique, honed over 1,000,000 battles. A desperate Ryu then unleashed massive streams of black and purple aura. The murderous energy surged toward Leonhardt. He knew he needed to dodge. He knew he could dodge. But with a confident smirk, he chose not to. He had to know. Was he truly the strongest scarlet streams of aura flooded the area? They moved at unprecedented speeds. Dense black smoke filled the air, obscuring all vision. And in the middle of the fog, Leonhardt stood motionless. Ryu's sword rested on his bare chest.
The sheer pressure of the aura opened wounds on Ryu's body. Blood mixed with his magical power as Leonhardt looked down.
With a detached expression, the Inquisitor eyed his enemy's broken, cracked sword. He can't handle it, he concluded. He couldn't withstand the aura's power. Ryu fell to his knees, head hanging in defeat as Leonhardt stated dryly that neither his body nor his weapon could endure it. Ryu coughed up thick clots of blood. The Inquisitor wondered if his aura had completely destroyed the man's insides. Leonhardt just stared coldly at his defeated opponent. He saw this battle was pointless. The Inquisitor, his duty weighing heavily upon him, his torso marked by cross-shaped scars from 100 battles, made his decision. Eric could only watch, weakly clutching. His crumbling weapon, pinned to the floor. He pleaded with every fiber of his being, begging Leonhardt to spare them. He swore they were good people, that Addis, Ether, and Changrian would never have willingly crossed paths with. The Inquisitor? Leonhardt paused, his expression thoughtful, considering Eric's desperate plea to just turn a blind eye. Closing his eyes, he agreed. But then, raising a hand crackling with prana, he declared that as one blessed by the goddess, he could not tarnish her name with the stain of defeat.
A cone of raw power formed, aimed straight for Eric's head. "Today," he declared, "there is no fifth-level strangers."
No Inquisitor, and no blessing from a goddess. To this, Eric could only whisper his assent, and that was all Leonhardt needed, looking his opponent dead in the eye. The Inquisitor introduced himself. "I am Leonhardt Cattle Francis." In response, Eric raised his head. A weak, bloody smile touched his lips as he spoke his own true name. As Leonhardt gathered more prana, a roar echoed through the hall.
"Eric!" Changren screamed his name with all his might. Eric turned, and even Leonhardt looked on, confused, as Changren charged forward.
But as he reached his comrade, Eric slammed his head forward. The powerful blow sent Changren flying several meters back. Ignoring the throbbing pain, Changren simply smiled, overjoyed. "I was so worried," he said. But Eric's response was a furious scream. Spitting blood, he roared, "Did you come here to deliver the final blow?" Leonhardt watched, calmly inquiring about the identity of this newcomer. Through gritted teeth, Eric replied, "He's just a crazy fool." But Changren stepped forward. He introduced himself, revealing his alien identity, and confessed to the murder of innocent people. Looking the Inquisitor dead in the eye, he revealed his hand, a limb transformed by the blessing of Alipas. He declared he was ready to take full responsibility. Enraged, Eric couldn't believe what he was hearing. Why should Changren pay for this? But Leonhardt silenced them both, aiming his lethal blue cones at the two strangers. He ordered them not to move. The Inquisitor's brow furrowed, his expression grave. "This situation," he stated, "required an explanation." Eric stared at Changren, his eyes a mix of disappointment and fury.
Bowing his head, Changren promised to reveal everything, and accept any punishment that followed.
He clutched his chest, his voice rising with passion. "If we must kill and fight just to survive, what is even left of us?" He screamed for an end to the pointless battles in that moment. Everything changed. Eric and Leonhardt
froze in pure shock. A spear flew from the shadows, piercing the young alien straight through the chest. Changren coughed,
and a spray of blood erupted from his throat. Eric's gaze snapped to Leonhardt, who stood frozen, his eyes locked on the wounded man. Changren collapsed to his knees. The one who threw the spear was Vaughn. Tears streamed down his face, his expression a mask of horror. But the crowd behind him was a different story. Their eyes burned with hatred. One of them shouted, demanding proof that he was truly a stranger. Another pointed an accusing finger, yelling,
"I saw it with my own two eyes." Then, another voice cried out from the mob, "The alien is still breathing. He could escape." At that, the crowd went wild, a maddened roar demanding the young man's death. Weapons were raised high. Cries of, "Kill the stranger, save our comrades," filled the air. Changren hung limply, on the spear in a growing pool of his own blood, as the armed mob swarmed down from above. Realization crashed over Eric. "Changren!" he screamed with a piercing cry. He fought to stand, but immediately collapsed back to the ground. A sickening pop echoed as he fell. Baring his teeth, Eric strained with all his might, screaming, "I can't move!" Meanwhile, the mob brandished their weapons, ready to tear the stranger apart. But as Eric lay helpless, face down on the cold floor, he heard a familiar voice. Propping himself up on one elbow, his eyes widened. He watched in horror as Changren gripped the spear, pulling it out with his modified forearm. "I've been far too shameless." As the bloodthirsty crowd closed in, Changren offered a radiant final smile. "No matter what," he whispered, "I wanted to be a hero." That's when Leonhardt finally intervened, unleashing a powerful wave of magic that blasted the angry crowd back. But the devastating torrent also engulfed the stranger's body. The other prisoners stared, stunned, at the burning form of Changren. In his empty palm, Leonhardt clutched the last fragment left of the young man as he raised the fallen spear. The blow landed, wounding Changren.
The crowd erupted, raising their weapons with triumphant smiles as Leonhardt turned to Eric. His gaze was pure ice as he sneered. "You should have stayed on the ground." But Eric rose, staggering to his feet. Enraged by Chan Ran's treachery, a furious scream ripped from the young man's throat as blood began to pour from his reopened wounds. Leonhardt tensed, his body coiled, preparing his spear for the final strike. But suddenly,
Addis materialized before Eric, while Ether blocked Leonhardt's path. The girl shrieked, demanding they stop.
she pleaded that their objective was already complete. Addis bowed his head in defeat, whispering to Eric that now he had to stand down. Eric, clutching a fragment of his shattered sword, snarled with bared teeth as he heard the plea.
With a final clang, the broken weapon fell from his grasp. Leonhardt lowered his spear, and Eric finally collapsed to his knees,
letting out a deafening roar as Addis caught him. Leonhardt's gaze, cold as steel, locked onto Eric. "A promise," he said, "is only good once." While Addis gently soothed Eric's hair and Ether sat stunned, Leonhardt turned to the crowd. "There will not be a next time," he declared. Far above, on a rooftop, Lacey watched with a worried expression as blood trickled from her own tightly clenched fist. A week passed. That battle had scarred the entire city. However, the residents immediately began to rebuild, working to restore their home to its former glory. In time, they started to forget the stranger who had caused the chaos. This was the end he had chosen, but not the one he had desired. A fragile peace settled in, but his death ultimately changed nothing. In the city of Crater's courthouse, a reporter loudly questioned the Baron about an escapee from the prison. The Baron sat in his
wheelchair, swarmed by journalists, and claimed that no illegal actions had been
committed within the prison walls, dismissing the accusations of murder as baseless. The Baron clenched his fist, crying as he remembered the guards who fell trying to protect the very escapees. They were meant to contain. He even claimed to have risked his own life for the prisoners. He then revealed he was alive only thanks to Rod's courage, and for that, he promoted him to commander of the Night Corps. Rod simply offered a chilling, silent grin in response. The Baron then roared that he had already punished the stranger for the lives of countless hunters, swearing an oath to punish everyone involved in the atrocities. Elsewhere, a spear stood embedded in the grass next to a bouquet of flowers. Ether sat by the grave, her fingers intertwined, as Martin, Elia, and Fool thanked Addis for coming. Martin asked anxiously if the Panate, Waltarian warrior, was still unconscious. Addis confirmed Eric had woken up, but his expression was heavy, with sorrow. He added that the wounds ran far too deep. Recalling how Eric had only left a small note, Addis said it would take Eric a long time to recover. Ether, tears falling onto her hands, apologized for ever pursuing that stranger. She stood up, wondering what would have changed if she'd gone with them. Suddenly, as she was sobbing, her cheeks were cupped by Elia and Full. They assured her that Brad had foreseen this outcome and believed that she
would become a strong hunter. Addis and Martin watched with faint smiles as the Healer Sisters teased that Brad might
have doubted it. Had he seen her current state, given how little he understood people? Ether wiped away her tears, declaring she was the most beautiful in the world. The girl put her hands on her hips with a
confident smile, vowing to raise her level and defeat all the villains. Martin then pulled the spear from the earth, saying
he wanted to personally return it to the Waltarian warrior. Martin asked Addis and Ether to take the weapon. Ether stared at the spear in shock. She realized it was Brad's artifact. She remembered this was the very spear
that had pierced Chan Ran straight through. Addis politely refused, explaining it was better to leave the spear with
Martin, since they were teammates. But the young man held it firm, replying that Brad had
only borrowed it from the Waltarian warrior. He had always sworn to return it when he became just as strong. Martin said,
Brad wouldn't want this legendary spear to rust away. It would be better off helping Addis and Ether. It was a sunny day. Ether recounted how she and Addis couldn't refuse the young man's offer. The magician replied that they didn't need the extra burden. Since their team lacked a spearman, Ether insisted this was a sign they had to become even stronger. Noting the spear's immense weight as Addis carried it, he curtly agreed. Ether then sincerely asked Addis if Eric hated Martin. The magician hesitated, suggesting Eric probably disliked him. Ether admitted it bothered her that the young man couldn't truly bring himself to hate him. The pair arrived at a brick building with a blue door, deciding to ask Maiden if it was possible to exchange the artifact. Maiden? Ether called out, stepping into the building, but she was met with drops of blood on the floor. Addis and Ether froze, their eyes widening in absolute horror. Maiden sat on the blood-soaked floor, A thin knife and a mysterious scroll lay abandoned. Ether rushed to the girl's side, his heart pounding with concern. The maiden looked up at Ether and Addis, her eyes filled with terror. With a trembling voice, she reported what had happened. That woman had come. The maiden clutched the knife, but a voice before her warned that she was powerless to attack. It was Leslie, holding the golden scrolls, informing the tense maiden that the binding mark inside her belonged to her. The red-haired woman crossed her arms, reminding her that the pact, now stained with the maiden's blood, was still very much active. Leslie's voice dripped with contempt, declaring that the bond was absolute. One act of betrayal and the maiden would die on the spot. The maiden screamed in torment because of this cursed pact. She couldn't even speak Leslie's name without pain. She just didn't understand. After all her loyal service, why was Leslie abandoning her now? The maiden's eyes widened as Leslie coldly answered that this was the inevitable fate of a tool that has served its purpose. Leslie then grabbed the knife, driving it into her own palm as her blood splattered across the scroll. With this act, Leslie declared their pact severed. The maiden was now free. Utterly stunned by this brutal display, she collapsed to the floor. As Leslie walked away, she stopped in the doorway, turning back to say it was because she had once been the same.
Ether wondered if this was all some kind of trick, but Addis, examining the scroll with an expert's eye, admitted he'd never seen anything like it.
He had never witnessed this kind of binding magic before, but the intricate design was undoubtedly real.
Addis stared at the bloodstained diagram, while Ether wondered if this was some kind of twisted repentance.
Beneath a perfect blue sky, the house of Addis stood peacefully. Inside, Eric, covered in bandages, sat on the edge of his bed. He admitted that before. Everything had been simple. The moment he held a sword, his path was clear. He stared down at his hands, lost in memory. He remembered destroying the white beast on the mountain and hunting monsters in Ratna. That was the life he knew.
He covered his face, realizing that back then, he just needed to swing his sword and every problem would be solved. But now he had no idea how to fight this vile, suffocating feeling inside him, peeking through his fingers. His thoughts turned to vengeance. Should he kill the Inquisitor who caused Shannon's death? Or Martin, who threw a spear at a stranger's body to avenge Brad? A wild, dangerous glint appeared in Eric's eyes as a third option emerged. He turned to Leslie, who was standing right behind him. He offered to kill her instead, since she was the one who put the blessing into Chanran's body. To his surprise, Leslie admitted honestly that she was to blame for Chanran's death. A storm of rage exploded from Eric. He slammed his fist into the adjacent wall, the shockwave sending her crimson hair flying as the wall crumbled. He seethed that while they all wore masks of sorrow, she was the one who sealed his friend's fate. A deafening roar of anguish tore from his throat as he declared that Leslie had broken her promise and was still alive while his friend was gone. While she wasted her time on pointless battles, Shannon died. Eric then remembered the one person who should be the saddest.
The one who should complain and blame everyone. But instead, Shannon just smiled, as if no one was to blame for his death at all.
Leslie stood silent and motionless. Eric lowered his hand, stepping away from the destroyed wall.
Turning away, the young man coldly ordered Leslie to just disappear, because Shanran had wanted to end this battle. Eric looked back with contempt, but Leslie replied that the battle is not over, not as long as there are those who rejoice in death and force others to kill each other. The girl stepped towards Eric, leaving drops of blood on the floor. She confessed she had no intention of discovering their plans, and was simply doing all the terrible things they ordered her to do. Eric's anger flared when he heard Leslie say that her behavior was neither fair nor kind. Blood ran down the girl's face, which she wiped away with her fingers, saying that she had revealed their existence to Eric, and she wouldn't hold a grudge if he refused to help. Leslie clenched her fist, her expression turning severe. She wasn't going to repeat herself a second time, so the young man had better remember everything well. She showed him the purple seals on her back, telling him about the people who forced them to fight and kill each other, and rejoiced in their deaths. Eric tensed as he thought about the cardinal of the Great Earth faction. Realizing that there truly was someone pulling the strings, a sinister grin spread across his face as he contemplated simply killing them all. But Leslie, raising her tone, clenched her fist. She told Eric to listen carefully and remember her words. Suddenly, Eric froze, his eyes wide with shock. He remembered how, before his death, Chanran had asked him for help, to become a hero. His hand cut through the air with a whistle. Leslie flinched, but Eric slapped his own face with brutal force. His features twisted into a mask of agony as tears flew through the air. Leslie froze and asked in a trembling voice, "What was wrong with him?" Eric collapsed to the floor and began to sob loudly, his hand falling away from his face. Blood streamed from his broken nose, yet he wore a defiant smirk. "Sorry, Leslie," he said. "I wasn't quite myself." As Eric apologized again, Leslie turned and saw Addis and Ether, frozen with shock in the doorway. But in the next moment, the dragon and the wyvern shared a warm smile, their eyes fixed on Eric. Soon, the sizzle of meat on a grill filled the air.
The steaks were cooked to perfection, branded with beautiful grill marks on their surface.
A sharp knife danced, slicing the meat into perfect pieces as Eric, completely in his element, added a final, elegant sprinkle of salt. The table was soon groaning under the weight of a magnificent feast, piled high with meat, vegetables, salad, and bread. Addis's cheeks turned pink with pure delight as he savored a bite, praising its perfect taste and temperature. The young man confessed that even as a fire magician, he could never cook like this. Ether smiled brightly. "Well then," she beamed. "It's a technique you'll just have to master." Eric chuckled. "Try eating only meat for more than 20 years. Addis wondered if that would get boring after so long. But Ether had a better idea. Throwing her hands up, she proposed a feast to honor Eric's newfound freedom, but suddenly, slam! Leslie's hands crashed down on the table. She rose from her chair, her head bowed, and asked with chilling irritation, "What is all this?" Eric replied calmly. Chanish dreamed of a world where foreigners and the people of Rattan could live in peace. Leslie sneered with contempt. "So now we're just going to play friends." Addis and Ether looked away, their faces falling. She accused them of faking it, saying it wasn't hard to pretend. The doubt hung heavy in the air. "Killing them changes nothing," Leslie screamed. "You don't even know who you're up against." Addis's voice cut in, cold as steel. "Archmage Zenobia." Leslie stared, her eyes wide with shock as Addis continued. "Foreign magicians only use existing techniques. They don't know how to create new magic. All the spells I've seen were created here." He stated seriously that when he saw Holian's technique, he was certain only an archmage could wield it. Leslie was floored. After searching for so long for a way to break free from their bonds, "Do you understand that technique?" she asked. The magician gave an awkward smile. "My level is too low." But Ether and Eric loudly declared, Addis freed the Maiden House from its magic curse, a curse that Alejandro himself powered with the blessing of Opus. Leslie stood frozen, her mouth agape. The trio spoke of Alejandro, his dragon's nest in Garan. And at that name, everyone turned in surprise.
"Garen!" Leslie cried out, realizing another enemy was involved. The girl couldn't recover from the shock.
Her silence confirmed their suspicions. "But Garen would never allow himself to be discovered so easily," she protested. While she panicked, the others simply devoured their food as if nothing was wrong. Ether frowned, reminding Leslie, "Didn't you just say that Rattan's people and foreigners couldn't sit and talk peacefully?" As Eric swallowed a huge piece of meat, Addis added, "That this would be unthinkable for the heroes who fought so many times against foreigners." Leslie was shocked. It was all a lie. She started rambling about how level 5 aliens, and even Holian himself, could never get into Rattan.
Eric took a long drink and seriously asked her, "Do you know what kimchi and K-pop are?" Leslie could only stare back with a completely dumbfounded expression on her face. Addis explained that kimchi was a food from Eric's homeland. The young man described it as a spicy, pickled salad, causing Ether to wonder. If kimchi was like the food of elves? Leslie slumped back down at the table as Eric replied that it wasn't a good fit. But Addis would probably like it, since he's a dragon. Then Eric turned to her. "So, Leslie, where are you from?" "France," she answered. Night fell. The 4 heroes were forging Opus's blessing for their own unknown purposes. It was a good thing that the Sword King, Bartolt, was not in the mood to cooperate with them. The Fairy Queen is the only heroine whose location is known, while Holian transcends life and death on his way to her kingdom. The journey takes about 2 months on foot, through dungeons crawling with dangerous and powerful monsters. While Eric was packing his gear, Leslie stated dryly that her information wouldn't be much help, and that fighting them would be suicide. The girl crossed her arms. Eric agreed. "Right now, we can't defeat them, so we need to become stronger." The young man wasn't just talking about himself, but also about Addis and Ether, who were busy comforting a sobbing Leslie. Eric glanced over, saying the more, the better, then asked the girl with a sly grin what she planned to do. In the end, Leslie's amber eyes widened, looking at Eric in pure shock. Meanwhile, Rod casually cleaned his ear, a grimace on his face as he addressed the figure on the throne. The Baron bowed low as Rod explained that in any normal court, he could have bought the prison owner's innocence. But this man was an outsider. Rod gazed out the window, noting the figures outside. As luck would have it, the Brotherhood of Darkness knew. He mockingly asked if the Baron's plan was to just call it all a misunderstanding. The Baron, his face, a mask of desperation, clutched at Rod's leg. He reminded Rod that he'd made him the head of the army, pleading for help. Rod touched 2 fingers to his temple. He was meant to deliver justice, he said, but he couldn't bear to watch a man lose his life over it. With a wicked smile, Rod declared his price 20 million X's every single month. The Baron screamed in terror. He could never afford such a sum.
But when Rod commanded him in the name of the goddess of darkness, Creel, to open the door, he could only stutter out his acceptance, glancing fearfully at the army commander. The Baron ushered Rod out, begging him to tell the Inquisitors it was all just a mistake. With a look of pure annoyance, Rod leaned against the door. The Baron, his voice trembling with fear, asked him to wait just a moment. But Rod just grinned, euphoric at this new beginning. He mused to himself that his worries were over. Everything was falling perfectly into place. And with this kind of cash,
getting his hands on full restoration artifacts would be no trouble at all. Suddenly, shouts echoed from beyond the door. Rod tensed. It had to be the Inquisitors. As the door burst open, Rod struck a dramatic pose.
One hand clutched his chest while the other flew into the air. "Inquisitors, listen to me," he boomed. "It's a misunderstanding." Two men in long black cloaks simply stared at the blonde, their faces blank with shock. Between them, the Baron lay sprawled in a growing pool of his own blood. He was face down, completely motionless. Rod's act crumbled.
His face was a perfect picture of bewilderment. The assassins had already vanished, leaping out the window.
All Rod could do was scream after them that it was all a terrible mistake. Elsewhere, Leslie sat perched on a red rooftop.
She couldn't live the same life as Eric. A ban, a sacred rule, forced her to one day return to her people.
Eric and the others had set off without her, but Leslie wasn't afraid. She now understood that the world Eric dreamed of wasn't just an empty fantasy. A soft smile touched her lips, knowing that now she could finally do something. And with that thought, Leslie vanished from the roof. Two assassins were later arrested for the murder of the key suspect. Rod's mind was a storm of curses. In another sacred hall, a fragment of a blessing shone brightly, wrapped in a purple haze. The Holy Maiden sat in the lotus position, her hands outstretched towards the divine object, which pulsed brighter. With each passing second, she knew Creel would be pleased, but an old woman beside her arched her brows in worry, saying the crater would not forgive the damage caused by an unsanctioned investigation.
The Holy Maiden turned to Leonhard, who stood nearby, executing the sentence in front of all those villagers.
That wasn't like him at all. Leonhard calmly explained that the stranger, the one with the blessing of a lass, had nearly broken free. Remembering Eric's fury, Leonhard added that he had no choice but to take extreme measures to protect the other hunters. He raised his eyes, his brow furrowed. He had more news concerning this stranger. Against the blinding light of the blessing's fragment, the Holy Maiden's silhouette was barely visible. She offered Leonhard a short, simple word of praise. But then, the old woman's mouth stretched into a wide smile. Her eyes widened, glowing with an intense purple light as she hissed that Leonhard did everything right. A horrifying realization struck the young man like a bolt of lightning. Someone else was speaking through the Holy Maiden. The handmaidens immediately prostrated themselves. Leonhard dropped to one knee, greeting the goddess of darkness, Creel. Creel, speaking through the old woman's body, smiled a terrifying smile. She declared that Leonhard had proven himself worthy of her blessing, a truly faithful servant. But Leonhard felt no pride, no joy from her words.
Creel praised him for not only retrieving the blessing of Omas, but for also destroying the foreigner.
She couldn't fathom where such a powerful warrior had come from, one who dared to defy a chosen of the goddess. A woman named Zenobia, wondering why Eric fought with the boy, asked with a smile if Leonhard knew anything more. Without lifting his head from the floor, Leonhard clenched his fist. The young man revealed that Eric is a descendant model. The Voltarian Inquisitor grinned, saying Eric had just arrived in Rotna and was itching for a fight. He'd challenge anyone with power, so Leonhard had to intervene, as he was interfering with their sacred duties. A faint smile played on Zenovia's dark lips. She knew the young man's assessment was true. The old woman's face twisted with rage, her hand shooting up as she roared in disbelief. That Leonhard would act without the goddess's oracle to clash with a representative
of the Sword King clan was a grave matter. Her voice boomed with authority, forbidding the young man
from entering battle until she permitted it. With cold eyes fixed on the floor, Leonhard could only agree and obey. Zenobia stretched, her form briefly returning to an old woman's, as she gave thanks for the blessing of the goddess that granted her eternal youth. The Archmage smiled, confirming Leslie's words about a Voltarian and a stranger, appearing out of nowhere. These were variables not in their grand design. Looking at her hands, Zenobia admitted, that without their prized Leonhard, the entire plan would have collapsed. Garen, holding a mysterious shard, called him the greatest Inquisitor, but he then added that this wasn't always a good thing. Zenobia's jaw dropped in shock. As she stared at the object in his hand, her brow furrowed, biting her finger, stunned by the blessing's almost unchanged size. It was the goddess's blessing. Garen explained with irritation that they'd retrieved it too early, all because Leonhard had started acting without orders. Garen's brow furrowed. The young man was now beyond their control. Zenobia bared her teeth in frustration, snarling that the blessing should have been fully formed by now. She warned that absorbing all of Creel's divinity would be too much. Besides, without her power, this pocket dimension would soon collapse entirely. Garen clenched the fragment of the blessing in his fist, stating, there was no other choice. He ordered them to slightly open Creel's seal and absorb her divinity, piece by piece. Zenobia screamed, stunned he would even suggest such madness. The Archmage warned that with the help of an unfinished blessing, Garen could never control the goddess's full power. The very balance of the world could be shattered. But Garen's response was absolute. They must absorb all the divinity before the world collapses. A destroyed world, he declared, could always be remade. He reached his hand toward a magic cube, proclaiming this would be possible. Once he became a god, elsewhere, a luxurious carriage traveled between high cliffs, a heavy conversation unfolding within. They were discussing Leonhardt's punishment. Lord Felix, his face grave, called it an unprecedented situation. For a holder of the goddess's blessing to face punishment? But it was the young man's joke that confused him even more. Leonhardt rested his head on his fist, gazing downward as Felix recalled his blasphemous words, that the goddess of darkness did not exist. Leonhardt finally looked up, touching his chin. It wasn't a joke. In fact, he wished it were true. Recent events had simply planted too many seeds of doubt. Leonhardt revealed that when the red-cloaked man called himself a Voltarian, the goddess had detected no lie in his words. Felix leaped from his seat, shouting that the 6 goddesses knew everything. Down to every grain of sand on the shore. He argued the goddess might have mistaken the man for Aldemina, but Leonhardt immediately refuted the idea. He pointed a finger at the Lord, ordering him to calm down and listen. He would never make such a claim, without a very good reason. As Leonhardt was explaining that he had proof, Felix stood and turned his gaze to a young man with striking blonde-red hair. Changren looked back, utterly bewildered by the situation. He timidly asked if he was okay. Leonhardt stated that the young man's true nature would have remained a secret. If only he had kept quiet. Changren threw his hands up, completely lost. How did he survive? Why was he even saved? Leonhardt's eyes narrowed. Was he really asking such an obvious question, the entire purpose of an inquisitor? Is to interrogate. He explained his mission was to neutralize the stranger and capture him. But those furious hunters could no longer be controlled. The inquisitor explained that they were already out for blood, so he was forced to use a powerful technique, a technique that blinded everyone. In that moment, Leonhardt opened a portal, covering Changren with a protective shield. However, he was already exhausted from his fight with Eric. His strength wasn't enough to render Changren completely invisible. So, Leonhardt threw the stranger down from a great height. Changren jumped, finally understanding why his whole body felt like every bone had been broken. But Leonhardt sternly replied that because of that fall, the young man was still alive. The question of him being an alien was finally settled. Felix had confirmed aliens turn to dust upon death, which was solid proof. For the prisoners, it was a lifeline. But for the goddess, the man wasn't so sure this evidence would hold up. He shot back irritably. A mortal can be deceived, but a true goddess never. The Inquisitor's mind raced, back to her claim that he had merely killed a stranger. A chilling realization struck Leonhardt. The entity within the Dark Brotherhood was not the goddess Creel. He deduced their true target wasn't the Brotherhood itself, but its divine power. When Leonhardt mused that dealing with the stranger was an act of divine providence, Felix erupted. In that case, you must return to the Dark Brotherhood immediately. But Leonhardt refused. We must act in secret, he declared. There could be a traitor in our ranks, and any leak would be fatal. Felix gently reminded him of the harsh reality. Your punishment forbids you from conducting any investigation. Just as Leonhardt's indignation began to boil, another, smaller carriage rattled past theirs. He tensed instantly. Felix tried to console him, but his own voice trembled. Riding in that carriage was Rod. The boy's hands were clenched into fists, his face a mask of pure terror. Leonhardt saw Rod frantically pointing, a trembling finger at himself, a trickle of blood flowing from his nose. That was all it took. The Inquisitor spun around. Turn this carriage around, now, he commanded. Felix was stunned by the sudden order. Leonhardt then called out to the terrified Chanin. You should have died, he stated firmly. But you survived. There's a reason for that. With a disarmingly kind smile, the Inquisitor made his offer. Help me, he urged. This is your chance to become a hero. And so ended the first chapter of Part 2. Deep within a moonlit forest, a small, dilapidated shack stood with a broken door. A voice echoed in the night. Mortals turn to the goddess Creel when they pray for the eternal rest of the soul. For she is the master of darkness, the end of all things. A blue-haired man with a sword let out a cruel sneer. Well,
Looks like we've found Creel's sanctuary, he mocked. Tell me, do you elves also pray to her?
3 thugs who looked like bandits had cornered a pink-haired elven boy named Londel, a transis. He lifted his bruised face, his eyes dripping with contempt. Humans, he spat, are so pathetically boring. To think these mongrels would dare touch a member of the Atris clan. A metal box clattered to the floor, spilling gold coins. Londel smirked. Take the money and leave. Demanding a ransom from my clan would be a fatal mistake. The men roared with laughter at the sight of enough gold to buy several houses.
But the blue-haired bandit simply kicked the elf in the stomach. We've already been paid, he growled.
Far more than this. A blade plunged into Londel's back. The man yanked the elf's head up by his hair,
pressing a cold knife to his throat. Time to go. The elf closed his eyes, preparing for death, when a crimson flame erupted behind him.
The magic formed a swirling, crimson sphere of intertwined ribbons, unleashing a blinding red light. Rays of energy streamed from the shack, staining the very night sky several shades redder. Leandel collapsed, utterly exhausted, as the terrified robbers fled for their lives. A pair of human legs appeared in the doorway. In places where skin was missing, raw muscle was visible. Queer stood there, draped only in black ribbons. Her eyes closed against the scarlet glow. Then, her eyes snapped open as she spoke their names Raywan, Bin, Eric, Addis, and Ether. Elsewhere, a carriage drawn by a mechanical horse traveled onward. Ether, lounging on the roof, called down to Eric.
What are you so deep in thought about? He rested his cheek on his hand, murmuring about the 4 heroes who defeated the Sword King.
Eric wondered aloud. Why do we even need a stranger? That man is a hero, a legendary warrior. Addis, at the reins, replied, 20 years ago, the Great Land was the enemy of the 4 heroes. The magician added his own insight. No one could have imagined that she would be the one supporting us now, Ether agreed. We wouldn't have believed it either, if we hadn't experienced it for ourselves. She let out a huge yawn, bringing tears to her eyes. Eric was about to add something else, but changed his mind. When will we finally reach the Fairy Kingdom? He asked. I've been staring at the same landscape for 2 days, Addie simply replied. We've been in the kingdom for these past 2 days, the magician explained with a smile. The territory of the Fairy Kingdom begins at the very roots of the World Tree.
Eric looked away from Addie's, his eyes widening in admiration at the road ahead. A massive World Tree rose into the sky.
From the middle of endless green flower fields, this was Aaliyah, the kingdom of the fairies, a united state of 4 great nations. At its center stood the World Tree, with each nation boasting its own culture and its own ruler. The capital of the Fairy Kingdom is located at the foot of this colossal tree. It has countless roots, and if you follow the ones that stretch across the mainland, you can reach the capital of the Elven Kingdom and its largest city, Sandia. Welcome to the capital of the Fairy Kingdom, a bustling trade hub where elves and humans meet. But in this melting pot of races, conflict is always brewing just beneath the surface. Long before human hunter guilds even existed, the fairies established their own to handle any trouble that arose. Many hunters sought glory here and became legends. Many more found only their graves. Inside the guild hall, a white-haired elf with round yellow glasses was busy scribbling at his desk. He was the guildmaster. His eyes lifted, locking onto the new arrivals Addis, Eric, and Etha. He knew in an instant these 3 were different.
Eric stood with his arms crossed, a confident smirk on his dark face. The guildmaster, pen still in hand,
practically leaped from his seat, his face beaming with excitement. He was captivated by Addis, a level 52 magician. His stats showed incredible charisma and fortitude. Then, his eyes fell on Etha, a level 38 swordswoman. He was delighted by her charming appearance, even if she did seem a little clueless. The master slumped back into his chair, muttering that talent like this shouldn't be wasted in dungeons. They could become legends in the outside world, so he decided to write them letters of recommendation to grant them the backing of powerful figures. Etha flushed with excitement, about to suggest a party name when
Addis quickly covered her mouth with a nervous laugh. He told the master they would register as
Simple Hunters. The magician was relieved that Eric, staring at the results sheet with stunned eyes, had his level completely hidden. While Addis discussed how the hunter exam was abolished 10 years ago, Eric
was just staring at his score 0 out of 10 points. Seeing this, Etha burst into tears of laughter.
Offering to be the young man's teacher, Eric grabbed her cheeks, and she shrieked in panic about her hairstyle. Meanwhile, the guildmaster calmly announced he would double-check the exam's cancellation.
Addis then asked the man to register Eric as his guardian. Eric, still wrestling with Etha, immediately
confirmed it. The guildmaster mentioned that guardians have their own set of rules. A massive, heavy, blue bound, Books slammed onto the table as he offered to check for any exceptions. Eric and Etha stared,
completely dumbfounded by the colossal rulebook. But Addis just smiled as the guildmaster told them to come back in 6
months. When the review was complete, beneath the vast sky of the kingdom, Eric, carrying a broken sword on his back, felt totally lost. What was he supposed to do for 6 months? Etha suggested it was because elves have a different sense of time. Eric hunched over, staring blankly at the ground. Addis explained with a smile that the elves likely hadn't adjusted to the modern guild system, which was only a century old. He assured his friend that 6 months would fly by. Eric weakly replied that was easy for a 151-year-old magician to say. Just then, Etha noticed
pink petals drifting on the air. She spun around, pointing toward a massive crowd of elves in the middle
of the decorated city, happily suggesting something exciting was happening there. A muscular man in a black t-shirt,
wearing a pink headband, was straining so hard that veins bulged on his crimson forehead. The man stood in
the center of an arena, trying to pull a sword as tall as himself from the ground, while the audience and announcer watched his every move. But when he couldn't budge the weapon and collapsed from exhaustion, the crowd of spectators roared with laughter. Eric watched with a smirk, guessing it was some kind of fair. More like a Thanksgiving celebration, Addis replied, and with a knowing smile began to explain. He told them the elves were created by the earth goddess, Sandy. The magician spoke of a distant past when the elven lands were barren. When the elven king offered his prayers during a great famine, the goddess Sandy heard his pleas and gave him a sacred sword. As soon as the king plunged this gift into the ground, the earth became fertile, and the elven
state began to prosper. Addis concluded that this is why they hold a festival once a year, as a sign of gratitude
to their goddess. Eric was amazed. The young man, looking at the silhouettes on a balcony above, and asked if they were elven nobility. But suddenly, Addis's face went pale. Where's Etha? Eric replied that she was just with them. The magician's eyes widened in horror. They'd lost the walking disaster. Addis immediately ran off in search of Etha and ordered Eric to stay put. He was indignant, but the magician yelled back that his bright hair was visible even from afar. As Addis vanished, Eric grumbled that in that case, Etha could probably see him from far away too. Another challenger, lost in the chaos of the arena, collapses. But Eric's eyes were fixed on something else. The announcer's booming voice declared the inevitable: no one would draw the sacred sword this year either. The blade shimmered under the sun, as if it were winking at the young man, a silent and tempting invitation. Meanwhile, the elven nobles sneered into their wine, mocking the foolish humans and their fleeting, pointless lives. One elf stood, raising his glass. At least their sheer numbers make up for their short lifespans, he sneered. But a young man in a crown cut in sharply. Without those humans, who would tend these fields? The noble fumbled his glass in terror, fearfully greeting his highness as all the elves instantly dropped to the floor. The prince ignored them, admiring the beautiful city. The king wished to attend, he remarked, but his health forbade it. He then declared the festival would soon draw to a close. One of the elves looked up at his highness in utter shock. A girl named Etha, a toy helmet on her head and a bag of elf cookies in hand, was upset. But we're leaving already. The festival isn't over until the sword is drawn, she argued, stuffing cookies in her mouth. Only the king of the elves can do it. But her companion, Addis, simply replied, "That's only a legend?" He explained that the sword was actually sealed into the ground with powerful magic, and countless people had failed to pull it out. Addis said the king would eventually appear, release the magic, draw the sword, and place it back. It was an ancient tradition, a ritual to show the justice of the goddess who had chosen him. Etha, who thought it was all for fun, now understood. That's why no one ever truly gave it their all. They knew it was an impossible staged trial. Addis smiled softly. No one could have pulled it out anyway, and if they did, they would have been dealt with swiftly. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the arena. The sacred sword in Eric's hands had split in half. Both Eric and the crowd stared in silent disbelief at the divine weapon. Etha and Addis could only gape, their mouths wide open in shock. The human challenger began to sweat, looking up with a crazed excitement. But his highness in the crown simply closed his eyes. 100,000 souls. That is the population of Sandia, the capital of the Elven Kingdom, connecting Fallon to the mainland. Here, in the largest city of the kingdom, a carriage halted on the stone path, and two figures emerged. A tall girl and a short one exclaimed in unison as they gazed upon the scenery. "We've finally arrived in Saria." It was a breathtaking landscape where mountains and buildings coexisted. The brunette looked at her companion in the robe. "Thank you for your help, Leandel." But her companion looked around worriedly, urging her to be quieter. The girl with pink hair leaned close, whispering a stern reminder. No one in this city can know you are here. The tall girl simply mimicked Liandal's gesture, leaning in just as close and whispering back. Okay. A deep blush of embarrassment covered Liandal's cheeks as she stared in bewilderment at her strange companion. Please, just be more careful, Liandal pleaded, walking ahead. We must find the person we're looking for, quickly. I am your escort, after all. As the brunette continued to whisper to herself, Liandal concluded that humans couldn't be trusted. They knew neither honor nor nobility. And her companion was the strangest of all. The elf recalled a different night, lying under the stars and SARS in the brunette's lap. She remembered the feeling of a hand stroking her head, and the girl's voice like a soft prayer in the moonlight. Liandal Transis is alive, she had said. Goddess of darkness, Kay, I ask for your protection over her. Even after the girl became her escort, she remained a complete enigma. Whenever asked about herself, she would only repeat the same incomprehensible words. I am a separate creature from the darkness. It was impossible to believe. Suddenly, the girl was on her knees, squatting down to look under a carriage. She found a single strand of red hair, and to Liandal's horror, she began to sniff it, staring at the brunette with a deeply disappointed expression. Liandal sighed. I should have known. She is simply not herself. Just then, she unwittingly overheard a conversation between two passers-by about the incident at the festival. They spoke of the shocking event that occurred during the sword-drawing competition at the Thanksgiving holiday. They said some human hunter had broken the sacred sword, creating a massive uproar. The pink-haired girl listened, completely stunned. Her eyes were wide and her mouth hung open. Meanwhile, Creel, the incarnation of the goddess of darkness, held the red hair in her hands. Creel detected the scent of a young dragon, as well as two of his companions who had just arrived in the city. She knew her next destination. It would be the Hunters Guild. Getting up from her knees, the brunette turned to her companion, whose name was now clear. Let's go, Liandal. Onlookers stared as Eric clutched a broken sword, a prize from the competition. Now, he was buried up to his neck in a mountain of earth. Realizing his predicament, the main character stood with his hand stretched skyward, sword still in hand, gripped by colossal earthen fists. Elves with ornate staves had gathered around him, while one of the silver-haired, elven nobles roared from a balcony, declaring this was no place for a human. He suspected the man had been sent by a rival, as the blonde elven king watched from a distance. With a single flex, Eric shattered the earth that bound him and calmly strode forward, admitting he found their little competition rather amusing. Nearby, an elf in a hat stared, in utter horror. Specks of dirt flew past the fair face of the elven king, one leaving a tiny smudge upon his cheek. The silver-haired elf watched, his face a mask of shock. From his balcony, he screamed that a human had launched an attack. The entire celebration erupted into chaos as people fled in panic, shouting that Eric was a terrorist, leaving him utterly confused. Amidst the frantic crowd, a girl in a green robe, Londell, stood her ground, staring intently at the warrior, unmoving. But as the terrified people shoved past, someone knocked her to the ground. Londell, now alone in the square, fell face first, and Eric instantly rushed to her side. Bending over the dazed elf, the guy asked frantically if she was all right. But when he asked where her parents were offering a hand to help, Londell lashed out with her fist. The girl was furious that the main character had mistaken her for a mere child. Suddenly, Londell collapsed in sheer terror, screaming. At the sight of a monster, Eric was indignant, asking why she would call someone a monster, trying to explain that it was far too rude. But as he turned, he saw it too, a gigantic stone fist flying right toward them. Towering before the elf and the warrior stood a stone golem with blazing red eyes, a creature born from the elves' unique magic. The king's assistant, bowing to his majesty, explained that this golem was connected to the very roots of the world tree, the pride of their clan. He assured the monarch there was nothing to fear. No matter how strong a human is, he is helpless once those mighty roots bind him. It's impossible to even scratch the roots, which overflow with the tree's sacred energy. Eric struggled, barely holding back the stone golem's hand to shield the unconscious Londell. Seeing that none of the nobles cared that an innocent girl was in danger, the protagonist scornfully called them aristocratic scum. A dangerous red glow flashed in his eyes, and a scarlet aura exploded, filling the entire space. The blonde king, his eyes still closed, was bathed in the crimson light. A colossal stream of power slammed into the giant, blasting debris high into the air. From the crushing pressure of the scarlet energy, the stone giant began to crack and crumble. The king's assistant watched in panic. As the golem's stones were ripped away from the world tree's roots, the king calmly noted that human warriors capable of Wielding aura are a rare sight indeed. His assistant, however, could only scream. How is this even possible? Staring at the man standing. In a crater of scorched earth, the silver-haired elf shouted in shock. Who is he? Eric, surrounded by a whirlwind of aura and rubble, spoke with a menacing glare. You should listen when someone is talking. Just then, blood trickled from his mouth. The king's assistant hoped their attack had finally worked, but Eric just scoffed that he'd only bitten his tongue. He realized the strain on his body from the aura was still immense. He hadn't yet learned
how to properly regulate its output. Eric turned back to Lundell, calling out to her. He needed to tell her to run.
But all he found was an empty impression on the ground where the girl had been. He closed his eyes, trying not to grimace in frustration. Then, looking in another direction, Eric grinned and angrily threatened the two figures carrying the elf, but immediately recognized Addis and Ether, placing Londell gently on the ground. Ether angrily scolded that. They were nearly killed because of him. The magician reminded the guilty warrior of their request not to use his aura until it was fully mastered. Looking up, the green-eyed girl said with displeasure. Looks like you've already doomed us, elven archers. On the rooftops aimed gleaming, sharp-tipped arrows at the trio. An entire army of armed soldiers marched toward Ent, the hunters from behind. The elven king finally addressed the human warrior, apologizing for standing by, and observing his behavior. However, he noted, you still haven't answered for the broken sword. Even if you surrender now, you will be punished for resisting interrogation. Eric glanced questioningly at Addis,
who replied with a grave expression that surrendering was their best option against this army. He warned Eric
that the minimum prison sentence for elves was 3 years. The main character just smiled. I have no intention of leaving you guys for 3 whole years. Ether looked at her friend with a sly grin, declaring that gazing at the magical instrument, Addis declared that the elves would be eternally grateful once they discovered the conspiracy. A hint of confusion crossed his face, but the elf king, opening his piercing blue eyes, simply expressed his pity. The blonde man let out a questioning chuckle, sensing something was off his long, black hair fluttered in the breeze.
Shrouded in a powerful aura, Kier approached the company of hunters, who stood fully armed but with bored expressions.
She advised them to heed the elf's words, warning that Ratau's future depended on it.
Eric stared in sheer bewilderment, baffled as to why this unarmed girl was intervening as he looked into her purple eyes.
The main character immediately sensed she was a high-level being, but when he tried to view her information, the system went haywire. It glitched wildly, flashing one yellow error screen after another, all reporting a catastrophic failure or lack of access. Eric grabbed his head, screaming in agony, while Addis anxiously rushed to his side, demanding to know what was happening. The brawny warrior growled that the oracle was bugging out, then glared at the approaching brunette. And just who are you? Kier returned Eric's stare with an icy gaze, her body enveloped in a menacing reddish-pink aura as her eyes glowed a vibrant purple. Her face was a perfect mask, devoid of any emotion as she strode past Addis and Eric, stating that now was not the time for introductions. She would reveal everything after they dealt with the immediate threat. Then she turned her attention to the body lying on the ground.
She calmly knelt beside the figure and tried to wake Leandel, who only wanted to sleep a little longer.
Kier pulled back the elf's hood, a clear signal that it was time to move. But upon hearing the name Leandel, the elf king froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. The prince, here, among humans, surrounded by his own guards. The king's displeasure was palpable.
Where did you come from, he demanded, just as his assistant realized in pure panic exactly who they had been attacking.
Leandel, now revealed as the prince of the elves, shot a defeated look at Kier, just as a command boomed from the balcony to lay down their arms
and ensure the prince's safety. Eric cast a confused frown at the prince and the mysterious brunette. It was obvious that Leandel was
absolutely furious with his companion for ripping off his hood and exposing his royal identity. The scene then shifts to a majestic, snow-white elven castle. It shimmered in the sunlight, next to a sprawling garden filled with ancient trees and stone arches overgrown with flowers.
A table was set with fine tea and an assortment of sweets. The king sat beside a very gloomy Leandel.
With a smile, he apologized for making an unforgivable mistake towards the very heroes who had saved his younger brother.
He offered his profound thanks to the saviors. Addis and Ether could only manage a weary smile, sweat beading on their faces.
The magician replied that it was an honor, and the girl added that an invitation to the palace was a double honor indeed. The table, covered with a white cloth, was situated under a massive tree, with a beautiful stone fence bordering the garden. Eric, crossing his arms nonchalantly, asked if the prince was the son of the fairy queen. Holin, at this, Ether and Addis stared at him in complete shock. The girl began frantically hitting the clueless warrior, scolding him for such an outrageous question. He had no idea what he'd said wrong until the king burst out laughing, explaining to the Waltern warrior that he had gravely misunderstood. The blonde king, holding his teacup, explained with a patient smile that the fairy race encompasses elves, nymphs, gnomes, and sylphs. He added that their numbers are incredibly small compared to other races, which is why the Union of the Fairy Kingdom, or Alia, was formed. Holan is one of the 4 legendary heroes who received the goddess's blessing. She serves as a representative of the 18 fairies, and is also the queen of the nymphs. Eric's frown deepened as he realized these were not some mere servants of Holan. He glanced at Kair again, still trying to piece together her identity, when Ether spoke up with a guilty face.
"We don't have the right to such hospitality," she admitted. "We split the sword of the king of the elves." Addis nodded in agreement. "We can't even begin to imagine its value," he lamented. But the blonde elf simply waved off their concerns, saying it was just a copy.
"A replica for the festival," he clarified. "The real sword, a gift from the goddess herself, is a sacred relic that cannot be broken." Leandel shot an indignant glare at Eric. "Because of this oath," he seethed, "the entire festival is ruined." "Such an offense is unforgivable." The king's voice cut in sharply, interrupting his younger brother. "Need I remind you that the people opposite you saved your life?" He then turned to the flustered, pink-haired boy. "And I seem to recall forbidding you from going outside the castle." The king's disappointment was clear. "Before you make demands of them, perhaps you should first explain to me how you ended up there in the first place." Standing behind the elf, Kier spoke up. It wasn't his fault, but Leandel furiously shouted back, "My older brother is always trying to lock me up." The brunette looked at Leandel with sorrowful eyes, but said nothing as he continued his rant. "The king forbade me from leaving, even during the festival, so I decided I would go in person." The blonde king looked on, clearly displeased with his younger brother's reasoning, as Leandel finally lowered his gaze in guilt. Just then, a veiled maid approached the king. She whispered something urgent, and he immediately inquired about her father.
He rose from his throne, announcing urgent matters. He bowed to his guests and swiftly departed.
Addis stood, reassuring the king they would inspect the grounds in his absence. Both the magician and Ether watched them go, with tense, forced smiles. Meanwhile, our hero just sat there, arms crossed, a storm cloud of gloom hanging over him. Once the royals were gone, Addis let out a huge sigh of relief. The girl practically melted out of her chair, admitting how nervous she'd been. Addis and Ether glanced at their brooding friend. The magician tried to lift his spirits, reminding him that the elven royal family was their ticket to getting close to Holan. The girl then asked what he thought of the prince's bodyguard, the one named Kier. Ether landed lightly on the table. Eric simply said he was an ordinary warrior, maybe 80th level. But Addis, with a thoughtful gaze, suggested there might be a flaw in their strategy. Still scowling, our main character revealed a much more pressing problem. His bladder was at its absolute limit from all the tea. Ether shrieked at him to hold on. But the warrior, leaning heavily on his sword, was already getting to his feet. "I've held it in this whole time," he gritted out. Clenching his teeth, Eric began his desperate, tiny-stepped search for a lavatory.
Addis just yelled at him to hurry up. 20 minutes dragged by. Clouds drifted over the vast garden. Pushing through the endless branches, our hero bit his fist, cursing the elves under his breath. He was fighting a losing battle.
He raged silently. In a garden this massive, there had to be toilets everywhere, but he couldn't find a single one. Suddenly, he pushed aside one final branch and discovered something that would solve everything. Before him stood a mystical tree. It was hidden deep within the garden, a place seemingly untouched by time. Clearly, no one ever came here. In this sacred, forgotten place, Eric decided to answer nature's call. A wave of pure relief washed over his face. He scratched the back of his head, chuckling that he almost burst. And then, a voice from behind a tree. "Who goes there?" An old man appeared, noticing the elderly figure. A terrified scream ripped from Eric's lungs. The old man just smiled, mistaking him for someone named Bobble. That's when our main character caught a whiff of a foul odor, and his eyes widened in horror as he realized what was happening. The old man calmly stated that the toilet was out of paper. Eric stared at the elder, who was naked from the waist down and now trying to stand up. "My pants!" he cried out. Now, the old man sat on a log, Eric's red jacket tied around his hips. He finally realized this wasn't Babal. Left in nothing but his shorts, our hero curiously asked the pointy-eared man what he was doing in the land of the elves.
"Does the land have a master?" the old man retorted indignantly, as the young warrior sat beside him.
The elder explained that protecting the territory of the World Tree was simply the elves' mission from the Earth Goddess. In the end, he said, all flesh returns to the earth as dust. The old man looked to the heavens and declared with a deep sadness, "The earth is crying." Eric plunged his sword into the ground next to the tree. The old man watched, bewildered, as Eric used his hands to cover the natural waste with a bit of soil. "I'm just returning the food we took from the earth," the jock explained. "And giving it some fertilizer, too." Turning to the old man, Eric flashed a huge grin. "As accomplices, we have to keep this a secret, right?" The pointy-eared elder suddenly burst out laughing. "What could possibly happen to an old man like me?" He chuckled.
Standing up, he approached Eric. "The earth rewards those who work," he said. "Perhaps that is why you appeared in these turbulent times."
The old man, who had been holding a sword all this time, finally drew the blade from its sheath.
Eric stared, confused, at the gleaming steel. The guy sat aside as the old man thrust the sword directly into the ground.
Right in front of Eric's own weapon. The moment the blade sank into the soil, a powerful shockwave ripped through the garden. Roots erupted from the earth. They coiled like serpents around Eric's sword, pulling the blade deeper. Deep into the ground, our hero grabbed the hilt, his teeth clenched, and pulled with every ounce of his strength. He fought against the earth itself, trying to free his weapon. Down on one knee, he marveled at the incredible power. The jock's massive muscles strained, veins bulging on his tanned arms. He feared he'd be pulled under, too. He refused to let go, holding the hilt in a death grip. He pulled again, freeing the sword just an inch.
Eric roared from the intense pressure, unleashing his maximum effort. And finally, with one last surge, he tore his sword from the earth's grasp.
The weapon flew back, unleashing massive roots from the very ground through the chaos. The warrior raised his blade,
which was hidden by a thick haze of dust and dirt swirling near the world tree. Eric, covered in earth, finally understood. Sand clogged his clothes, but with a concentrated gaze, he retrieved his sword from the soil. The moment he grasped it,
he was stunned. His massive blade had turned into common wood. Eric swung the weapon, and clumps of dirt flew from it. The wooden sword fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Our hero realized it was far too dense to be normal. He concluded the blade was draining his very energy, wondering what trick the old man had played. Eric collapsed onto the grass. He shook his head and scanned the area, calling for his grandfather, only to find him buried in the ground.
Only a face with a long nose protruded from the earth. When our main character registered this bizarre sight,
he was struck with sheer panic, using his sword like a shovel. He began to frantically dig out the old man, shouting that he better explain the wooden blade. But just then, a black crown emerged from the leaves in the bushes. The figure of Kair appeared from the foliage as Eric stood over his grandfather, demanding to know why he did this. Eric froze mid-dig. He never expected to see her at a moment like this. Below the tip of his sword was the face of the buried old man. His eyes rolled back. Kair instantly took a combat stance, one hand forward, the other clenched. Preparing for battle, she leaped into the air, flying straight toward Eric, who screamed for her to stop. She swung her leg with incredible speed, connecting with a powerful blow. The guy screamed in pain, furiously shouting for her to just listen. She had misunderstood everything, but she landed gracefully, taking a fighting pose. With his buried grandfather as a backdrop, Kair coldly asked if he expected her to believe the Elf King dug his own grave. "And then just climbed into it?" she asked, her tone dripping with suspicion.
Eric was shocked. He had met the Elf King. He quickly admitted he had buried him by accident, crouching for another attack.
The brunette sarcastically replied, "Oh, so you just mistakenly buried the king alive." She rushed toward him at full speed, as Eric stared into her cold, emotionless face. His user manual went haywire.
Countless yellow error screens flooded his vision, indicating a critical failure, as her black heels aimed for his head. Our main character wondered why, over and over again. The system glitched when requesting information on Kair.
The kick flew straight for his face, but he dodged back. Landing on her hands, the girl glared up at her opponent.
Eric grabbed her legs, demanding to know who she was. In this awkward position, her skirt rode up, and the brunette
held it down with one hand, while with the other, she punched the impudent man right between the legs. He screamed in agony. Looking at the point of impact, he writhed in pain. Kair landed lightly and called him a scoundrel. Shaking, Eric bulged his eyes and said that if anyone else had taken that hit, they would be dead. The girl simply stared at him. She then recited all his information, his appearance in this world, his 22 years of isolation in a similar place, and his 5th level, which she knew was actually much higher. She introduced herself as Creel.
She was created by the goddess of darkness, Creel, and served as her representative, as proof.
She pointed to the fact that she was completely unaffected by his Demon King's leadership. Bewildered, Eric asked if the goddess Creel herself had decided to have a stranger killed. The girl corrected his choice of words. Creel informed Eric that the goddess's orders were to find a candidate to be Raewon Bin's assistant, and to test him. Our hero was shocked. How could the goddess choose an assistant for a stranger when she and the demon king were enemies? As a magical portal swirled into existence beside her, the brunette agreed with his bewilderment. She added that the system error and his own uncertain nature had put her at a dead end. Creel's hand disappeared into the portal. She continued, saying she began to doubt his competence the moment she saw him attack the Elf King. Holding his hair in frustration, he insisted it was all a misunderstanding. From the portal, the girl withdrew a weapon. She pulled it out by the long wooden rod, revealing a massive polearm glaive. Kyre leveled it at him. "Right now," she stated, "I will test the personal qualities of the goddess's chosen candidate." Eric looked on. With wide eyes, realizing she could summon weapons, she pointed the glaive. Its sparkling tip aimed right at him, the shine of steel reflected in her cold eyes. As yellow error screens filled the entire space around her, our main character watched as she swung her weapon and launched herself into the air, flying from behind the glaive. The blade headed straight for him at full speed, but this time, Eric stopped the edge without a problem. "Did you really think I would fall for your tricks a third time?" he asked, annoyed. Her eyes widened in the air. She was frozen when our main character said he could simply turn off the manual, holding her glaive firmly in his own hands. This mysterious woman was a thief with a sharp glare. He questioned her audacity. "Don't you know not to touch what isn't yours?" He declared that it didn't matter who sent her. That weapon was his but Kyre. Biting her lip, refused to back down. Suddenly, a scarlet glow erupted, flooding the space. The glaive crackled with raw, red lightning, forcing Eric to snatch his hand away. He stared in shock at the potent aura now coating the weapon. A powerful shockwave blasted across the field, kicking up a blinding storm of dust. Gritting his teeth, our main character fought to hold his ground against the immense force. He checked his palm. Breathing a sigh of relief, he'd nearly lost his fingers. Eric shot a frustrated look at his own sword. It had absorbed his aura, weakening his defenses. And just then, Kyre launched her next attack. She swung her glaive with relentless intensity as he demanded she stop, but the focused brunette pressed on, retorting that he didn't grasp the stakes. As a representative of Creel, she had one mission to test his true power. Blow after blow rained down on Eric. She was baffled. Why wasn't he fighting back with his full aura? Her constant taunts finally ignited his spirit. He decided to get serious, even if he couldn't fully trust her. As the brunette charged, a fierce look etched on her face. Eric braced himself, sword at the ready. He had to think. He needed to control his power, conserve his aura, and somehow manage not to kill this reckless opponent. Kyre landed. Lowering her spear, Eric stood firm, his own blade outstretched. In the next instant, the wooden weapon in her hands split cleanly in two. A piece clattered uselessly to the ground. Eric stared indignantly at his own, now damaged sword. A memory of his grandfather flashed through his mind. Seeing his expression, Kyre suddenly looked horrified. "I understand now," she whispered. She wrongly concluded he wasn't taking her seriously. And in that moment, a dense, terrifying aura began to gather at the tip of her weapon. The sheer pressure was enough to frighten our hero. She glared at him, her face a mask of displeasure. Then, a mass of scarlet energy shot towards Eric like a cannonball. He recognized its properties with a surge of dread. That was a cutting aura. His first instinct was to dodge. But in that exact moment, an old man with a single rose on his bald head erupted from the earth. "Am I in the afterlife already?" the old man wondered aloud. Eric could only stare, dumbfounded, as the powerful aura illuminated the entire space. Kyre watched with curiosity as her attack flew past its target and slammed directly into the world tree. The ancient tree turned a brilliant scarlet, vibrating with immense power. Instead of being destroyed, it grew larger, becoming even more magnificent. Eric shielded his eyes from the blinding light as the old man calmly explained. "The world tree absorbs energy, and its very nature changes depending on the energy it's fed." The strange elf king continued, completely unfazed by the spectacle. He explained that a high-quality aura could make the tree's roots stronger than steel itself, a feat impossible to achieve with any ordinary aura. At that, Eric pointed his own sword, now mysteriously unharmed, right at the old man. The king looked at him with a sad expression. "You're the first one since Babao." Eric froze as the old man revealed that the goddess herself had sent our hero to this very place. The scene then shifts to the gloomy forest, where a corpse lies tangled in the tree's roots. Brilliant red gems, like strange fruit, hung from the branches, glistening ominously in the darkness. A shadowy silhouette, bathed in the scarlet glow, stretched toward the highest branch. A hand with black claws plucked one of the gem-like fruits. Meanwhile, a blonde elf supported the king. But Prince Londel stood before them, his face contorted with pure rage. He roared at Eric, labeling him a despicable imposter. You dare to attack not only the king, but his royal escort. Pointing an accusing finger, he declared with absolute fury, "For this, I will never forgive you." "Guards!" he screamed. "Kill this muscle-bound oaf immediately!" Eric's mouth twisted in annoyance at the prince's sheer arrogance. Beside him, Addis gave a serious look, silently telling his friend to just observe. But Londell continued to demand the man's head. "Kill that vile man!" he shrieked. But just then, the king stopped him. From his seat on the grass, the old man calmly announced, "It was I who started this battle." The prince turned to his father, utterly stunned. Eric was just as shocked by the king's confession. He admitted he was simply curious about the true power of this Walteran warrior, adding that nothing seemed capable of stopping the young man. At these words, the blonde prince exploded, shouting, "Father, why would you start a fight?" The king simply replied that he perfectly understood the crown prince's burden. Having to rule the kingdom in place of a decrepit old man like him, his shoulders slumped as he added that he felt the cry of the earth, and the very roots of the world tree tremble. He knew his son was about to tell him something important. The blonde prince's face hardened, his brow furrowing as he prepared to finally begin his story. Whispers told of a chilling phenomenon in the southeastern village, a place where, for reasons unknown, a curse had fallen. It turned both cattle and residents into withered mummies, and the crown prince declared this was a matter for heroes. He would call upon the hunters to investigate, and the old king, having seen the warrior's strength, placed his full trust in him. The king added that finding the source alone would be impossible. They needed someone who could feel the shite's very pulse of the earth. He sent his youngest son, and the arrogant Londell happily accepted, while the hunters behind him just stared. In disbelief, the blonde elf was furious with this decision, and as she tried to object to her father, she was cut off by the hot-headed Eric. He roared that they hadn't even decided if they would accept this mission. The panicked Ethel quickly covered his mouth. Meanwhile, Addis nervously explained that they were already on their way to the Fairy Kingdom's capital on an urgent matter. But the enraged Londell interrupted him, declaring that the hunters wouldn't dare refuse for commoners. There could be no greater honor than this royal task. The prince turned to Addis, demanding his agreement, but the mage became flustered, stammering under the pressure. The elf then said he would permit the baby to join him, gesturing condescendingly at Ethel. Her face burned with pure rage when Londell added that this ball of muscle could protect him. Eric's hand shot up, ready to strike the arrogant boy. He stopped his fist just inches from the prince's head, unleashing a whirlwind of pressure around them. In that tense moment, the man spoke with a chilling tone, stating that a warrior of Walteran does not tolerate such insults. It was a clear threat to Londell. The boy with pink hair could only stare, frozen in place. Kiar, watching him, knew he was in utter shock, holding his long beard. The old man chuckled, noting that Londell had finally met his match. But the crown prince insisted, arguing that the boy couldn't possibly handle such a dangerous task. The elderly elf agreed with his son, adding that due to the mission's peril, only the most renowned heroes were chosen, which only confused his blonde daughter. The old king glanced over at the hunters, now locked in a heated argument with the prince. He wisely noted it was wrong to force them so suddenly, for they likely had their own destiny to follow. Leaving with his servants, the old man declared he would hear their final decision tomorrow morning. The crown prince could only grimly agree. That night, inside the castle, a single window glowed. With her hair tied back, Addis suspected the four heroes were plotting something drastic. "Don't tell me they're going to attack the goddess of darkness," Ethel exclaimed in disbelief. "They can't use outsiders like slaves." The magician was massaging Kiar, who sat calmly, while the blonde rubbed her tired legs. The relaxed girl simply said, "This is why we need the hunter's help." Suddenly, Eric stomped over with a wicked grin. In the next instant, he flipped the chair Kiar was on, shouting, "What are you planning to do?" Tintwen, the furious warrior, glared down at her, declaring that this brunette was certainly not the goddess of darkness. But Addis and Ethel corrected him, explaining she was the messenger of the very goddess who created the dragon race. Eric just shook his head, refusing to accept it. He was an earthling. Their gods meant nothing to him. Eric sat down across from Kiar in a lotus position. She calmly told him this wasn't a request or a threat, but a fair transaction. When the brunette said this was a golden opportunity for the Outworlder, he frowned, confused by her words. The girl then revealed she was a representative of Creel. Once the goddess is freed, she will grant a reward to all who aided her. Addis and Ethel were stunned when KR announced the reward, the fulfillment of one wish, as long as it was within the power of the world's dragons. Trying to entice Eric, she offered to return him to Earth, but his reaction was colder than ice. The magician and the blonde stared at their friend in alarm as he noted that someone else had once promised a similar reward, only to use them for their own gain. Eric then spoke the name of the demon god Onala, whose true goal was to slay the goddess. After hearing that insulting comparison, Addis and Ethel rushed to their friend's side, angrily shouting at him, accusing him of siding with demons, taking their hands off. The main character calmly explained that 20 children had rotted away in the mountains because of a lie. He was terrified of being deceived again. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Eric looked down, remembering they still needed to capture Holin. But Kiar coldly stated that was no longer necessary. The goddess Creel had given them only one mission. The girl listed 3 legendary names, Giron, Zenobia, and Holan, explaining
that the hunter's true mission was to find the Sword King. Bartle, a man whose strength surpassed all 3 Addis and Ethel,
stood there, their mouths agape. As Eric processed this, the brunette added that the hunters only needed to do one thing, guard her. But Bartled was skeptical. This whole task seemed far too simple for such a grand reward. Kier's gaze sharpened, declaring that failure was simply not an option. Eric's brow furrowed. But as he finally agreed, stating their goals were aligned, Ether and Addis breathed a sigh of relief.
"We're leaving. Now," Kier commanded, already climbing out the window, much to Bartle's shock.
He turned to her, demanding to know who would guard the prince if they just abandoned their post. They could just refuse the mission. Kier paused mid-climb. When Eric reminded her of her duty to the young elf, she turned back, her expression unreadable. "We will refuse the king's task," she replied coldly, "because it directly interferes with the mission of the goddess Creel." Bartle's eyes widened at her declaration. The scene then shifts.
Morning light floods the royal hall of the elven castle. The crown prince bows deeply before his father on the throne.
He reports that the hunters stationed in the outbuilding have vanished without a trace. The old king merely smiles, stroking his beard. "It seems our heroes are quite diligent," he mused, "and in a tremendous hurry, at that."
With a satisfied smirk, the crown prince announced he would inform Lundell that his protection detail had been cancelled.
"That will not be necessary," the king replied, putting his official stamp on a document. The old monarch revealed his plan to send his youngest son on an expedition to his ancestral eastern lands. The crown prince was aghast. "But father, he is still just a child," he protested, biting his lip in frustration. "Londell must earn the recognition of his people," the king declared. "For one day, he is destined to lead the Elven Kingdom." Bathed in sunlight, the crown prince insisted that he already had the people's favor. The old king simply chuckled.
A parent's purpose isn't just to protect. At that very moment, Londell himself burst into the hall at a full sprint.
The king assured them the Fairy Union was already aware of the campaign, with Chairman Holin personally monitoring the situation.
Rushing before his father, the little prince joyfully exclaimed, "My knights have completed their preparations for the journey." Stunned by how quickly everything had moved, the crown prince spun around to stare at his little brother in bewilderment.
The old king chuckled, for standing directly behind Prince Londell were Eric, Kier, Ether, and Addis.
All of them were clad in striking red uniforms. Kier's expression was an emotionless mask, while Eric's face was unnaturally cold.
Leaning against a column, Kivia announced that they would be refusing the king of the elves' mission.
She explained that accepting it would prevent them from completing their true purpose, the mission of the goddess Creel.
The protagonist's face was a canvas of bewilderment. Kivia then stated that even if they had agreed, Prince Londell was fated to die anyway. The group froze in their tracks. Ryu demanded that she speak more clearly. Turning to face them, Kivia obliged. More precisely, that is what was supposed to happen. An image of a great tree with roots shrouded in powerful mana flashed in her mind. "The 6 goddesses are the creators of Ratna," she explained. "They know everything, even that which exists beyond time and space." She noted that even deities who can foresee the future act with extreme caution when intervening in Ratna's affairs, so as not to violate the free will of its beings, or the fundamental laws of cause and effect. A faint aura shimmered around Kivia's bandaged form as she spoke. "A prophet of the goddess does not have the ability to foresee the future," she stated. "It is for that very reason that I have no right to exceed the authority given to me, or to influence the destiny of others." Her face grew heavy with a grim seriousness. "The problem is, because of me, the prophet is created by the goddess." Londell did not die. Memories of the prince surfaced in her mind of him waking up, resting his head on her lap. As he opened his eyes, he was stunned. Kivia explained that at that crucial moment, Prince Atranus survived. Addis was perplexed. If he lived, why did Kivia now want to abandon the prince? Ether grimly suggested that the future in which the prince dies remained unchanged. A worried look crossed the main character's face. But the kid is harmless. He even helped us, he argued. Kivia turned her head, her gaze piercing him. I was created for a single purpose, to free the goddess Creel for the survival of Ratna.
Looking straight at the main character, she stated, "The future of this entire world and the life of Londal hold vastly different values."
Hearing this, Ryu was lost in his thoughts. Remembering the young prince, Kivia's words echoed death was his destiny. As the squad marched on with Prince Atreides at its head, Kivia stated flatly that she and Londel were not close. Watching her with wary eyes, the main character asked why she behaved that way. I simply don't like you, he said bluntly. Ether frowned. Kia scoffed at his words, which were as logical as a child's tantrum. She seriously doubted he was qualified to be her assistant. Indignant, our main character fired back. Then you should question the ones who chose me. Just then, he recalled the state. In the grand throne room of the Elven Palace, the team presented themselves before the king. The Elven King, his gaze heavy, assumed they had already heard the grim news.
A dark phenomenon was plaguing the eastern village. Their mission, he declared, was to uncover its source.
This corruption, the king warned, began at the outskirts. If the roots wither, the entire tree is doomed.
Hearing this, a fire of determination ignited in Ether's eyes.
The king explained that the infection threatened to spread throughout the shadow of the world tree. Otis was visibly shaken by the news. The prince's father stressed this wasn't just an elven problem. The entire Fairy Union had taken a grave interest in this crisis. Looking directly at them, the king made his offer. Solve this crisis, and the esteemed representatives of the Elf Union. Holin would thank them personally.
A sly grin spread across our main character's face. A chance to meet Holin themselves. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up.
The Elf King added that Prince Leandel would also join them on this quest. Not as a prince, but as the official head of the expedition. Atreides slammed a hand to his chest, vowing not to fail him. The prince's face lit up with excitement. He smiled, boasting that his father knew his true worth. To him, these strange events were mere trifles. Meanwhile, out in a vast meadow, a man in special gear began to plow a field.
Aboard their cart, the team's loud bickering echoed across the plains.
Ether was about to explode with frustration. The wyvern fumed that at this rate, they would grow old and die before they even arrived, leaving only the immortal prince alive, offended. Londel insisted his royal status was a secret. He demanded to be called head of the expedition, with a smirk. Atreides mused that for a little girl like Ether, this must seem like a fun adventure. He gloated that she should be grateful he even agreed to drive. Taken aback, Otis asked if the general ever gets tired, and who would protect him. He begged to be entrusted with the task. Londel closed his eyes, feigning deep thought. Was that so? In his mind, aristocrats were a different breed entirely. Gripping the wheel, he told Aedeas to just wait a little longer. Glancing at Kivia, Londel thought to himself that he hadn't yet had a chance to show off his brilliant driving skills. Seething with rage, Atreides noticed the main character was busy chatting with her. You pathetic worm, he spat. Elsewhere, Ryu was shocked. Kivia didn't know where Bold was. Was she serious?
Kivia explained that even a goddess wasn't powerful enough to know the location of a dungeon,
which was the territory of the Demon King. She cautioned that a goddess can only read a person's thoughts if they offer a prayer. And according to her data, there was absolutely no record of Bold ever praying to her. Clouds of dust billowed from the cart's wheels. Kivia concluded that they'd simply have to find him themselves. An indignant Ryu shouted that she should have led with that. The prophetess calmly stated that she repeated several times. There was no reason to take the elf's quest, but Ryu was determined. They had to finish this mission, and fast. Just then, a nearby farmer apologized, asking if he could pass them. Tipping his hat, he explained he had to reach a small village in the east before sunset. Otis smiled warmly, saying they were heading the same way. He graciously let the man pass. But as they entered a dense forest, the man offered a warning. They should also escape this forest before nightfall. Rumors said strange things happen here after dark. As he drove ahead, he offered one last apology. Ether let out a sigh of relief. The wyvern smiled, noting they could just follow his carriage so they wouldn't get lost. But Atreides was fuming. How dare some lowly peasant ride ahead of him? The great Prince Londel, his foot slammed down on the pedal. The carriage rocketed forward at an insane speed. Suddenly, two massive logs appeared, blocking their path. A terrified Ether screamed for him to stop, but as he smashed right through them, the entire carriage went airborne. It landed with a deafening crash. A worried Ryu demanded to know what happened, thinking they were under attack. Smirking, Atreides declared. The road is wherever I drive, gripping the wheel, Londel claimed. He was being guided by the Earth Goddess. There was nothing to fear but from the colossal impact. The carriage burst into flames. The entire party shot furious glares at Atranes. Raging, Ether tried to scream at him, but with a look of pure annoyance, Londell declared this, too, was the will of the Earth Goddess.
Pounding his chest, he announced he knew a route they could take on foot. He then had the nerve to call them all savages.
With a confident smirk, he ordered them forward, but the main character noted he could still hear the ghost of the fallen prince. Ether dismissed it instantly, claiming it couldn't be true, just some twisted hallucination. Horrified, Leondell stammered that he hadn't set foot in this forest for ages. The night sky grew dark and ominous as Atranes stretched out a hand, declaring this was the correct path. An indignant Ether demanded he slow down. Taken aback, Ryu wondered where all this sudden confidence was coming from. Kivia explained that Atranes was an elf of royal blood, along their path. A colossal tree materialized before them, shrouded in a swirling, mysterious aura. The prophetess revealed that the royal elven family had tended to the roots of the world tree since ancient times, adding that through this sacred power, once every 20 years, they could manifest a gift from the world tree. Glancing at his weapon, the protagonist realized the sword in his hands must be incredibly valuable, assuming Leondell was just 2, but Kivia interrupted him.
She explained the prince was still very young, and for that exact reason, he lacked the true skill
of an elf king. Watching the overjoyed Atranes, she noted he could sense the tree's root spreadings deep within the earth, proof that the blood of royal elves coursed through his veins. Hearing this, our main character was completely stunned. Suddenly, with a sharp cry, Leondell beckoned everyone over to him. Grinning, Atranes announced that he'd found the very same cart from before, smugly asking if he didn't tell them to trust him. Placing a hand on her hip, Ether admitted the prince was actually more useful than she'd thought. Outraged, Leondell demanded to know what she meant by that. He called her impudent, smirking. Atranes turned to Kivia, asking if she could see the massive difference between a muscular savage and himself. He boasted that now. They just had to ask the owner for a ride to the village. Leaning against the carriage, Kivia declared that would be impossible. Her gaze was locked onto the cart's owner. The group stared in horror. He was dead, petrified with fear. Atranes tried to bolt, but a mysterious voice echoed.
Well, well, isn't it the Elven King's favorite, Prince Leondell? It sneered. Even though you were a late child.
The Crown Prince must be feeling quite nervous. Tears welled up in the prince's eyes as the chilling voice continued. Surprised that a half-brother with a questionable background has suddenly appeared, Leondell's hand shot out, pointing towards a woman in a wide-brimmed hat. The voice taunted, "Aren't there rumors about the prince?" The stranger revealed that Atranes was hidden in the palace. But the right people knew. Leondell's face was a mask of pure terror. He was frozen solid. "It was the king's mistake," the stranger hissed, as a dark shadow fell over the woman. The mysterious voice feigned pity for the prince's mother, who had fled the palace into the deep forest. Just then, the sound of carriage wheels creaked through the silence. Waking with a start, Atranes saw an exhausted man begging for water, and what he saw next made Leondell let out a blood-curdling scream. Turning, our hero sighed. "You're awake. Try not to faint on us again." Pressed against the carriage, a terrified Atranes asked what had happened. Ryu explained that the prince saw a man, and immediately lost consciousness. Looking at the victim, Kivia said, "He's not a corpse. Yet," Hades confirmed the man's organs had been completely sucked out. The situation was critical, but he was somehow, miraculously, still alive. Turning her head, Ether declared they had no choice but to reach the nearest village for treatment. The only problem, she added, was that their only guide had just fainted. Leondell suggested they just wait for him to wake up, but with a wary glance. Our protagonist stated the situation wouldn't allow it. Behind them loomed a horde of furious monsters. Ryu yelled that monsters had them surrounded on all sides. A worried Ether cried out that they were getting too close, the wyvern noted that these were wild monsters, wondering why on earth they were being chased. Taking out a small stone, the main character admitted he had no idea either. Then, with colossal power, Ryu launched it at the horde. The sheer force of the impact sent the monsters scattering in every direction, and that's when they met a new kind of foe. A monster called a bloodsucker. The system alerted the protagonist. It was a ghost-type dungeon monster that inhabits the bodies of dead monsters, controlling them like puppets. With a look of pure disgust, Ryu wondered what it was. Kivia suggested these were the same monsters that sucked organs from people, turning them into mummies. Our hero realized this was a high-class threat, far beyond anything he'd faced in the haunted house. Turning to Ryu, Leondel desperately asked if there were any dungeons nearby that they could escape through. Kivia reported the cause was a mystery. As they fled, she noted that one thing was absolutely certain the monsters wanted to devour as much aura as possible. Outraged, Atreides screamed that it was all Ryu's fault, calling him a savage. He then ordered our main character to get out of the cart. Ryu simply stated she didn't like this one bit, sensing the wary aura around them. Kivia warned that driving this recklessly was courting disaster. Just then, the earth itself split open. Addie screamed that a cliff was right in their path. Wrenching the wheel, Rada yelled for everyone to hold on tight. Ether thrust her blade toward the attacking monsters.
A powerful charge of energy slammed into a nearby tree. The sheer force of the blast threw Ether aside.
But a brilliant beam emerged, stopping the carriage from plunging into the abyss as Atreides hung suspended in the air. In the chaos, Londel's body tumbled out of the carriage. Seeing this, the monsters' gazes locked onto him. They swarmed towards the falling prince. Terror flooded Londel's face. But at the last possible moment, the main character lunged forward and snatched Atreides from the jaws of death. Ryu grunted, his grip weakening, and told him to say the magic word. Londel stared up in utter surprise at the main character holding him by a thread. Atreides managed a breathless, "Thank you." Ahead, a wooden fence marked the entrance to their destination. The party had arrived at the small village of Cornea, but at the main gate, a knight's indignant voice boomed, "This is an outrage," ordering them to turn back. An enraged Londel shot back that this was incredibly rude, adding that they came on the Elven King's orders. But a soldier on the fence sneered, telling him they had asked for aid 2 months ago, and the elves didn't even lift a finger. The soldiers were certain they were just vultures, waiting to take their land after they fell. Stunned, Atreides wondered what on earth they were talking about. He insisted they came the moment they received the news. The main character added that their journey had been far from easy. He couldn't understand what kind of twisted situation this was. Kivia, however, suspected there was a hidden reason for this hostility. A malicious grin spread across the knight's face as he watched their confusion. Kivia explained that this village was originally human.
But because of the World Tree's roots, elves migrated here, which ignited endless disputes over the territory.
The sight filled Londel with utter disgust. The prophetess declared that this was precisely why.
She held such a poor opinion of the elven race. Pointing to their injured companion, Addie pleaded that they had a patient
who urgently needed help. Ether's voice was filled with worry, insisting she had to be saved first. Placing his hands on his hips, the knight conceded. "We will accept the sick one," but he refused them entry into the kingdom's domain. Hearing this, Londel bared his teeth in fury. The knight stated that therefore,
no elf would set foot on their land. Turning around, Kivia noted that without some compromise,
they would never uncover the cause of these incidents. The prophetess added that she could now return to her goddess's mission. Kivia turned to the prince, urging him to return, but Londel flatly refused. "I will not."
Staring at the shocked Kivia, he demanded to know how he could face his father and brother if he returned in disgrace.
The main character's face was a mask of surprise. Atreides continued, "How can I possibly be their leader if I run away now?" The prince swept his hair back. "You said you wouldn't allow an elf inside." He revealed the tip of his pointed ear. "Then what about a half-elf?" The knight was so shocked he thought the boy was joking. Ether gasped in surprise. Children born between elves and humans were exceedingly rare. Addie realized this must be one of the reasons Prince Leandel was hidden from outsiders. As this unfolded, Kivia was lost. In thought, the hunters above began to laugh, mocking the prince's different ears. Smirking, one of them said he knew it all along. A confused Atreides grabbed his own ears. The crowd of hunters shouted that the elves never planned to help them anyway. The knight suggested that was why they sent Lambel, because of his different ears. Leaning in, Addie whispered that pure-blooded elves despise half-breeds, just like humans do. In that moment, the main character slammed his fist into the ground. Atreides turned to Ryu, startled. The main character declared, "I can't stand this anymore." He placed a firm hand on the prince's head. "Albeit temporarily, this boy is our leader." He continued, his voice dropping. "Those monsters you're so afraid of, they're greedy for aura." With a menacing glare, the main character warned that a massive aura was about to erupt right from him, ordering the hunters to stop. The hunters were paralyzed with shock. Ryu stated they had to act before every bloodsucker nearby swarmed their location. Suddenly, someone rushed towards the entrance from inside. The stranger squinted into the dark, his voice filled with alarm. Is that a Voltarian warrior out there? One of the hunters realized that if they made the wrong move, the monsters would be the least of their problems. Approaching the gate, the man raised the heavy shutter, opening it without hesitation. As Abus demanded to know where the patient was, a knight blocked his path. He urged him to listen, warning that it was far too dangerous. To step outside. The knight revealed that those people were from the Elven Kingdom. Watching it all unfold, the main character could only wonder what was happening. A shocked Londell couldn't believe his eyes. His gaze fell upon the second brother walking towards them. Removing his hood, the man asked, "Prince Londell, is that you?" Overcome with joy, the man threw his arms around him, crying out the prince's name. He looked his brother over from head to toe.
"You've grown so much," he said, before asking, "How is our father, and how are your studies?"
A stunned Ryu noted that the man looked exactly like the crown prince. Kivia, standing beside him, simply explained, "They share the same blood." To the surprised Londell, Kivia revealed the truth. "He is your half-brother, and the crown prince's twin." As the shocking news settled, medicine was gently brought to a patient's mouth. The man's eyes were shadowed with bruises from pure exhaustion. Pess, standing opposite, was amazed at the immediate effect of the simple medicine. A smiling ether pointed out, "His complexion has already improved." Appreciating their help, the joyful middle brother explained that this medicine was created from his meager knowledge. He was the only magician in the entire village, which meant he also performed the duties of a healer. Rising from his bed, he admitted he couldn't care for all the patients alone. The rest were being treated in their homes, and there were several times more of them than were gathered here, the middle. Brother confessed that for this reason. He had swallowed his pride and asked his family for help. His gaze met an alarmed Londell's. "I never dared to dream that you yourself would come." Atronach said that if his brother had told him he was coming, he never would have traveled there alone. With sorrow on his face, the middle brother revealed that he was living there in exile. If anyone discovered his presence, it would bring ruin upon the village.
A worried Londell couldn't understand what had happened 10 years ago. He believed their father must have forgiven his middle brother.
Long ago. Meanwhile, our indignant main character was on the edge of his seat, trying to piece everything together. The family drama was just getting to the most interesting part. Leaning towards him, Ether whispered that this was clearly a complicated family problem. Smiling, she noted they hadn't seen each other for a long time, suggesting that they probably wanted to talk about many things. The wise woman said that at times like these, one must know when to leave. "This is called tact," she said. Ryu turned his head, agreeing that standing there listening was a terrible idea. But suddenly, the sick man was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Before anyone could react, Kivia shoved her hand into his mouth. The indignant middle brother cried out, demanding to know what she was doing to his patient. Taken aback, our protagonist asked what she was trying to do, when all of a sudden, she pulled a small monster from the man's throat, holding it right up to Ryu's face. Kivia told him to take a closer look. "What is that thing?" he asked, staring at the tiny monster. Ryu realized it must be a bloodsucker. Larva, holding the creature in her hands, Kivia explained that even those drained by a bloodsucker can fully recover with normal treatment. Turning around, she declared that these patients weren't recovering for one reason. Bloodsucker larvae were parasitizing their bodies. Hearing this, the alarmed middle brother realized the terrifying truth. The monsters were deliberately keeping their hosts alive in order to reproduce. A shocked Addies noted that dungeon monsters usually only want to kill, but Ether stated that monsters like these appear in dungeons on their own. A horrifying thought dawned on our
Protagonist. Does that mean their numbers are growing in this district? With her back to them, Kivia announced Inshin
that their mission was officially over. Now, they just needed to return to the kingdom and report everything to the king. A worried Londell protested that his brother and everyone else were still in danger, but Kivia stated that their task from the Elven King was only to find the cause of the anomalies. Suddenly, Ryu's hand landed on her shoulder. Kivia said that their mission does not include resolving the problem. The main character asked her to stop. Ryu demanded to know if they would just leave. After completing their mission, while people were dying in the villages, he called it completely irresponsible. But Kivia stated that Ryu was the one acting irresponsibly at that moment. She believed our hero only wanted to save the people he could see, without a single thought for the future victims who were not yet visible. Turning to Ryu, Kivia asked if he had forgotten how many innocent people were killed. by the one he so thoughtlessly saved before. Memories of Krissa and Ios flashed in the main character's head. In his thoughts, the silhouette of Martin appeared, his face twisted in incredible anger. Looking at the stunned Ryu, Kivya stated that, as a result, he could not bear the responsibility for Shin to the end, allowing him to die. Suddenly, the excited middle brother began to wave his hands. With a finger pressed violently to his lips, the middle brother confirmed a hospital was nearby, clenching his fist. Otis growled, wondering how much Kivya really knew. An image of an irritated Ryu flashed through Radha's mind. Otis reported that their best choice had led to the worst possible result. Taken aback, he warned Kivya not to speak so recklessly, reminding her that she never saw what the main character had to endure. The weight of his burden was immense. Kivya was stunned by his words, placing a hand on her chin. The middle brother noted night had fallen, and that the party was clearly exhausted. He offered to have his people prepare an old hotel building for them. From the windows of the dilapidated structure, a bright light shone. He told them they could decide whether to return to the kingdoms tomorrow. What was this impudence Ether, the wyvern seethed, unable to comprehend the situation. Turning to the furious beast, Otis urged her to calm down, admitting he'd gone too far. Ether was certain that her companion Radha was just as enraged. With a smirk, Otis revealed that Kivya had a mission involving the fate of Ratna. That's why she was in such a rush, upset. Radha felt they shouldn't have to endure such insults just to fulfill a goddess's task. Staring at the ceiling, Ryu admitted he wasn't insulted, but it had certainly soured his mood. He raised a finger, saying it felt like his 4-year-old sister asking him why he didn't have a girlfriend yet. Otis was taken aback by Ryu's strangely specific comparison. Ether felt like he'd just hit the bullseye. From just outside, Londell's ears twitched as he tried to eavesdrop. Ether's booming laughter echoed from beyond the wall. The wyvern figured if Ryu was that angry, then it must be true. But Otis argued that the main character was wrong. You can't just attack a wyvern for speaking its mind. At that moment, Londell closed his eyes, trying to drift off to sleep. Lying nearby, Kivya reminded him the walls were paper thin, and they could hear everything. Opening his eyes, Londell asked what was wrong. Kivya admitted that something was making her curious. Londell found this uncharacteristic of her. Averting her gaze, Kivya asked if he thought she had angered them, worried it might jeopardize their mission. Taken aback, Londell admitted he wasn't sure, but if she did something they disliked, then that was that. Looking at the prince, Kivya said she didn't think so. Smiling, Londell reasoned that the group didn't seem to care even when they learned he was a half elf. He thought the main character was a pretty decent guy. But still, Londell felt that Ryu was a world away from him. He then looked at Kivya, whose hand rested on her pillow, and suggested that she should simply apologize. Smiling, she thanked him for the advice. A wave of embarrassment washed over Londell's face, hiding under his blanket. He told her to save all important matters for tomorrow. As she drifted off, Kivya was lost in thought until her eyes finally closed. When they opened again, she found herself on a desolate street. Sharp, stinging cuts covered her face. Sitting up, Kivya guessed these were memory lapses from a head injury. Clutching her paw, the bloodied prophetess recalled that she was hunting a monster, and her body was grievously wounded. With a chilling smirk, the creature said this wasn't interesting at all, sneering that her legs felt unresponsive, like a doll's. Turning on her, the monster demanded to know why she lied about hiding her children. Staring at the blood-splattered beast, Kivya wondered what a monster like this was doing here. Pointing a claw in her face, it hissed that it could be anywhere it pleased. Then, a torrent of blood streamed down Kivya's legs. The terrified prophetess's eyes shot open. Bolting upright, Kivya reeled from the shock. She looked at her hands, trying to convince herself it was just a dream. But then she saw it. Londell's bed was empty. She heard screams. A look of genuine terror washed over her face. In an instant, Kivya bolted towards the horrifying sounds. Ether appeared in her path, her own eyes wide with confusion. Kivya frantically asked the wyvern if she had seen Londell, but Ether had far worse news. Her words sent a chill down Kivya's spine. The wyvern declared that every single one of their weapons had vanished. The gaping maw of a monster lunged for a terrified man's face. One of the residents screamed for everyone to fall back. Trying to fight it off, the man yelled for the others to leave him behind. As a woman drew the curtain, her room filled with the sound of wailing children. The terrified mother was surrounded on all sides by slithering, tentacled horrors. An army of ravenous monsters was crawling through their home's model. of the village. Without warning, a horrifying monster materialized behind the knight. Its jaws lunged straight for his face. The knight wondered what these bloodsuckers were doing here. But suddenly, our hero grabbed him by the shirt and clenched his fist, unleashing a single devastating blow. The monster's body exploded from the sheer, colossal power. Its remains scattered in every direction. Another enraged beast let out a soul-shaking roar. Watching it all, Ryu was bewildered. What even were these things? An enormous horde of monsters surged towards them like a tide. Our hero was shocked that even after taking a direct hit, the monsters would just reform. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the village. Surprised, Ryu thought. Everyone had died in the blaze, but Addis, raising his hands, explained his spatial limitation. He couldn't use his full magic without a staff. Turning to him, Ryu stated grimly, "Something will go wrong in a place this narrow. If you unleash your aura here," he added, "you'll accidentally blow up the whole village." Just then, with lightning speed, Kia arrived, cutting down a monster in a flash of steel. Landing gracefully, she told the guys not to worry. "This sword from the world tree," she explained, "will absorb most of the stray aura." Taken aback, our hero wondered if that was truly something to celebrate. Seeing a monster attack Ether, Ryu tried to get an update on the situation. The monsters that broke through the eastern gate, she reported, had scattered in every direction, landing beside them. Ether gave a grim count. There were about 200 monsters. If we try to hunt them down one by one, this will never end. Raising her fist to strike, Kaia found it odd. Why would so many underground monsters attack all at once? And where in the world was Liandel the Knight, beside himself with rage, had his own theory? "This is all because of that elf, Liandel," he snarled. "I'm sure the elves are trying to seize our land." Seeing Kaia's furious expression, the knight sneered. "In the end, he betrayed you, too." Grabbing him by the armor, our hero roared, "You're the one planning a backstab. You wanted to take Liandel hostage to negotiate with the kingdom." Boiling with rage, Ryu realized. "So that's why you stole our weapons." Our main character knew his sword was too heavy to draw in time, indignant. The knight declared, "It's too late to look for Liandel now." Looking at the furious Kaia, he insisted they needed to at least get out of here. Ether watched her, shocked. Kia, however, declared that she wouldn't allow this to escalate into a pointless argument. An image of the world tree filled her mind. The prophetess noted, "I cannot interfere in the destinies of mortals. This concerns not only the villagers, but the very life and death of Liandel." An unwavering Kaia said she would not do anything that wasn't directly related to the fulfillment of her sacred mission. Slicing through a monster behind her, our main character pressed the issue. "What are you getting at?" He stared at the prophetess, a challenging look in his eyes. "Are you saying Liandel's death has nothing to do with your mission? You're mistaken." Smirking, Ryu declared, "If Liandel dies, I won't help you anymore." Seeing the shock on Kia's face, he revealed his trump card. "And that is exactly why you need to go and find Liandel to complete your precious mission." As his words sank in, Kaia's leg began to glow with streams of immense aura. Pushing off the ground, the prophetess shot off in search of Liandel. Watching her go, Ryu noted, "She's not as cold as we thought." He hoisted his massive sword onto his shoulder. Our hero said with a sigh, "There must be a reason she acts that way." Just then, Addis formed a fiery sphere in his hands. "We need to end this fast," he stated. "And go find Liandel too." Turning his back, the main character asked how much magic Addis had left. Their teammate Rhea reported, "There are about 5 small ones. And 1 large one left, borrowing the knight's weapon," Ether noted. "If you're not going to use this, then I'll take it for now." The stunned knight could only ask what they were planning to do. "Even if you kill them one by one, they're already everywhere." Taking a fighting stance, our hero just smirked. "Who said anything about fighting them one by one?" He thrust his sword deep into the ground, filling it with streams of unbelievably powerful aura. Suddenly, from the village center, a huge crimson pillar of light shot toward the heavens. Holding his sword with both hands, the protagonist roared, "We'll gather all the monsters together." And as if answering his call, the area around them began to fill with a terrifying army of monsters. And in the hands of some unknown man, the body, there, against a gnarled tree, stood a woman in crimson, with the unconscious form of Londel beside her. "Stop right there," Kier commanded, landing softly. "What do you think you're doing with him?" A malicious grin spread across the woman's face. The rescuers are earlier than I expected. The prophetess stared, a chilling recognition dawning on her. The woman turned, asking, "Why the long face? It's as if we've met before." In her arms, Londell lay limp, his pink hair a stark contrast to her dark skin and crimson robes. Wearing a strange cap and a blindfold, the woman held the prince close. "You look as if you've seen a ghost," she taunted. The brunette's eyes remained fixed on the kidnapper. This was her, the woman from that horrific nightmare. She thrust her hand forward, tearing open a scarlet portal that pulsed in the darkness. In one fluid motion, a massive glaive appeared in her grasp. "We don't know each other," she declared, her voice ice. With utter contempt, she glared at the thief. "I don't associate with monsters who steal people instead of ending them."
I thought the disguise was rather convincing. The blindfolded woman mused, her head tilted.
"But I suppose a cold assessment is needed. For that, you need to ask an ordinary person." Kyr's gaze remained like daggers. Her brow furrowed as she watched the villain hold the stolen Prince Leandel. The thief wondered aloud. What does it feel like for people who have children? How precious is a child to them? Her red claws caressed the unconscious elf's face. "If I had a child, he would be so very dear to me." With a twisted smile, the criminal asked, "What expression should I make to appear human, right after this child dies?" She wanted to see Kyr's face break after killing Londell, but Kyr didn't fall for the provocation, her eyes tracking every move. The dark-skinned woman's smile widened as she waited for a reaction that never came. "We'll find out later, then," she sighed, carefully laying the unconscious prince on the grass. She rose sharply, pointing her head towards Kyr. "In the end, we're not so different. You and I—"
With calm fury, Kyr shot forward like a bullet. Her glaive raised to strike, as the woman met her with fingers spread like talons.
Meanwhile, in the village streets, Eric was waging a one-man war, his energy exploding against the monsters. He wielded a massive wooden sword with intense focus, each swing delivering devastating blows to the bloodsuckers, shrouded in her own fiery aura. Addis fought back-to-back with him. "Are you controlling your aura?" she yelled with concern.
Eric's scarlet aura clashed with the wooden blade, while the magician unleashed the dragon's fiery power.
And either's sword crackled with blue lightning, carving through the horde. While Addis and the swordsman held the line, the blonde shot into the air, announcing, "I've gathered almost all of them."
3 distinct, overwhelming energies pushed back the ever-growing tide of bloodsuckers. Powerful blue lightning, a raging crimson torrent, and brilliant orange flames lit up the night sky.
From a rooftop, village soldiers watched in awe as the heroes corralled the monsters from every corner. "The Sword King's race is famous for a reason," the knight with the eye patch muttered in admiration. His partner watched, mesmerized. "Our nightmare is finally coming to an end." But their hope was shattered by an approaching elven doctor. "I'm afraid the situation is not so simple." "That aura," the pointy-eared man exclaimed, pointing at Eric. "That energy, it's too strong." He urged the knights to look closer at the swarming bloodsuckers below. The bearded soldier gasped in horror. "They're killing their own kind." "Precisely," the elf explained grimly. "The Waltran warrior's aura kills them. Yes, it destroys their very cells. But that energy remains in the corpses." Eric, surrounded by his crimson power, glared furiously at the monsters. As the trio of hunters stood ready, the blonde elf delivered the terrible truth. "One dead bloodsucker becomes food for 10 more." In a flash, a clawed hand lunged, surrounded by droplets of blood.
With a single, swift arc of her glaive, Kyr severed the thief's limb as she attacked.
But the brunette watched in shock as a new, whole arm began to sprout from the stump. The regeneration was horrifying. Instead of a hand, a massive, monstrous paw took its place, swiping furiously as Kyr leapt away. The blindfolded thief grinned. "Ah, so you're holding back your aura on purpose, so I can't absorb it?" Energy flared from Kyr's eyes as she concentrated her power, realizing the chilling truth about her opponent. High intelligence, terrifying regeneration. And now she knew. It was this monster who brought the bloodsuckers to their village, wreathed in a scarlet aura. The girl flashed past her foe, carving a deep wound into her waist as she turned. The woman stared back, her eyes wide with utter disbelief. The thief, with a monstrous paw, gripped Kyber's weapon and demanded answers. Kyr demanded to know if she was trespassing, but the woman just smiled wickedly, musing that travelers often wander into her village. Uninvited, she even complimented the delicious aura she was absorbing, gripping her glaive tightly. Kyr realized a terrifying truth. The more this monster fed on her aura attacks, the stronger she became. At that moment, dark ribbons coiled around Kyr's arms, reinforcing her muscles and amplifying her power.
With a powerful shove, Kyr sent the woman in red flying now, her body enhanced by the dark ribbons.
She focused her aura into the tip of her weapon, unleashing her attack, She swung with all her might. The blade carved a trail of scarlet energy across the giantess, but the bandaged woman simply burst into insane laughter. She cackled, declaring that Kyr's efforts were utterly useless. Suddenly, ice began to crystallize along the edges of her gaping wound. The thief let out a desperate cry, baffled by the sudden frost.
Kyr's eyes turned dark as a chilling energy erupted from her, freezing the monster solid.
She calmly stated that absorbing aura was impossible while frozen, encased in ice. The woman finally spotted the freezing artifact in Kyr's hands and screamed for her to wait. But it was too late. Crimson energy started seeping from beneath the black ribbons on Kyr's skin. A brilliant pillar of aura erupted into the sky, a stark contrast to the dark night. Ice shattered and flew into the air from the shockwave, and the magical black ribbons began to unravel from Kyr's arms. Her skin was now enveloped in a scarlet-pink aura as she towered over her foe. Staring at the frozen monster, she regretted not asking how it escaped the dungeon. Her skin was now almost completely bare as the ribbons vanished. She summoned a portal, stowing her weapon away. Kyr then turned to see Linnell curled up on the grass, just starting to stir. Opening his large eyes, the elf looked up, completely bewildered, confused. He asked Kyr how he ended up here. She just smiled gently, telling Linnell it was time to go home. But in that instant, a red blur shot towards her. At blinding speed, the crimson creature slammed into Kyr, sending her flying across the field. It left a trail of dust in its wake. The prince could only watch in horror as his guardian was struck down. He screamed her name, his voice filled with terror. The attacker, meanwhile, simply said, "I told you to wait." The pink-haired elf recoiled in fear at the strange red being before him. The creature clutched its head and lamented how hard it was to maintain a face. Kyr crashed against a tree, a few drops of blood staining the grass.
A scarlet trail trickled down from her forehead. She stared at her opponent in pure disbelief.
She realized this monster's recovery was impossibly fast. The woman agreed, stating that even bloodsuckers don't last forever. With a sickening grin, she declared she'd had to kill quite a few. This was the mother of monsters. Lifting the hem of her dress, she revealed a horrifying cluster of bloodsuckers clinging to her. Lionel was paralyzed with fear. He finally understood he was facing a true monster and tried to back away. But the woman simply said she wanted to be a good mother, looming over the terrified elf. She whispered that he had seen something he shouldn't have. As her clawed hand reached for the prince, Kyr lunged forward, desperate to protect him. Flashes of a prophetic dream flooded her mind as the woman's attack closed in. Her claw reached for Kyr's face. But this was no dream. It was destiny. A spray of blood filled the air. Against the night sky, Kyr, her face bloodied, could only stare in wide-eyed shock. The monster grinned maliciously. But then she remembered that strong man, Eric. And suddenly, he was there. He stood before Kyr, shielding her with his powerful frame. The monster purred that he was just her type.
Eric grabbed the monster's clawed hand. He squeezed, his muscles bulging with raw power.
The veins popping on his arm, with a sickening tear, he ripped the limb clean off. Eric sighed. "I've got enough. Strange women in my life." The scene flashes back in time, to the hunter's desperate battle. On the village streets, the bloodsuckers had grown massive after absorbing so much aura.
Our main character, surrounded by scarlet energy, frowned. Their levels had skyrocketed.
His attacks were actually making them stronger. Ether, her face scratched, raised her sword with a confident smile.
"I'll handle the small fry," she declared. "But my 38th level won't do much against the big ones." Addis called out to his partner, who was already in a battle stance. She glanced back at him, bewildered.
The mage raised a finger to his lips, a silent command for quiet. Ether, however, was clearly puzzled by the gesture. A flicker of annoyance crossed her face, which she quickly hid behind an awkward smile, glancing at his friends. Eric finally remembered Addis's grand strategy. He was the bait, destined to gather the monsters with his powerful aura. Confused, he spun around to question his comrades, but found himself utterly alone. All that remained was a small magic circle humming behind him, a purple gem at its center counting down to ignition. Surrounded by grotesque, multi-eyed horrors, Eric couldn't understand why Ether and Addis were retreating. Addis shouted back, telling the jock to just hang in there a little longer. As a result, Eric felt truly abandoned by his allies. The bloodsuckers closed in, their shadows devouring him, when suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted from the magic circle. An inferno exploded from the stone, engulfing the epicenter in a devastating torrent of flame that consumed every monster.
A pillar of fire roared into the sky, so intense it blinded the soldiers and the doctor watching from the rooftop. Perched calmly on the building's edge, Addis and Ether watched with delight as the blaze grew higher.
A bearded man shouted in outrage that their friend was burning alive down there. The flames raged, licking at the houses. Ether nervously remarked that this looked a little dangerous, to which Addis replied that high levels are needed to achieve such devastating area of effect magic. He added it might get a little hot for Eric. Just then, an unharmed figure emerged from the fire. It was the jock, clutching his wooden sword, his face a mask of pure indignation. He instantly began yelling at his approaching friends.
A little warning would have been nice, he bellowed. Addis just apologized, explaining the plan had changed on the fly.
There just wasn't time to warn him all the while. Ether giggled at the sight of his smoking, soot-covered head.
While the trio argued, the knights on the roof made a startling discovery. Not a single trace of the bloodsuckers remained.
They wondered how a Waltern skin could possibly survive that inferno. The blonde elf looked on with deep suspicion. Through his glasses, he stared at the warrior. He recognized that power from somewhere. Just then, in the opposite direction, near a colossal, withered tree, a crimson flash lit up the night. Every villager on the roofs turned their heads in unison. The knights were frozen in awe. They whispered nervously about the sheer danger radiating from that place.
Such a massive concentration of aura was terrifying. As the healer backed away, Addis asked Eric, "You can feel that too, right?" Peeking over the mage's shoulder, Ether worriedly suggested. Something must have happened to Miss Kier. Staring at the ominous scarlet energy, the main character felt a deep sense of dread. Something had gone terribly wrong. Something might have happened to the child he charged toward the giant tree. Needing to confirm Londel's safety, he yelled for his friends to handle the village. Then, like a bullet, Eric shot off to the rescue, kicking up a cloud of dust. As he vanished, Addis calmly told Ether the prince would be all right, asking her to sweep the area for any straggling monsters. As Addis moved out, strange voices echoed behind them. A mob of red-eyed knights and villagers began to form. They streamed past, torches held high in their hands. Ether instantly knew something was terribly wrong with these people. The magician agreed with her assessment. Then, in an instant, the pupils of every hunter turned a chilling, vacant white. The two heroes followed the possessed crowd, sensing the impending danger. The world the goddess created is like a flawless clock, and as it ticks, destiny unfolds exactly as written, never straying from the preordained script. But now, reality itself had been shattered. The prophecy was wrong. Reality had changed. And at its center was Eric, now defending Londel and Kier. The brunette prophet clutched her head, her mind reeling. After everything she had foreseen, how could this be? A future that should not exist was unfolding right before her. The mage asked if she was okay. Meanwhile, the main character asked if Kier was completely incapacitated from her head wound. She shot back that while she may not be as strong as him, she was still forged in the image of a Waltern woman. Standing beneath the starry sky, she urged Eric, who was reaching for his weapon, to stay sharp. "Focus on the enemy in front of you," she commanded, glaring at their foe. Kier explained that after their previous battle, her own recovery powers had been diminished. But the mother of bloodsuckers, protected by a dense aura, was immune to slashing attacks. Worse yet, after absorbing all that ambient energy, the woman in the red dress had only grown stronger. From afar, the mob of villagers marched with their torches, heading straight for the monster, who had once only craved the elf boy. But the woman had changed her mind. She magnanimously decided she would allow the hunters to live in her new territory. With a wicked smile, she extended her hand towards Eric. But suddenly, the mother of bloodsuckers began to shake, overwhelmed by her own immense power. In that instant, our hero swung his massive blade, slamming the woman into the ground with a sickening crunch. A bloody mist and remnants of aura exploded outwards, showering the green grass in crimson. The villagers froze, watching the carnage in absolute horror. Even little Prince Leandel was stunned by the gory scene before him. Beside him, the sheer force of the blow shattered even Kier's stoic composure, her face twisting into a mask of pure shock. Standing behind Eric, the brunette clutched her chest. She knew he was powerful, but this? She never imagined he could overwhelm an enemy with aura pressure alone. As Eric pulled up his user manual, Kier reached a chilling conclusion. This alien's strength was simply beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, our hero stared at the yellow screen. He was disappointed. He thought he'd just defeated a boss-level monster. But as the info windows popped up one by one, he realized they were nothing more than a swarm of united bloodsuckers. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from a bearded knight. A mob of locals surged toward Eric, refusing to believe. He could have killed their beloved mistress. They surrounded him, their faces a mixture of sorrow and rage, accusing him of murdering a woman who was innocent, a woman who treated them like a mother. Our hero roared back in frustration. "Were your eyes closed? That thing was a bloodsucker." as Kier shot a confused look at the crowd.
She remembered the Mother of Monsters' words. Suddenly, a terrible truth dawned on her, looking at the sea of hollow faces. She realized the entire village was already infected. Eric stared in disbelief, his mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Kier desperately tried to convince him, explaining that parasites had overrun this village long before. Any hunters ever set foot here? Her terrifying guess was confirmed as a bloodsucker crawled from the knight's mouth. A monster emerged from every single villager's mouth, each one a piece of their mother. She began to speak. These people had settled on abandoned lands, terrified of the wild monsters. The woman claimed she was only protecting them. In return, they gave her a place to live. The reincarnated lady in red placed a hand on the shoulder of the terrified elf, Leandel, declaring this to be symbiosis. She added that the villagers naturally had to pay a price for her protection. Kier shot the parasite mother a look of pure contempt. She knew that manipulating lives wasn't symbiosis. It was slavery. But the woman just smiled. The people are happy. They don't even know they're slaves. And that's enough for me. At that moment, Prince Leandel's voice cut in. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Walter and take Kier and run! But Eric and the brunette were already surrounded by the mob. The zombified residents closed in as they took their fighting stances. The boy pleaded, "Tell my father everything." But before he could say more, the woman covered the little elf's mouth. "I just wanted to live here peacefully," she sighed. "But you travelers have killed too many of my children." The newly infected Addis and Ether now stood by her side. The lady concluded that everything had worked out perfectly. Suddenly, Kier's eyes widened with a horrifying realization. The infection. It was carried by her blood through the woman's hand. Leandel desperately tried to call out his companion's name. He was terrified for her. The little elf reached for the girl, just as Eric launched his attack, throwing her into the infected crowd. His vision started to fade, when suddenly his eyes snapped open. "Kier!" he screamed, but now he was on a bed, a bright room with a large window showing tree branches outside. Confused, he looked around as sunlight streamed onto his bed. A dark silhouette reached for the golden doorknob. The white door swung open, and there she was, the lady in red, wearing a blindfold. She smiled happily. "Oh, you're awake." Seeing her, Leandel scrambled back in terror. "You're a monster!" he screamed, but she just smiled sweetly. "I'm not a monster. I'm your mother." A large hand came to rest on her shoulder, and the prince's blood ran cold. His eyes went wide, his mouth agape. A well-built man with a mustache and a monocle, dressed like a nobleman, appeared. He stood behind her and warned Leandel to watch his words. "Before your dad has to punish you." The elf recognized him with pure horror. It was Walterin. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, a corpse consumed by twisting roots was fused to a tree. A flash of crimson pierced the darkness, like a burning star. In that gloomy forest stood a tree, bearing fruit that looked like precious red gems, beckoning with an inner light. And there, the pink-haired prince was bound. Beichun's powerful roots, completely immobilized. From the top of a twisted tree, a dark silhouette plucked the brightest of all the stones. The figure of a lady in a dress cradled the harvested fruit. Behind her, a scarlet portal tore open the fabric of reality. A hand, surrounded by fading aura, gripped the sheets tightly. Kier's eyes flew open in a panic, waking from a terrible nightmare. Another nightmare seized her. A violent tremor racked her entire body. She shot up in bed, clamping a hand over her mouth. A savage coughing fit tore through her. As she cleared her throat, the girl slowly lowered her hand, her mouth still open in shock. Kier examined her palm with dread. A tiny bloodsucker larva wriggled into view, crawling across her skin with a sickening squirm. Her eyes scanned the unfamiliar room. This was undoubtedly a local hospital. Her gaze then fell upon the man in the next bed. Kier recognized him instantly. He was the knight who had coughed up a larva during the battle. As she rose from the bed, a horrifying realization dawned on her. The entire hospital was filled with patients infected with parasites. Just then, a man entered, carrying a tray of food for her. It crashed to the floor with a sudden clatter. A blonde doctor stood frozen in the doorway, staring in disbelief at the awakened girl. He was stunned. How could she possibly be conscious? To be lucid after that level of infection? His eyes bulged and his jaw dropped. Suddenly, the bedsheets erupted into the air. An enraged Kier shot towards the elven doctor like a crimson bolt, grabbing him by the throat and slamming him against the wall. The impact was so brutal, the man's glasses flew from his face. As they hit the floor, she crushed the parasite with one hand, while her other pinned the terrified elf to the wall. Kier, enveloped in a scarlet glow, realized with a jolt her aura was still uncontrollable, even while infected. "How did you know I was all right?" she demanded, accusing him. As she accused the young man of collaborating with the monsters, tears began to stream from his eyes, falling onto her hand. Kier watched his strange reaction, utterly bewildered. The elf, choking back sobs, began to plead desperately. "Please, you must save this village," he begged. He explained it all began around 6 months ago, when he was living here, and treating the local people. He was a royal elf, exiled from the palace during a bitter fight for the throne. One day, the doctor sensed a malevolent aura radiating from the roots of the world tree. He went with the villagers to investigate. Deep inside a cave beneath its roots, they discovered a fissure. A sinister red light poured from the opening. And from this gap, a many-eyed creature emerged. The creature attacked everyone on sight. By the time the elf regained his senses, the terrified villagers had already killed each other. He alone was not infected, a trait of his elven blood. The doctor didn't know it then, but this was only the beginning. From that day on, the people of the village slowly became corrupted. Eventually, the creature, who called herself the mother of parasites,
forced the elf into a terrible pact. He had to heal her infected servants. In return, she would spare him and the few remaining survivors.
Walking through the desolate streets with Kier, the elf admitted that everything was for the sake of the village. They were forced to constantly give their life energy to the creature. Kier glared at him, annoyed. "Then why didn't you tell us immediately?"
"When the hunters first arrived, we could have returned to the kingdom for reinforcements."
The elf stopped her, his face grim. He explained that the last time he told the truth to outsiders, they were already infected. Outside the village, the blonde youth stopped, shouting in despair. It was all a test by the lady.
A test to see if he would turn out to be a traitor. The elf explained that even the monsters were infected with bloodsuckers.
There was no point in telling the truth to people whose memories were already being distorted, who weren't themselves anymore. That's why, when the doctor first saw the travelers, a genuine spark of hope ignited within him, and he allowed them to enter. Closing his eyes, the elf, who hadn't seen normal people in so long, apologized. Kier remained silent, her mind racing. The story of a crack from another dimension, a monster crawling out of it. She realized the main parts, aligned perfectly with her own visions. Suddenly, she remembered the terrible image of Liandel, tightly bound by writhing roots. Panic gripped her. "What happened to the little prince and the others?" she demanded. At her question, the elf froze. He turned, a deep frown on his face as he began to explain. Meanwhile, in an estate beneath a giant tree, a bandaged woman smiled sweetly. She offered her beloved a meatball on a fork. Sitting beside her, the muscular Eric, now wearing a monocle, obediently opened his mouth, a strange blush on his cheeks, laughing playfully. The lady asked if the man liked her cooking. "You're a great cook," he answered with a charming smile. The woman's gaze then shifted with bewilderment to Liandel, who was forced to play the role of their son in this twisted performance. "Why aren't you eating?" she asked. At that question, the boy finally burst. With a crash, he slammed his fists on the table. Liandel screamed with all his might, accusing the lady of trying to fatten him up just to devour him later. Closing his eyes in shame, Eric slammed the table. He called the prince an obnoxious brat. He shot a furious look at Liandel, asking how the boy dared speak to his mother like that. "In the presence of your own father." As Eric began to poke the elf with a knife, Liandel realized with a shock that the mighty warrior had lost his mind completely. Taking the weapon from her husband, the lady smiled serenely. "Liandel is just a half-elf. He needed time to become one of them." Eric, playing the father, angrily demanded if the boy was truly a half-blood. In that moment, horror dawned on the prince. He was next to be infected, gritting his teeth. Londel told himself to endure. They had to be coming to save him. Meanwhile, Ether, in her maid outfit, stepped forward with a disturbingly joyful smile. She served the main course, placing the plate before him, and began to lift the lid, announcing this dish was made especially for Londel. Before him lay a gruesome platter, intestines, grotesquely filled with blood. Disgust washed over the prince. His stomach churned, and he violently turned away. Just then, the cook was summoned into the room by an enraged Ether. Addie stood there, wearing a cap and apron, his face a mask of guilt. The blonde maid furiously berated him for the foul meal that made. The young master sick, the magician, with tears in his eyes, tried to explain. He swore he'd just cooked a pig he caught, using the master's own recipe. The maid's eyes narrowed with irritation. Playing her part, Ether hissed, asking what he meant. By that, Londel watched in terror, realizing the madness had infected them all. Eric roared with fury, insulted that the cook called his recipe tasteless. He bellowed that he always made the best blood sausage, grabbing Addie's chin and irritated Ether. snarled that back in the army. Not even the wyverns would touch something so foul. The poor cook burst into tears, begging forgiveness for his uselessness as everyone turned on him. The stunned Londell finally understood. Everyone here had changed, and it was his decision to stay and resolve the conflict. His mistake. Suddenly, the woman clapped her hands. She stood and demanded they stop, declaring her wish for a happy family. In an instant, unsettling, good-natured smiles spread across Addis's and Ether's faces. The woman added that if Londell refused to eat, he would simply starve, and that would make his mother terribly sad. Placing her palms together, the lady tilted her head, musing that she couldn't force-feed him, or she'd be a bad mother. "So," she asked, "what is the problem?" A hand shot up. With a bright, happy face, Addis declared that it was
all his fault he had prepared a tasteless meal. Londell could only stare, dumbfounded. Then, the woman's voice turned to ice.
"You're fired," she hissed, reaching for him with a monstrous hand, huge, red. Bloodsucker fingers shot out, right in front of Addis's smiling face. Terrified, the elf began to eat the stuffed intestines. The cook watched, his face alight with incredible joy. Londell forced himself to swallow, pretending it was delicious pork before him. And then, he actually liked it. A horrifying realization hit him. The change was already happening inside him. He knew he had to escape this village, and fast. Suddenly, a pair of black boots appeared in the doorway. Looking at the newcomers, the woman smiled, noting that the girl had finally been cured. Londell, still eating,
looked up with a sliver of hope at those who entered. The blonde doctor had brought Krier, now dressed in a maid's uniform,
who was expertly faking her infection. The woman invited the brunette to get to work. The goddess of darkness. Creel was sealed about 6 months ago by the 4 heroes who held her blessing. Around that same time, a crack to an unknown dimension had appeared. Now, in her maid uniform, Krier confirmed their suspicions. The decay of her magical power
was happening far faster than she'd expected. They could no longer postpone the goddess's task. The doctor noted with annoyance
that 2 days had already passed since their allies were infected. The bloodsuckers must have completely fused with their hosts' bodies by now. The brunette theorized it was because of the newly infected person they had brought with them. The elf suggested they try to awaken the others, just as Krier had awakened herself, but she rejected the idea. Her pure aura would simply incinerate the bloodsuckers, and their hosts along with them. The doctor looked at the corrupted family. Addis and Ether would never withstand her power. But turning his gaze to the mustached Eric, he noted that a Waltran warrior would definitely survive. Krier agreed that someone like Rohan Bin wouldn't be seriously affected by her aura. However, she was powerless to act while the woman, playing the matriarch, watched her every move. Recognizing the village doctor as his brother, Londell cried out, asking if he was all right. As the blonde youth turned to leave, the shocked boy demanded to know what Krier was doing here, leaping from his chair. Londell's heart sank in horror. His escort. She was infected too. The mother of the bloodsuckers ran her fingers through the brunette's hair, her voice laced with envy. She gazed upon Krier, declaring that she seemed perfectly crafted to receive her creator's love.
The woman smiled cruelly, saying that now, the girl was just a doll. She grabbed Krier's lifeless face by the chin,
her claws digging lightly into her cheeks. In that instant, Londell snatched a knife. He leaped in front of Krier, shielding her. He brandished the knife wildly, begging her to stop. The woman simply glanced at her hand, where a fresh cut from his blade now bled. She turned to her son with a gentle smile, asking if the food was really that bad. But he lashed out in anger, screaming hysterically. He cried that it was all his fault. It was because of him they had to flee to this village. He wailed, asking what he was supposed to do now. In that moment, Kier placed her palm over his trembling hands, still gripping the knife with a white-knuckled grip. She leaned in close to the boy, whispering that in times like these, Shiz, you simply need to apologize. The elf prince looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, remembering their talk just the night before.
She had told him those very same words. The knife slipped from his grasp, clattering loudly against the floor. With his head bowed in shame, Londell apologized to the lady, and to the one he had hurt. The scene shifts to a desolate, icy wasteland. A blinding sun rises over massive blocks of ice. Claude's hand slid across the frozen surface. He shook his head.
In a rising panic, he was trapped in an icy pit, a complete dead end. Ripping the glove from his dark hand, the man screamed in fury, forced to unleash this forbidden power. It was Rod, thrusting his hand forward, the eye in his palm glowing. He activated his mind control skill. The massive white beast before him froze, suddenly taking on the guise of a cute, harmless animal. But just a moment later, The creature's mouth ripped open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it let out a deafening roar. As the monster's acidic drool splashed onto Rod's face, he thought that being a prisoner of the Order was definitely a better option. Suddenly, an iron hand appeared above him, digging into the ice, startling him. It was a mechanical prosthetic, a rope unwinding from its base. A man in a burgundy robe, armed with a saber, soared through the air, closing in on Rod, who was cornered by the monster, flying right over the white creature. The man brought his blade down in a flash. A savior had appeared. It was a man named Chanin, who informed Rod that the local monsters had a much higher level. That's why Rod's mind control skill had no effect on them. The silver-haired man realized how lucky he was, quickly thanking him for the rescue. But the monster rose again. Roaring in fury, lance-clawed tendrils shot out from its terrifying maw. Chanin immediately knew his own level was far too low for this fight. Rod screamed in desperation, trying to climb out using the mechanical arm, but Chanin awkwardly admitted it was completely stuck. Rod yelled, trying to help Chanin free the arm, so they could escape the monster together. Just then, a brilliant turquoise aura erupted beside them, soaring upwards. Seeing this new figure appear, a panicked Rod realized they were saved. Chanin joyfully declared that their savior had just earned 2 very loyal debtors. Before them stood an inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood, Siran Hart, who easily dispatched the monster. The blonde inquisitor stated with contempt that he didn't pull them out of there just to save their pathetic lives. As Leonhart walked away, Chanin shouted that he would faithfully serve his savior Rod. However, just exhaled a frosty breath, his expression anything but grateful. The 3 men journeyed through the icy canyon, discussing their reason for being. In such a cold, forsaken place, Chanin enthusiastically guessed they were hunters, here to raid some evil monsters. Leonhart, annoyed, clarified that he was asking why they were here. The clueless guy asked, "Wasn't it because monsters attack people?" Rod shot the newcomer a disappointed look. How could he not even distinguish an underground monster from a normal one? He explained that they were attacked by a natural rattan monster for invading its territory. Frowning, Leonhart added that such monsters are native to the land of Ratna. Dungeon monsters, on the other hand, were created by the demon god, Anpas, and they cannot consume anything from Ratna. That's why they never leave the dungeons, which means they pose almost no threat to ordinary people. The bewildered Chanin then asked why hunters even bother going into dungeons at all. The blonde inquisitor gave a single, chilling answer: temptation. By clearing dungeons, hunters can obtain legendary items and immense glory. This temptation drives countless Rattans to willingly march to their deaths. It's the first stage of the demon god's invasion of Ratna. Chanin finally understood. That's why Anpas places powerful items deep within the dungeon's core. Leonhart then asked the alien how his user manual interpreted the object before them, pointing to a shimmering spatial gap. A yellow screen appeared with information, labeling the crack as unstable and leading to another dimension. It also displayed a very strange phrase. Chanin and Rod were completely stumped by the bizarre text and tried to decipher its meaning. Leonhart reported that identical cracks had appeared simultaneously all across Ratna. Over 100 cases of this anomaly had already been reported to the Order. The thoughtful Inquisitor added that if it was visible through the landmark created by Alice, then it was undoubtedly connected to the demon god. At that very moment, the clueless Chanin was foolishly trying to stick his head into the spatial rift, while Rod desperately tried to pull him back. Peeking inside, the curious guy was left utterly speechless. Before him, the night forest unfolded, a colossal tree rising from its heart, silhouetted against a sea of stars. In a clearing, a man cowered behind a cart, clutching a phone powered by a glowing purple crystal. His eyes darted around in terror as he desperately tried to make a call. Putting the device to his ear, he began to speak, but the voice on the other end was cold. "You're late with your report," it stated. The blonde crown prince listened. Then, a piercing scream of pure shock tore from his throat. Terrible news about Londal's younger brother had reached him. The man by the cart reported that the prince was captured, and a monster now ruled the village. He spun around, pure panic on his face. Before he could say more, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the trees as a spray of crimson erupted into the night sky. The crown prince yelled into the phone, desperate for answers, but was met with chilling silence. Seated at a round table, the heir decided he had to solve this problem within the Elven Kingdom's borders himself. A teacup sat on the table opposite the blonde youth. Across from him was one of the 4 legendary heroes, the stunned Holen, the very same woman who once betrayed the goddess Creel. The crowned elf spoke sternly. "Even a representative of the Fair Union cannot meddle in elven affairs without our council's approval." When the prince asked if Mrs. Hien intended to interfere in their politics, she placed a hand on her chest. "Of course not," she denied instantly. though Richard beside her whispered that she was a crafty woman. A man with 2 scars down his face muttered that there was no time to get permission for every little thing. But Holland cut him off the moment he mentioned Archmage Zenobia. With half-closed eyes, she stated it was disrespectful to intrude without warning, and she wouldn't inconvenience the elves further. Suddenly, a short old man with a long beard and a crown appeared, leaning on a cane shaped like a small wooden sword. He greeted Holland with a knowing smile. They hadn't met in 15 years. She immediately stood as a sign of respect.
Richard helped her back to her seat as she apologized to the Elven King for her late visit.
The old king replied that she must have had a very good reason. He then winked, a sly, good-natured glint in his eye. "You're not here as a representative of the Fairy Union," he observed, "since you came without any envoys." The prince tensed as the king added, "You are here today as one of the 4 legendary heroes." Richard shot the old man a venomous glare when he suggested Holland was a being who had triumphed over death itself.
Holland stood, her head bowed guiltily. She couldn't reveal all the details.
But she confirmed the Elven King's words. He marveled at how the villagers had rejected the elves and demanded their own rule. The old king spoke with warmth, reminding her they were still citizens of the Fairy Union. He asked Holland to be careful and not bring them harm. Hearing this, the prince turned indignantly to his father.
But the Elven King simply ignored his son, telling Holland she was free to depart in the morning.
A wide, joyful smile spread across the woman's face, her white eyes shining as she gave her heartfelt thanks. Later, Richard and Holland walked down a bright corridor. He noted that the Elven Kingdom was a small nation. Compared to the great powers, the Fairy Union's strength was less than half. Yet it held its own diplomatically, all thanks to Holland's legendary status as one who is superior to death. The Elven Prince approached his father, declaring his intent to leave with Mrs. Chels. The old man fell deep into thought. At last, the king opened his bright green eyes and spoke with calm authority. "The Elven nobles are just waiting for a moment of weakness. The king cannot simply abandon his throne."
Suddenly, the prince slammed his palm on the table with a resounding crack, a wave of power rippling through the room.
Leaning forward on his fist, he argued that as the eldest son, it was his duty to go with Holan, because the prince possessed the power to control the very roots of the world tree. The king, resting his hands on his cane, asked Londel if he was angry with his father for sending him to such a dangerous place. The prince turned slightly, his voice quiet but firm. "I just don't want to experience hell a second time." Elsewhere, a small, pink-haired boy sat in a prison cell, clutching a metal spoon. He jammed it into the cracks of the brick wall, prying with all his might until a heavy stone tumbled to the floor. Londel's violet eyes, shining with the newfound hope, peered into the hole he had created. He could see them. The roots of the world tree. His captors realized the spoon was useless. It couldn't even scratch the walls. He raged at this prison's strange design, but his spirit remained unbroken. He vowed to get out. No matter the cost, he had to reach the Elven Kingdom. Just then, a group cloaked in red approached his cell.
A woman with a sinister smile stepped forward. "Londel," she purred, "have you considered your behavior?" The boy clutched his head in panic.
He gritted his teeth, his mind racing for a way out. Then, in a flash of brilliance, Londel spun around,
a perfectly sincere smile on his face. He placed a palm to his chest, calling her mother and confessing all his wrongdoings.
As he repented, the little elf carefully sat, hiding the loose brick behind his body. The woman with short, white hair and bandaged eyes lost her smile, puzzled by his sudden change. She stepped into the cell. She knew he was still plotting his escape. Londel pressed himself against the wall, letting out a convincing cry. Wanting to speak with the elf alone, she dismissed her subordinates, including Addis and Etha in their unusual uniforms. As they left the corridor, Londel's eyes met Kier's in the crowd. A spark of hope lit up his young face. He felt that hope as the awakened girl glanced his way. She wouldn't have returned here, he thought, unless she had a plan to save him and the others. As Kier turned away, Londel was certain she and her brother had a strategy. But suddenly, the boy's face froze, staring in fear at something just beyond him. Meanwhile, Kier walked on. Her fists were clenched as she wrestled with her thoughts. She couldn't save Londel directly, not after she'd barely avoided the worst-case scenario by faking her own death. None of this would be happening if they hadn't taken the Elf King's quest. But there had to be a way forward, even if the future no longer matched her visions. Kier knew Londel's death was supposed to be inevitable. If she changed that preordained fate, all her visions would be destroyed, and her ability to see the future would vanish. But for Rat's sake, she decided she had to save Eric.
Rescue Eric and escape this cursed village. With her brows furrowed, Kier steeled her resolve to find him.
As she started up the stairs, a sharp voice called out, "Hey, new girl, where are you going?" It was Etha. Addie stood beside her, her eyes wide, a broom clutched in her hands. Etha pointed accusingly. We have a lot to discuss. But Kier didn't even turn around, merely squinting her eyes in irritation. The girl clenched her pale hands into fists. They couldn't expose her, not before she woke up Eric. She would have to wait for the next opportunity. But then Kier hesitated, remembering Londell was distracting her mother at this very moment. Who knew when she and Eric would be separated again? Etha's voice grew louder, laced with anger. Hey, you strange girl! Kier finally looked at them, her blue eyes filled with icy calm, and considered simply killing them first. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from the large white doors. The tense trio turned as Addis went to greet the visitor. A young man with long, blonde hair stood there. I have business with the mistress, he said coolly, when Addis replied. That the lady was with the young master, she offered to inform her. He just smiled and held up his palms. No need, he refused smoothly. From the stairs, Kier listened intently as the elf informed Addis and Etha that the lady seemed to have forgotten a task for them to retrieve something from just outside the village. The young man's blue eyes twinkled as he offered to go with them, saying it wouldn't take long. Kier watched, tense and silent, as Etha and Addis agreed and followed the elf outside. The girl saw her chance. She took advantage of the moment and raced up the stairs. In a room above, a man in black boots lay on a bed, mumbling. Something's not right, Eric muttered, wondering if he'd always slept on such a small bed and complaining about his tight clothes. He wanted to take them off. He rolled his head on the pillow, feeling like this wasn't his true body. The young man twitched a long black mustache, looking at his reflection. Then he suddenly leaped up. He laughed. Am I some primitive man, to just take off my clothes and walk around naked? Eric touched the mustache. These are very cool, he said with a grin. But they can't be mine. Suddenly, Kier appeared right behind him. As the young man smiled sweetly into the mirror, her fist was clenched, already glowing with red magical light. Back in the cell, Londell's hands trembled. He clutched the brick that had fallen from the wall, his brow furrowed with hostility. He hated this lousy monster. Pretending to be human, acting like his family. Hearing the insult, the woman put a palm to her chest. She leaned toward the boy with a slight, chilling smile. Londell, she said, it seems you've never seen a real dungeon monster. The woman stroked the elf's cheek, adding, because if I were a monster, neither you nor this loyal, Tens, confused by her words, the boy fiercely slapped her hand away. She explained that the monster's instinct to destroy anything tied to Ratna was just like his own primal urge to survive. With a sinister grin, she traced the elf's chin, whispering that this instinct was something she had rejected. And that's what makes me different. Londell smashed her hand with a brick, screaming that it didn't matter.
You're still using people killing them. You're no better than those monsters. Hearing this accusation, the woman
calmly posed a question. Did he truly believe they were any different? And then, she spoke of his mother's death. The boy's pale violet eyes shot wide with shock, as Londell tried to demand an answer. She covered her lips with a palm, scoffing. Oh dear, I've said too much again. This sent the boy into a blind rage. He swung the brick wildly, screaming for an explanation, but she effortlessly slammed the elf against the wall. Her grip like iron, knocking the weapon from his grasp. As he struggled, pure hatred burning in his eyes. The woman mused that convincing him with words was now off the table.
A cruel smile twisted her lips. In her hand, a writhing red larva. I wanted to watch a little longer, she sighed. But it seems I'll have to
implant this myself. She brought the grotesque creature toward Londell's face, purring that she'd hate. To ruin such a pretty canvas. He shielded his face in disgust. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the dungeon. The entire cell shuddered, debris raining from the ceiling. While the woman remained unnervingly calm, Londell instantly knew. Kier. It had to be her dust and rubble cascaded from a newly blasted hole in the stone wall. Black motes filled the air like ash. Kier had tried to burn only the bloodsuckers infesting Eric's body. But now, slumped on the ground, she realized it was a fool's hope. Looking over at Eric, with a gaping hole burned through her own clothes, she knew her power wasn't enough for this beast. The red fabric stretched taut. Across the young man's frame began to tear at the seams. Eric hunched over, every muscle in his body coiling like a spring. And his clothes exploded into tatters. Gazing down at his bare torso, he wasn't bothered in the slightest that his uniform was destroyed.
All thanks to the maid. He lifted his head, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. This, he growled,
will be considered an attack on our family. The commotion tearing through the prison finally broke the woman's focus on Londell. As the cell quaked, he seized his chance. The boy ripped his hand free from her vice-like grip as she moved toward the bars. Londell planted himself in her path, arms spread wide. "You're not getting past me," he declared, his voice filled with defiance.
"I won't let you reach Kier." He clenched his jaw, picturing the girl fighting desperately outside to save them all.
He had to stop this one monster, right here, right now. But then, his eyes flew open in absolute disbelief. The woman simply phased through the solid metal bars as if she were a ghost, and started walking down the corridor. Defeated, Londell collapsed to his knees. But then, he saw it. The hole he'd made earlier began to pulse with a brilliant blue light. His eyes widened in alarm. "The roots," he whispered, "of the World Tree." In that instant, Londell's expression hardened with resolve. For 20 years, Eric had been a wanderer in the Rocky Mountains, an outsider. But the people of this village took him in. It became his home, his family, his everything. Now, Eric's face twisted with rage.
Fueled by a desperate need to protect them, he swung a tightly clenched fist. He would defend this world he had built.
His punch shattered the ground in a deafening explosion, but Kyre, spear in hand, expertly flipped backward through the air to evade.
Landing gracefully, Kyre knew instantly. His mind was a chaotic storm of false memories tangled with the truth.
"They're messing with your head," she yelled, leveling her weapon. A crimson aura began to blaze around the blue-eyed girl.
"Snap out of it," she screamed. Lunging forward, she slammed a kick right into his face, channeling a massive amount of power into the blow.
But Eric didn't even flinch. Ignoring the heel pressed against his forehead, he spoke with chilling coldness. "According to you, everyone else is crazy, but perhaps the madness lies with you." Kyre's brow furrowed in frustration. A direct aura attack. It didn't work.
The parasites wouldn't be purged so easily. With lightning speed, Eric seized her slender ankle, yanking her leg away.
In the next instant, he flung her backward. The impact sent a massive cloud of dust exploding through the trees. Using her long spear as an anchor, Kyre managed to land on her feet, skidding across the ground. She immediately charged back into the fray. There was only one option left. She focused all of her magical power, pouring it into the metal tip of her weapon. She had to force him to use his own aura. Kyre sliced through the air, her spear leaving vibrant trails of powerful red energy hanging in the air, facing her assault. The completely unarmed Eric simply clenched his fists, his expression grim.
With a leg raised high, Eric slammed his foot down. The ground shattered under the immense pressure, erupting in a violent explosion.
But the young man was ready. A massive wall of earth erupted from the ground, shielding him completely from Kier's devastating assault.
Crossing her arms, Kyre was certain. Without his aura, an unarmed Eric wouldn't stand a chance.
She watched, ready for victory, as he leaped into the trench. But when she saw his attack, Kyre tensed. The young man had turned his own palm into a blade. His fingers straightened and locked together, his thumb tucked inside. With the glassy, lifeless eyes of a puppet, he sprang forward, one hand a spear, the other a hardened fist. The earth itself erupted from the impact, a shockwave tearing across the land. Kyre's spear fell from her grasp, piercing the root of a tree. Surrounded by shattered branches, a furious Eric advanced, pinned against the trunk. Kyre clutched her arm. Her sleeve was torn to shreds. She had to accept it. Her power alone could never force his aura to awaken.
A cold sneer crossed Eric's lips. "Still talking about that nonsense," he spat. Kyre's brow arched with irritation.
"We'll see who's talking nonsense," she shot back. "When you finally use it," the young man paused, his expression unreadable. "Is there a reason?" Kyre pressed. "Are you forbidden from using your aura?" Suddenly, their heads snapped toward a woman in red. "He is," she stated coldly. "Eric cannot use his aura. It would utterly destroy this entire village." With a flick of her wrist, she smiled. "Isn't that right, Eric?" His pupils glowed a sickly yellow. "Correct," he confirmed, his voice as hollow as a robot's. The woman turned her gaze to Kyre. A malicious smile spread across her face as she placed a hand on Eric's chest. He stood silent, motionless. You're the one who forbade him," Kyre breathed. "Who are you?" in response. The woman merely flexed her fingers. An unseen force slammed Kyre into the tree, ripping a cry of pain from her throat, holding her immobilized. The woman explained. "My parasites, they don't work as well on children. Too few memories. But you're an adult. How did you manage to awaken?" Kyre met her stare with a hostile grin. "Maybe because I was only taken 4 weeks ago," she replied. The mother of parasites took her answer as a joke.
She laughed briefly. "I suppose one shouldn't judge a woman by her appearance." In the distance, Leandel began to cry.
The woman's eyes narrowed. "It seems you hold significant influence over that child. Do you feel sorry for the elf you chose instead of Eric?" As she taunted her, Leandel began tearing a wall apart, brick by brick.
Kyre spat an insult, her eyes burning with rage. The kneeling boy saw something through the hole. The glowing roots of the world tree.
The opening in the brick wall revealed their light. Hearing Kyre's defiant words, the woman's cruel smile vanished. "I think it is time for you to die by my hand." Kyre tensed, turning away as a deadly blow shot toward her head.
Tears streamed down Landal's face. His teeth bared in desperation. He reached out and touched the ancient roots with his fingers.
The boy let out a piercing scream. Light exploded from him. The world tree began to shine with a dazzling brilliance, painting the sky. Hues of every color washed over the heavens. Kyre watched in awe as Eric and the mother of parasites screamed in unison. They both pressed their palms to their heads in agony. Recovering from the shock, the woman scowled. "Someone is interfering with the signal." Her gaze shot to the radiant world tree. Could it be that child, taking advantage of the chaos? Kyre lunged at Eric, knocking him to the ground. She pinned the young man by his shoulders, staring into his empty eyes. As anger coursed through her, Kyre leaned down and pressed her lips against his. The woman's face twisted with pure disgust. From under her dress, a storm of massive, worm-like appendages erupted. They lashed out, knocking Kyre and Eric apart, sending them flying.
"A last pathetic trick," the woman shrieked.
"There's no point in transmitting your aura now." Eric stared blankly at the sky as crimson magical streams flowed from his mouth. The woman grabbed the desperate Kyre by her hair. "The parasites have already won," she screamed.
They have completely taken over Eric's body. Hoisting Kyre into the air, she roared. "No one ever complains."
"About the new life I give them, I replace their past with happy memories." The enraged mother of parasites screamed.
"All I have to do is remove you." But suddenly, a dark hand appeared directly in front of the woman's face. It was Eric.
He was standing right behind her. How could the young man awaken on his own? Kyre watched with wide, disbelieving eyes. "My memories," Eric stated with chilling calm, "are perfectly intact." He lifted the woman into the air from behind. "I had a house, a wife, and a child," he said. "The ordinary life I always wanted." Eric's muscular arm, now surrounded by a scarlet aura, held the woman tightly by the throat. "But," he continued, "something is still strange."
Overcome with rage, Eric let out a deafening scream. "I don't remember kissing anyone."
Breathless, the woman could only express her shock. How could a man like this exist? Veins bulged on her face as his grip tightened. A stream of brilliant crimson magic erupted from her mouth. The woman vanished in a flash, leaving behind only scarlet, traces of aura hanging in the air. Kivia stared at Ryu, completely bewildered. After a tense pause, she dryly explained that it was simply artificial respiration. Ryu yelled back that he already knew. Inside a small house on the world trees, territory, confusion and alarm clouded the main character's face. Clutching his head, Ryu realized that thanks to Kivia, he'd received a kiss. He stopped himself, correcting that with her artificial respiration. He was able to regain his senses, adding how incredibly grateful he was. The prophetess was stunned he was still dwelling on that, with a grave expression. Kivia urged him to prepare. She warned that Londel's mother could be revived at any moment. Turning away, the prophetess admitted that was an extreme method, one she hoped to never use. Taken aback, Ryu apologized for his presence. Kivia began to say that if Addis or Ether had the chance, but the main character cut her off, vowing he would never do such a thing. Remembering the feeling of being controlled by the monster, Ryu insisted that method wouldn't work again. He explained that a sudden headache created a strange opportunity, which is why it happened. Closing his eyes, the main character admitted he didn't truly know why. It occurred. His gaze fell upon Londel's body, still entangled in the roots of the world tree. Opening his eyes, slightly, "Atreus." Francis whispered Kivia's name, confirming she was alive, tossing aside the iron pipes littering the room. The main character rushed to his side. Kivia's spear crackled with a powerful aura of lightning. The prophetess sliced through the roots binding Londel's body, falling into her arms. Atreus gasped with overwhelming relief. Before he finally lost consciousness, on the walls of the cell were countless strange drawings. They revealed people being manipulated by a signal from the world tree. Whoever received it fell under immediate control. That monster was twisting the world tree's roots for its own vile ambitions. Its source lay hidden somewhere deep in the dungeon. One drawing showed a man, spear held high, leading the charge to free the people, to save them.
They had to destroy that source and purify the world tree. Kivia's pointer aimed directly at the drawing of the hero.
The signal would then vanish, and all the afflicted would naturally be healed. She looked at our main character, whose face, was a mask of confusion. The prophetess declared this was their plan. Based on intel, Londel managed to glean from the world tree, still pointing at the drawing. Kivia asked if the main character was all right. With his arms folded, Ryu said her drawings were so bad, he'd completely stopped worrying. The prophetess noted. He was standing there without clothes, looking like a total clown, yet he had the nerve to laugh at her art. Furthermore, the main character admitted he didn't have his sword, which meant he was practically useless. Approaching Kivia, Londel pointed out something she'd missed. Atranes explained that to normalize the world tree, he must personally make contact with it. With a worried expression, Londel suggested he would also have to descend into the dungeon, noting that if he touched it in a deep place, this time for sure. Kivia, standing nearby, was lost in her own calculations. Cutting him off, the prophetess declared that Atranes would wait upstairs until the enemy was destroyed.
A flustered Londel demanded to know her reasoning. Atranes looked at her and argued that the path leading down
was likely a treacherous, winding labyrinth. Londel insisted that without his ability to sense the world tree's aura, they'd never find the way. He added that he could at least hinder the enemies. Just as Ryu had done before, arms folded, the main character stood frozen in place. Atranes insisted he could handle the bloodsuckers, boasting about the royal fencing he learned in the palace. Kivia interrupted him again, shoving her pointer in his face. The prophetess bluntly stated that after he touched the world tree, he lost sight in one eye. Kivia declared that she and Ryu were more than enough for this mission. Frustrated, Londel tried to argue, but was suddenly hoisted into the air by Ryu, who then plopped the prince onto his shoulders. Utterly shocked, Atranes demanded to know what he was doing. The main character replied that his weight was perfectly fine, noting it was just right for training. Horrified, Kivia wondered if Voltarians even send 3-year-old children out to battle. Smiling, Ryu called this a powerful new tactic. He declared that Londel, whom he dubbed the Navigator,
would be able to guide them perfectly. The main character added that if Atranes was too scared, he could always put him down.
Covering his face, Londel told him not to make him laugh, perched on Ryu's shoulders. Atranes yelled for the mission. To begin, naming their new squad after himself. Clenching her fist, Kivia was lost in a sea of thoughts. In the dungeon's oppressive dark, a single lantern cast a defiant glow, led by Liandel's middle brother. Looking around, a party member noted they'd ventured into the abyss, a true dungeon if he'd ever seen one. Ether the Wyvern sensed that Madame had a grim purpose for them in this terrifying place, when suddenly she froze.
Her gaze was locked on a horrifying sight. The corpse of a stranger, its face consumed by the roots of a monstrous tree.
Behind the terrified Ether, Addis identified the desecrated roots of the world tree, confirming it was absorbing the body. The horrified Wyvern couldn't believe such a nightmare existed within the dungeon. Tilting his head, the middle brother began to explain. He revealed the world tree was siphoning life force, a process that damaged its roots. This corrupt energy was then collected, bearing strange fruit on the dungeon's branches. A sinister red aura pulsed from the fruit hanging from the branches overhead. The brother explained it was a high concentration of vitality. This energy crystallizes into a red gem, fed by a single drop of liquid from the branch's tip. This, he revealed, is how bloodstones are born. Gazing at a massive crimson sphere, the middle brother declared that this entire grotesque display was all for her. Turning to his comrades, he revealed their true mission to find the sword of a Voltarian warrior. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. "Murderer!" Emerging from the red sphere, a woman seethed with rage. "You dare come to my home," she hissed. "After taking my husband and my child from me." The middle brother closed his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Kivia had awakened the Voltarian warrior, far sooner than he anticipated. He looked at the furious woman within the sphere, calmly asking if something was wrong. The queen scoffed, certain he knew everything. Leaping to the ground, she accused him of knowing Kivia was of sound mind all along. Feigning shock, the brother claimed ignorance, a move that shattered the queen's remaining composure. "Do not play the fool," she roared. Raising a hand, she spat that he looked at her like a pathetic monster. For that insult, she would never forgive him. Ripping his arm from Ether's grasp, the middle brother stepped forward. "And if you kill me," he challenged. He approached the queen, daring to ask what she would do then. He knew she wanted to kill him. "Do it," he urged. "End these games. But you'll become the very monster you see, lost to a lust for blood." He then played his trump card. "If I die, my magic vanishes. Can you truly live as a normal person without it?" The queen bared her teeth in fury. Turning away, she ordered him to stop his games. She sneered that he'd been exiled from the kingdom with nowhere to run. No matter his plans, the end would be the same. At that very moment, Kivia was blazing through the dungeon's depths with incredible speed. The queen admitted that for now. It was a disadvantage for them both if outsiders discovered this hidden village. Meanwhile, carrying Liandel on his shoulders, the main character ran onward. The queen remarked that Ryu seemed noble. He hadn't abandoned his allies or fled. Instead, he was racing headfirst into battle. With a smirk, she admitted her weakness. "I do like strong and brave men," she purred. "But even so, he will pay the price." The queen's face twisted with malice. The main character will pay for betraying his wife. By kissing another woman. A vicious grin spread across Addis's face. In that case, he declared, Ryu must be killed. Ether was stunned by his words. Closing his eyes, the middle brother expressed his relief that Liandel was alive. Leaping from the protagonist's shoulders, Ethan noticed something.
He pointed to a wound on his brother's shoulder. The middle brother explained that he fought to escape a powerful magician and a swordsman. A worried look crossed Ryu's face. He asked if he was being affected by the tree's power because he was human.
Kivia clarified that the world tree's influence only worked on people. That was how she was able to approach the main character.
Ryu froze in place, his mind racing. If only people can be influenced. Then why wasn't he? A proud smile graced the middle brother's face. Liandel, he revealed, was a true descendant of the royal elves.
"Even I would not be able to touch the world tree," he stated, looking at his inspired brother. He announced that Liandel had saved the entire elven kingdom. But as he spoke, Kivia saw something that made her blood run cold. In a flash, Ether appeared behind the middle brother, lunging with twin blades aimed to kill, but just as fast, Kivia moved. Her spear intercepted the attack with a deafening clang, sending the wyvern flying back from the force of the magical artifact. "Ether, snap out of it!" the main character roared, his voice filled with indignation. But the prophetess knew it was useless. "If words could reach him," she said gravely, "I never would have had to go through all this to awaken him." Her eyes then darted to Addis, who was already forming a powerful technique in his hands. Kivia realized the horrifying truth: they were now the enemy.
A powerful stream of fire erupted from his comrade. The magical projectile shot directly towards them.
Ryu realized they had grown stronger. But this was a twisted form of leveling up he never imagined. With a grim expression, our hero pleaded, "Think carefully. Doesn't this fight feel completely wrong?"
"Wrong," Addy countered, extending his magical staff. "There is nothing strange about this at all."
His eyes were cold as he declared, "I am simply going to kill the enemy who invaded our territory." Behind him, Rada began to weave a spell. A colossal magic seal blazed into existence. Ryu watched in horror. The brainwashing. It had grown even stronger.
Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, with a roar of colossal power. Ryu shattered the very earth beneath them.
A dungeon quake erupted. The main character and a brainwashed Addies began to fall into the newly formed chasm. As they plunged into darkness, Ryu yelled that he would handle the others, but hanging suspended in the air, our hero had a plan. "I have a way," he stated. "We just need to make them the same as us." A terrified Kivia was stunned by his confidence, but her shock turned to ice as she saw it. A gigantic, monstrous hand was descending right upon them. The queen's voice echoed, mocking Kivia. "Do you even have a conscience after all? You ruined someone else's family." In a flash, the prophetess's eyes glowed with pure white power. Channeling her magical artifact, she severed the monster's huge hand. The prophetess launched her counterattack. Bouncing off a spear, she slammed her body directly into the queen. Wary of the danger, Kivia screamed, "Take Liandel and get out of here, quickly!" But Francis protested. "You can't win without us." She turned, her eyes blazing. "If you don't leave now, you will all die." Liandel was utterly shocked by her declaration. The middle brother instantly grabbed Francis's hand. Liandel's gaze was locked on Kivia, who was already charging back into battle. A look of deep disappointment crossed his face. "I'm only a burden to everyone," he thought. "Escaping is the only way I can help." As they headed for the exit, his brother tried to reassure him. "Don't be afraid, Liandel.
"We just want to protect you." He then asked Francis, "Do you want to help us?" Leondel's eyes lit up with determination.
"Yes," he declared. "I want to do this." Liandel knew it was time to prove their worth. As he resolved this, Kivia's fierce battle raged on, slicing the queen's limbs to pieces. But the monster only smirked, knowing the prophetess knew the truth. "If Liandel touches the world tree, he will die from the side effect," the queen sneered. "Even if you stall for time, the end will be the same. Soon, he'll be completely infected." As the prophetess cut her body in two, the queen's voice continued to taunt her. "Your true intention isn't to save the child. You just want him to die somewhere you don't have to watch."
Horrified, Kivia screamed, "Shut up!" The queen knew she'd hit the bullseye, with unimaginable speed.
The prophetess continued to shred the queen's body, but the queen simply reformed behind her. "You need that man, don't you? You should have just left Liandel and run." An army of monsters suddenly appeared before the prophetess. Each an exact copy of the queen. The original smirked. That man of yours most likely doesn't want to abandon his companions. But with his strength, he could kill them. One of the clones chimed in. You're afraid he'll hate you for this, aren't you? But in that case, another clone suggested, you could just lie and say the monsters killed everyone? The huge crowd of monsters erupted in cruel laughter. Enraged, the prophetess began to destroy the horde, her mind racing.
I can freeze them with the artifact, Kivia thought. But applying an aura to these bloodsuckers isn't the best option.
As she decapitated another monster, its neck began to regenerate instantly. The dungeon floor was now littered with the grotesque red skin the monsters shed. On top of everything, Kivia realized, they recover way too quickly. These bloodsuckers feed on the energy of the world tree. That's why my attacks are pointless. A massive army of monsters now completely surrounded her. The prophetess knew that to deal with them. She needed the 4 main forces in addition to her aura. Seeing the flustered look on Kivia's face, the queen gloated. You've already realized your weakness, haven't you? You know everything perfectly well. She grabbed a nearby tree branch. This vulnerability against aura and the 4 main forces. The queen turned back to Kivia.
So tell me, why do you think I didn't kill that magician and swordsman earlier? She asked, observing the surrounded prophetess.
They would never be able to awaken those powers themselves, she stated. I made sure to rule out any such options. Hanging from the tree, the queen decreed, there is no other way to return them to their previous state. The only thing left to do, is to kill them. A mysterious pattern appeared in the monster's eyes, and the clones standing around began to mock Kivia in every way imaginable. Yet the prophetess simply smiled. This is exactly the same as before. Kaven realized there was such a simple way. But suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind her, shocking the queen. She wondered what just happened. After touching down, our hero reported, My level. It's not high enough. Kivia, I need your help, he yelled, clutching her chest. Etha commanded Ryu to return the chain to her. In the prophetess's hands was the necklace of polymorph. A brilliant light burst from the magical artifact. After their transformation, the dragons charged into the fray. A blazing fire began to form in Addis's mouth. Another team member launched a fiery projectile at Ryu. The entire dungeon was instantly engulfed in flames. The queen's jaw dropped when she learned Addis was a dragon. An intimidating aura flared to life in her eyes as she attacked the group. Wary, Addis realized the queen's intent. She wanted him to harm Kivia and Ryu with his own hands. Prepare yourself, he warned. The enraged queen continued her relentless assault. Smirking, Ryu remarked, I've never seen Addis this furious before. Trapped inside Etha's mouth, our hero thought she was angry too. But the wyvern cut him off, roaring, Just die already.
How am I supposed to get married now? She raged, trying to fight her off. A stunned Ryu begged her to snap out of it.
Taken aback, the wyvern wondered what the main character was doing in her mouth. Suddenly, the dazed Etha remembered.
She and Addis had fallen for the queen's mind control technique. Roaring towards the monster, the wyvern vowed, I'll never forgive you for this.
Watching the brutal battle, our hero noted how difficult it was to wake them, but Kivia just scoffed. Compared to waking you up, this is nothing. Turning to the prophetess, Ryu desperately asked what happened to Liandel. Kivia explained she'd sent him outside with the second prince, as Etha and Addis fought the queen. The prophetess observed that as long as the main boss was held here, the lesser monsters couldn't harm them. Seething with rage, the queen called them pathetic lizards. Fiery fissures began to crackle across the world tree.
Abruptly, the entire tree tilted to one side. A thunderous explosion echoed through the forest. Then, it froze in its new position. The villagers stared in disbelief at its transformation. They were completely shocked.
Watching in terror, the residents could only assume it was some kind of monster. The queen's face materialized on the newly formed tree. She raised her hand to strike, ordering them to be silent. I am no monster, she declared. Suddenly, a beam of sacred aura shot directly at her face. The queen's technique caused a massive explosion to rock the village. An angered Addis yelled, This is exactly what makes you a monster. The queen unleashed a powerful blast of aura at him, calling him a pathetic lizard. With blinding speed, our hero landed countless cuts on the monster's giant arm.
As the queen's severed hand began to fall, she let out a piercing scream. Looking at his blade, Ryu noted that it was on its last legs.
The weapon couldn't handle the strain. Floating in the air, Etha released our hero from her mouth and hovered in place. Grinning, Ryu remarked, First time I've seen something bigger than Addis. He added that if he'd known this would happen, he would have brought a lot more swords. The enraged queen swung her other hand in a desperate attempt to catch the protagonist. She snatched him from the air and began to squeeze her fist with crushing force. But with incredible power, Ryu sliced clean through her palm. He shot towards her as she hung in the air, while our hero began to count. The number of monsters spawning from her hand was insane. A whole army continued to form from the queen's wound. Slicing through the horde, Ryu shouted that he had 4 left. A moment later, he updated, "Only 3 to go." Horrified, the queen screamed for him to get away from her, staring at her severed limb. She realized it wasn't regenerating. Why? Why isn't it healing? Tossing aside his broken blade, the main character announced, "Now there are 2. Sheathing his sword, Ryu froze in place, now just a centimeter from the queen's face. Our hero declared, "And now, there's 1. Hovering in the air, Ryu confirmed, "The last one." But suddenly, the blade, in his hands, shattered into pieces. Our main character froze in shock. At that exact moment, the queen prepared to counterattack. With unimaginable speed, Kivia moved to help our hero in the nick of time. A gleaming magical artifact was visible in her hands. With colossal power, the prophetess hurled her spear straight at the Queen Kivia's weapon, pierced right through the monster's face. Grinning, the prophetess noted she'd made good use of it, adding, "Now I'm returning it." Turning around, our hero figured the prophetess just uses him whenever she wants and then gives him back. Still, Ryu had to admit, the timing was absolutely perfect. The stunned queen realized the world tree was draining her energy. She couldn't believe it was possible. Because of that elf, with lightning speed, our hero moved in for the final blow, dicing the monster's body into tiny pieces. Deep within the roots of the tree, a crystal began to form, emitting a powerful, sacred glow. The crystal pulsed around the dungeon's core. Londell revealed that all its energy would bleed out through this single crack. Leaning against him, Atransis apologized for being unable to help. But the middle brother simply told him not to push himself. This was more than enough. He assured the queen's regeneration was finished for good. With a smirk, he looked at Londell and declared his allies would handle the rest, pointing a hand towards the ceiling. Atransis questioned the nature of the rift, but the middle brother explained its origin was an unsolvable mystery. He revealed it was this very crack that allowed the bloodsuckers to exist outside the dungeon. The larger their target, he warned, the further their influence would spread. Seeing Londell's panicked expression, he continued, "According to his calculations, the bloodsuckers could even reach Aaliyah." Atransis was shocked, demanding to know what he meant. The middle brother's smirk widened. If they widened the crack and killed the queen? With a twisted look, he declared his true goal. He could puppeteer everyone in the Fair Union's territory just then. The tree's roots flared, with overwhelming streams of aura. Londell's face was a mask of awe and dread. Furious, he reached for the roots, but suddenly, the middle brother shoved him aside. "Are you trying to close the rift?" he demanded, ordering Atransis not to act so recklessly. Staring down the stunned Londell, he began to explain. His research on the parasitic bloodsuckers started 20 years ago. He'd discovered they responded to signals from the world tree itself. Within the roots, massive vessels were visible, where these monsters were being cultivated. He called them simple creatures that merely fed on energy. He clenched his fist with conviction. Even though they could mass-produce the monsters, he'd thought controlling people with them was impossible. The middle brother revealed that this very research got him exiled from the palace by his own father. Facing the rift, he proclaimed, that if the elves were to rule many nations, it would bring far more than just peace. He told Londell they could restore their kingdom's glory. Atransis was furious, shocked that, even after his exile, he continued this work in secret. Smirking, the middle brother confirmed it. It was true, and here, in this village, he had finally perfected it. Just then, the defeated queen's head thudded to the ground. But Londell interjected. When he first found this rift, he encountered a monster that could command the bloodsuckers. The main character gripped the creature's jaw, trying to pry it open. The middle brother sneered, saying there's only one left now. As the monster's mouth opened, everyone gasped in shock. Londell's brother declared that his companions had to kill this creature. Seeing what was inside, Ryu recoiled. Gazing at the emaciated body within, the protagonist was utterly speechless. Could this be the true monster? With a trembling paw, the creature spoke. Don't look at me with those eyes." It lunged towards Ryu, repeating its desperate plea. The stunned protagonist barely dodged in time. Kia gathered aura in her palm. "We don't have time for this nonsense," she declared. But Ryu grabbed her hand, telling her to wait. The main character was cautious, but he needed to ask it something. Looking at the tormented creature, Ryu asked, "Who are you?" Tears welled up in the monster's eyes, and its tragic story began. Instance Angel, 156,000. 843, attacking from above, the angel dove and pounced on another monster. After overpowering its prey, it began to consume it. I was born in a desolate gorge, the monster narrated, a place of absolute nothingness. As another monster's head protruded from the angel's maw, it continued, I devoured everything in sight, just so there would be less of me. It added that neither ego nor consciousness were part of this brutal act.
A small scar marked the angel's head. To survive, to grow stronger, it explained. There was no other path but to devour and evolve.
But then, its eyes widened in alarm. A monster of colossal size blocked its path. The angel froze. This was the fate of all long-term survivors. It was a simple truth. They had consumed countless others to get this far. And compared to these titanic predators, the angel was pitifully small and weak. Faced with this giant, the angel fled for its life. As it told its story, the monster recalled that failure to escape meant certain death. Survival was impossible if you failed. Its eyes filled with that same genuine terror. The colossal beast destroyed everything in its path. One day, its luck ran out. It failed, and was grievously wounded, after a devastating fall from a great height.
Its paw was torn from its body. The angel simply wished to be killed and consumed. But then, a mysterious portal appeared.
Right before its eyes, the monster recalled seeing a strange crack, a phenomenon it had never witnessed before.
Pushing off the ground with its last strength, it dove headfirst into the rift. Emerging on the other side, the angel was stunned.
It was pure instinct that drove it forward. It flew out from the crack and found itself deep inside a dungeon. Angel noted he couldn't even feel his own wounds, completely lost as to where he was, or how he'd gotten there. Clutching his bleeding paw, he desperately searched for an escape. The monster just kept running and running.
Finally, believing he was safe, he stopped. But then, he froze. A wide-eyed young boy had appeared right before him.
Pointing towards the bushes, the boy shouted, "There's something strange in there." His parents' gaze followed, and landed right on the angel.
Soon, a plate of food appeared right before the monster's face. Angel thought this was a most unusual situation.
He no longer needed to hunt, as food was simply given to him. His injured paw was carefully bandaged, and surprisingly, no one attacked him in his weakened state. Looking at the wary creature, the parents tried to figure out where it came from. The boy admitted he had no idea, adding that based on its incredible recovery speed, it must be a wild monster. He'd never seen anything like it in this area. A huge grin spread across his face as he suggested they'd discovered a new species. But the boy's mother was firm, saying they couldn't possibly keep a monster in the house. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes.
But it'll be fine, he pleaded, turning to his father. Wary, his father noted he was still just a pup.
But he was dangerous, like any other monster. Smiling, the father said, "If your mom agrees," the boy's mother immediately cut him off. She expressed her absolute disapproval, and the father had to agree it wasn't a good idea. The boy tried to pet the monster anyway. He revealed his father was a veterinarian. He told the monster he would get better soon, and just needed to eat well.
Watching the angel devour the food, the boy asked if it was tasty. Lifting the empty bowl, the angel declared, "It's delicious." The boy fell to the floor, stunned that the monster could talk with a look of pure desperation.
He began to beg his mother. Outraged, she said, "What if the villagers find out we're hiding a wild monster?" Looking at the boy's mother, the joyful angel simply repeated, "It was delicious." The woman's gaze filled with doubt. The angel realized these powerful, large creatures weren't so frightening after all. Slowly, he began to understand them more. Inspired, the boy's father began keeping a detailed journal. The monster noted that the veterinarian loved to watch him, especially when he ate. This allowed him to live comfortably in their home, with a gentle smile on her face. The boy's mother carried Angel in a small basket. Sometime later, the veterinarian's wife decided that keeping him locked up was too cruel. So sometimes, she would secretly take him out on her trips to the village. Lying in the boy's arms, the monster noticed how much he loved to read books and sleep under a tree. His hand rested gently on the angel's head. The monster recalled that the boy gave him a name. He said he was as white as snow, so he decided to call him Snow. When Snow accidentally overturned a plate, the entire family burst into laughter. Snow stated that he'd never seen snow before. But he liked the name. That night, a heavy rain began to fall. Frightened, Snow pressed himself against the bed. The boy placed a comforting hand on his head, assuming he was just worried. Standing before his worried parents, a man noted that it was forbidden to go inside. An epidemic had spread throughout the entire village, opening the door to the boy's room. The man said not to worry, but upon entering the sick boy's room, Londell's middle brother froze in place.
Snow recalled the parents saying they would bring a special doctor. While petting the monster, the boy's mother praised him for staying.
Bowing deeply as a sign of respect, the father thanked his middle brother. Taken aback, he said there was no need for that. He explained that he simply replenished the internal energy within the body. Outside, the rain continued to pour down relentlessly. The middle brother mentioned that in this village, elves are treated with hostility, and yet they had invited him. The elf said it was their determination that ultimately saved their son. Then, his attention turned to Snow, asking what he was. He asked if they kept the animal at home, noting he'd never seen such a species before. Looking at Snow, the boy's father told him they had found him wounded by chance and were now monitoring him. He added that this animal possessed extraordinary abilities, able to take the form of objects that it eats. Hearing this, the elf froze in his tracks. As his hand moved, the father brought up the topic of a fee, but Londell's middle brother interrupted him, saying that he didn't need any money. Smiling, he noted the boy had not yet fully recovered. The elf said it would be enough if they simply helped him stay in the village so he could treat the other patients. The boy's father was touched by his words. Londell's middle brother thought this could also help with their research. The vet wondered how anyone could be so amazing. Shaking the elf's hand, the boy's father said he would gladly help. Snow realized that the elf, Misnace, as he prepared remedies for the afflicted, his eyes fell upon Leandel's middle brother. He noted the man's laugh was hollow, unnatural. He didn't seem like the other villagers. In fact, he felt just like any other person. The boy's father, taken aback, tried to explain, but the knight simply brushed it aside. Snow recounted how the veterinarian had helped the elf, earning the trust of the residents. At first, they had been wary, he explained, but those he cured began to see him as their doctor. Joy soon filled the village. They tried to thank him in every way imaginable. And little by little, Snow watched as they began to heal. But then the boy's father saw something that made him gasp in shock. Snow knew this recovery wasn't for everyone. A shadow crossed his face. Worry and frustration gnawed at him. He laid by the boy's bed, a helpless guardian. The medications? They did nothing. They couldn't help the physically weak, and the boy was no exception. In the middle of the room, the monster froze. His world stopped. The house, once alive with activity, fell into a suffocating silence. The sounds of laughter were gone. No one called his name anymore. Snow's gaze fell upon the boy's father, Jamaz, drowning his grief in a bottle. A new sickness had taken root in the family, and it was spreading through the village. A plague of despair. Huddled in a corner, the boy's mother hugged her knees. This was an ailment that no medicine could ever cure. Bewilderment twisted the monster's features. As the first drops of rain began to fall, they splattered against Snow's fur. He shot forward in a blur, a memory flashing in his mind, sharing a meal. Together, like a family. What could he do to return to that time? The image of the boy's smiling face haunted him. How could he get them to call his name again? Beside the boy's gravestone, a fresh bouquet of flowers lay wilting. Staring at it, Snow became completely still. Then, a sudden frenzy. He began to dig. As he tore at the earth, the endless downpour continued. The rain lashed down outside. The boy's father, raising his sword, called out, asking if his wife was all right. The frightened woman confirmed she was, asking what that noise was. Snow stood in the open doorway, framed by a flash of lightning. Thunder cracked overhead. The veterinarian stared in absolute horror. Is that you? Looking closer, he recognized the monster. It was Snow. Snow gazed at the dead boy's stunned parents. I was in pain, he said. Just like you? His paw rested on his blood-matted fur. The boy was gone, and it hurt so much. A faint smile touched his lips. But it's all right now, he declared, because now, you have me. At the burial site, a gaping hole scarred the earth. I will become your family, the monster promised. In the boy's place, behind his back, the veterinarian gripped his sword tighter. You're a terrible monster, he whispered. Suddenly, a huge puddle of blood spread across the floor. Villagers were approaching. They marched toward the house, torches held high. A man burst through the door, shouting that something terrible had happened. That monster, he screamed, dug up my son's grave. His frantic gaze then fell upon Snow, and the corpses lying at his feet. But as they stared, they saw tears streaming down the monster's face. By the time I came to my senses, Snow said, it was already over. He had to get to the doctor, but an army of knights was already in pursuit. They were hunting him. In this state, he couldn't possibly fight them. Without understanding why, he just ran. He fled, finally finding the crack he had first emerged from. He rushed toward the portal, trying to force his way inside, but he realized he was much larger now than the gap. Desperate, the monster shoved his paw into the shimmering rift. For a moment, it seemed he could pry it open and crawl through, but a part of him didn't want to go back. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him. An arrow was embedded in Snow's back. He was completely surrounded by a crowd of angry hunters. The stunned monster sat motionless as the hunter demanded to know where the gap came from, and where the monster had appeared from. He was certain that the diseases plaguing their villages were Snow's fault. "It wasn't me!" the monster roared indignantly. The man froze in horror. It can speak. In that very second, the hunters turned their weapons on each other. A stunned Snow could only believe that he was the one forcing them. He realized he had somehow gained the ability
to control the bloodsuckers. The remnants of blood still clung to his mouth. The truth hit him. The sickness spreading through the village was caused by monsters called bloodsuckers.
That was what had happened to the boy. As the hunter raised his sword, he froze, the blade hovering over the monster. Snow confessed that he had eaten the boy, and in doing so, found her. He truly was a monster, just like them.
With a blade pointed at his face, a calm voice interjected. "These people are mistaken." The elf extended his hand, declaring, "Snow is not a monster."
Liandal's middle brother explained, "If you see yourself as such, it is only because of the limitations of human perception." A faint smile touched the elf's lips. "With a power like yours, Snow, you can change their very consciousness." Standing deep within the dungeon, Londal's brother swore he would help him, declaring it was time to finally live like a man. The beast revealed the elf had cast a spell, a magical seal to prevent him from killing anyone.
Snow swept back his hair, revealing a grim truth. He'd sacrificed his own 2 eyes to the elf, all to harness his forbidden powers. As his power surged, Kia confronted the monster, declaring he was nothing but the elf's pawn, a tool used to manipulate the masses.
And in the end, that same elf betrayed him. Ether cut in, shocked. "So, Londal's middle brother was using us all along," she seethed.
A crime she would never forgive. Facing the group, Snow admitted a bitter irony. It was because of that elf they'd finally broken free. Kaya's hand flared with a stream of pure aura. "The problem is," she warned, "we have no idea what that elf will do next."
Especially with Londal as his puppet. The prophetess then asked the critical question, "Where is Londal's middle brother right now?"
Snow's head bowed low. "Do you really think I'd help you?" he asked. "Just because that elf betrayed me too?"
He was certain they saw him as nothing more than a monster. Hearing his words, Kia froze. He truly believed they were merely delaying his execution. But then, Addis stepped forward. "I once lived like a wild animal, too," he confessed.
Forced to kill just to survive. Looking directly at Snow, Addis spoke from the heart. "And now, I regret every moment."
Kia, outraged, told him to back off. But the main character placed a calming hand on her shoulder, urging her to let him speak. Leaning on his hands, Snow scoffed. "So, you want me to repent and just live on? Is that what you're saying?"
Addis replied firmly. "Surviving, no matter the cost, is not a sin." He looked away, adding, "However, it was wrong to take
the lives of innocent people using bloodsuckers to attack them." Snow bared his fangs in a snarl. "You speak," he growled at Addis, "as if you understand anything at all." The monster's voice dripped with pain. "If I could just become human, like you." Snow's eyes burned with fury. He roared with indignation. "If people hadn't treated me like a monster, I never would have become one." In a stunning move, Addis embraced him. "Then we are both monsters," he said softly, holding him tight. Addis continued, "No matter how much you deny it, that truth won't change. Stop using it as an excuse to hurt those you care about." Tears welled up in the monster's eyes. Gazing at Snow's monstrous hand, Addis asked a gentle question. "Surely there was at least one person who showed you kindness?" In that instant, a flashback. Horrific memories of blood-streaked floors, and arrows piercing his skull. He seized his sword. Snow froze, his entire body rigid. The veterinarian's face twisted with pure terror, while the monster's expression was consumed by an unimaginable rage. Suddenly, the severed head on the ground began to sob loudly. Kia, furious, yelled, "Why? Are you all just standing there watching? We need to end this, now." With a chilling smile, the main character agreed completely.
"Let's finish this," he declared. But watching Addis embrace Snow, the others were frozen in place.
Ryu finally broke the silence. "We have to find Londel and eliminate the second prince," leaning against Addis's shoulder. Tears streamed down Snow's face. The giant monster head on the ground started to fade away, as somewhere else, the zombified people with their vacant, rolled-up eyes marched onward. The entire crowd was leaving their home village, heading in the opposite direction, away from the World Tree. Addis looked at Snow with a warm smile. "Is it finally over?" he asked. The small, white creature confirmed it. Standing high in the branches, the humanoid monster pointed towards the settlement, explaining his command. He'd ordered the villagers to a place far beyond the World Tree's influence, once they were out of its range. The bloodsuckers controlling them would simply vanish. Eric gazed into the distance with a gentle smile, deciding to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, Addis patted Snow on the head, who revealed he'd erased the villagers' memories of the moment they saw the dragon. As the magician praised him, he anxiously noticed Ether standing at a distance. She was still in her maid costume, with closed eyes. She shot the monster a look filled with utter boredom and dissatisfaction. But in the very next second, her expression shifted. A look of pure bliss crossed her face, as she remembered her glorious flight as a wyvern. Then she wondered why her shoulders were so sore. A surprised Addis suggested it was due to the long break from her true form. But Eric brazenly interjected, "You just got fatter." Instantly, Ether leapt onto the big guy's shoulders and started biting him. He tried to explain he was basing it on her massive, true wyvern form. Addis chimed in with a wicked grin. "Well, in that case, you're the heaviest one here."
Eric grabbed the angry blonde's face, a thoughtful look in his eyes. But amid the chaos, Kaya looked down, lost in sadness. Eric approached her carefully. "Is this about Londell?" he asked gently, assuring her the second prince.
"Only needed a boy, so he wouldn't harm you." But the girl admitted it wasn't Londell. It was because of the hunter. The revelation completely stunned Eric. He never expected that kind of attention. He wasn't a rattan, so not even the goddess could accurately predict his actions. Kaya was deeply worried. If the main character continued to change his fate, then all of her prophecies would become meaningless. With grave seriousness, she stated, "For that reason, you must follow me." With her decision made, Kaya spoke. This was a pact between the prophetess and her assistant. Startled by her sudden gravity, Eric simply replied that he understood. The brunette remained eerily calm. She then announced it was time to move. At her command, the hunters began their descent from the tree. Glancing at the small creature, Snow, Kier knew Eric had been right. He had stopped her just in time. Otherwise, everything would have unfolded exactly as the second prince had planned. Behind them, Ether froze. Her green eyes went wide with shock. The entire party halted at the edge of the abyss as the brunette continued. She mused that everyone had figured out the elf's true intentions. They were all trying to stop her. With a smile, Eric tilted his head toward Snow, admitting he knew nothing. But the name for the red-eyed creature's race, it just appeared in his mind. He revealed Snow was an angel. The words struck Kier like a physical blow. The main character explained it was his first time seeing this tribe, especially in such overwhelming numbers. That's why he had to intervene. Addis and Ether stared at the white being, completely clueless as to what angels were. And as it turned out, Snow didn't know either. Eric marveled at the Rattan's knowledge, who called all outsiders devils. Just then, a tiny, snow-white wing materialized at his eye level, a monster with piercing red eyes. And perfect teeth hovered in the air, its wings a blur. From the chasm, a whole cloud of them swarmed upwards. They poured from the World Tree's abyss, unleashing soul-shattering screams. Horrified, Ether and Addis could only watch. They realized these monsters were just like Snow. As their feathers drifted down like falling ash, Kier sprang into action. Grabbing the small creature, she kicked Eric with all her might, sending him plummeting into the darkness. "The plan has changed," she screamed to the others. Snow trembled as Kier spoke her next, terrifying words.
"We have to kill these things called angels." She declared the monsters would not escape this place. As screams echoed around them, Kier clutched Snow tightly and with a grim resolve, leaped into the abyss after Eric. Her goal, seal the gate in the World Tree's trunk. The angels were already flooding through the roots, which pulsed with a sinister crimson energy. A voice observed he'd never seen such beasts before. Meanwhile, the elven doctor clutched his wounded hand, watching the swarm with a treacherous gaze, wondering if this was a gateway to other worlds. Glad to have blocked the path, he turned to Leandel, who had bowed his head low to the ground. "Thank you, younger brother," he whispered, but the boy only sobbed, gripping the root pulsing with raw power. "You've made the wrong choice," he screamed desperately. "You will never be able to control this." The blonde elf grabbed Leandel by a lock of his hair. "And for that very reason," he said bitterly, "I need your help." "You will open the way for me. for the sake of the elven kingdom.
His face twisted into a wicked grin. Leandel cried out in rage. What would father or our elder brother say if they saw you in this state? The doctor's response was ice. Those people were nothing but liars. He raised a hand to the boy's face. Neither I nor my twin, the blonde elf explained, could ever control the world tree. Have you never wondered why, little brother? Why you are the only one with the power to do it? The doctor forced his thumb into the boy's mouth, prying his lip back. It is because only the eldest sons of the elven royal family possess such an ability. He dragged a finger across the boy's skin, leaving a chilling mark. The crown prince forgot his duties, he sneered, and fell in love with a human girl. To hide the prince's stupidity, the elf king declared his own grandson to be his son. He loomed over the shaking boy, his expression hardening. The crown prince was planning to pass the throne to that half-blood. If that happened, the royal blood of the elves would be forever defiled.
A predatory gleam filled the elf's eyes. Just like with the half-blood's mother, I sent mercenaries to kill the boy.
I failed, of course, the man began with a smirk, which I am incredibly happy about, but
he was cut off by a fist smashing into his face. His round glasses shattered and flew away. Deep within the tree, Eric stood ready. He had attacked the traitorous elf with such a powerful blow, it sent him flying backward. The half-naked hero held his ground.
Smoke curled from his extended index finger. He glared at his opponent, satisfied with the hit. The main character wanted to kill the vile elf right then and there, but for some reason, it was impossible. Kier, meanwhile, rushed over to the exhausted Leandel. She touched his bruised cheek with a worried expression, cradling his face gently, by accident. Seeing Valtirion before him, his rage exploded. The angel Snow then faced the traitor, his voice laced with ice. Any hope that the doctor was protecting this place, that he secretly cared for him, was now utterly shattered. The monstrous white creature's red eyes glowed as it bared its fangs, revealing the truth. The doctor had infected them all with bloodsuckers the moment he entered their village. The elf, with his strange multi-irised eyes, was stunned to see Snow. He demanded to know why the hunters hadn't killed him, why they'd ally with a monster. Kier stared, worriedly at Leandel, who sat with his head bowed low. Did that traitor poison you? She asked, but the boy only struck her.
With his fists. Kier watched in disbelief as the pink-haired half-elf suddenly lunged forward, a sharp weapon,
clutched in his hand. Eric could only stare in shock as Leandel, barely able to stand, shielded the blonde elf with his own body. The doctor smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He knew he could control even a half-elf. At his master's command, the boy's face filled with sorrow. As he lifted the gleaming blade to his own neck, Kier and Eric glared at the wicked elf with pure contempt. The warrior turned to Snow, begging, "Can't you do something?" But the angel shook his head. Only the blonde elf could command the child now. The girl's eyes burned with hatred, a desperate urge to tear apart the one causing such pain to someone she held so dear. The doctor knelt down, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. He shot Londel a venomous look and asked if he remembered his request. The boy simply nodded. He then gripped the root of the world tree, squeezing with all his might. Prana surged through it as veins bulged on his arms from the sheer strain. Kier let out a furious scream, pleading for the doctor to stop. He merely mocked them, asking if they truly thought this was just some ordinary dungeon. The roots, now pulsing with prana, began to tear open the very fabric of space. This, the blonde elf declared, is the gateway to the world of the Demon King. Alice? Eric stared at Kier, utterly bewildered. Why does something like this even exist? The grim-faced girl explained that the goddess of darkness had lost her divine power. Because of this, the balance that protected, Ratna had cracked, creating a rift between dimensions. Snow eyed the brunette with suspicion as she continued, claiming the angel wasn't a creation of the goddess at all, but a biological weapon sent by Pass to be tested against Ratna. The elf just sneered at her words. At the mention of the demon god, he began screaming like a madman. Kier, kill me, Leandel. You have to save Ratna. He grabbed the stunned boy's pink hair. With one hand and his weapon with the other, the blonde man taunted her. Well, what are you waiting for?
Kier's face twisted in overwhelming rage, her gaze filled with pure hatred. Suddenly, the doctor
raised a hand, declaring that Kier couldn't possibly do it. It's all a lie, he sneered. Eric's expression hardened as he started to draw the massive sword from his back. Get away from him, he growled. If you don't want to die, the whole blonde man erupted in hysterical laughter. Did this muscle-bound fool really think he could destroy the gate with that clumsy blade? In that instant, a colossal white hand, wreathed in strange energy, seized the elf's entire body. The hand, controlled by an immense prana, dragged its prey toward a gigantic, waiting maw filled with countless fangs. A system window appeared. The absorption trait accelerates an individual's development, depending on the mass consumed. The amount swallowed is directly proportional to survival time, and survival time equals absolute strength. Seeing the massive, gaping mouth, Kier knew instantly this was the next stage of Impala's invasion of Ratna, the giant monster. Emerging from the spatial rift was an angel, and an incredibly high-level one at that. That's Muria. Menishome, it's the... Terrified, Snow cried out. He's ancient. He's going to devour us all. In a flash, Eric launched, himself from the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, soaring through the air. The warrior swung his sword with intense focus, aiming to strike Miria down. Just as he attacked, a yellow information screen flashed before the main character's eyes, showing him a truth that left him completely stunned. The sword's powerful blow slammed directly into the giant monster, forcing it to snap its gaping mouth shut. Kier was nearly knocked off her feet by the whirlwind of dust and debris,
shielding herself with snow from the flying rocks. The brunette realized with relief the gate wasn't fully open yet. She made a decision. First, they would deal with the colossal angel. Then they would seal the gap. "Eric!" she screamed with furious urgency. "If you're done with that monster, get to the gate, now!" But the countless rows of long fangs opened once more.
As the angel recovered from the blow, Eric plunged his wooden sword deep into the giant white creature. Its jaws stretched wide, unleashing a soul-shattering roar. The main character answered Kier's call. He glanced back at her, shouting that this beast wouldn't be an easy fight. He entrusted Mariah to the warrior's care, and urged the brunette to watch over the fallen Liandel. Liandel was out cold, his prana completely drained. Seizing the chance, the enraged monster lunged for Eric, its giant white hand stretching out to crush him. But as it descended, Eric realized with disgust, Miria was forcing him straight into the dimensional gap. His eyes widened in horror at the world revealed beyond the rift. The monster then unleashed its full power, blasting him through the gate and into the dreaded world of Alice. As he tumbled through the void between dimensions, Eric let out a defiant roar, his eyes shut tight, sword held fast. Miria's throw was monstrously powerful, sending him flying across a vast distance. He finally crashed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The warrior desperately tried to stop his momentum, digging his blade deep into the crimson earth. The sword carved a long, deep scar in the land before he finally skidded to a halt. Eric looked up, his brow furrowed with grim purpose. He recalled his doubts when he first heard tales of the world of Alice. Scanning the desolate landscape, he clutched his chest beneath a blood-red sky. He grimly concluded that he'd been dragged back to this hellscape again. He covered his mouth, stifling a grimace. Then, a colossal angel towered over our hero, its form human-like, but with a pair of smaller hands,
sprouting unnervingly from its chest. A chilling thought crossed Eric's mind. Had this creature already devoured the second prince?
His gaze, now cold and blazing with red fury, locked onto Miria. "This is not good," he declared, his body shifting into a battle stance. Meanwhile, back in Ratna, Kier tried to awaken the unconscious Liandel. Snow looked on in a panic at the half-elf.
She cried out that the second prince's control should have vanished the moment he died.
"But lifting the boy," the girl replied, "that's not why he's unconscious." Her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at the pink-haired child. Kier revealed it was a backlash, from the half-elf's resistance to the world tree. A wave of guilt washed over Snow. "Is this because of me?" he asked, his voice trembling. But his fears were dismissed. Turning her head towards the gap, the girl whispered, "It was simply time." Just then, countless winged, white monsters began pouring out from the crimson gate leading from the world of Umol into Ratna. At the same time, high above the world tree, a swarm of angels blazed across the heavens at impossible speeds. Addis flew astride Ether, who had taken her true form as a magnificent blue wyvern, holding a strange magical device. The wyvern glanced sideways in pure panic. Spotting the threat, the angels were charging straight for them. With blinding speed, they closed in on Addis and Ether. The magician reacted instantly, throwing up a massive shield of ice. Clinging to the wyvern's white mane, the red-haired mage asked if she was all right. She replied that she was a little hurt. The sky was thick with these beasts, but individually, they weren't all that powerful. Still, the hunters had to be vigilant. Watching the angelic swarm gather, Addis reported that Ratna had been safe because the dungeons kept these monsters contained. Looking at the endless enemies, Ether growled with fury, but now they're roaming free. If any more of them get out, the world is finished. As if on cue, one of the angels opened its maw wide and let out a terrifying, high-pitched shriek. A heart-stopping roar echoed across the sky. Suddenly, the red-eyed creatures began to ferociously attack one another. Addis watched, his eyes narrowed, as the angels devoured their own kind. Ether's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the grotesque sight. The mage continued to observe their bizarre behavior with growing concern, realizing they were trying to evolve. He aimed his magical instrument at the chaotic mass. "We can't let that happen," he yelled furiously.
A brilliant flash erupted from the jeweled staff. But then, nothing. Ether looked back at the magician, confused. "Why didn't you attack?" she demanded. He anxiously inspected the artifact. "It's not that I didn't," he replied gravely.
"It's the blessing of Alis." The guy explained that the sacred stone refused to harm these monsters. Meanwhile, a terrifying fusion was taking place. From the many small angels, one huge entity was forming, hidden behind a cascade of snow-white wings. The wings slowly unfurled, revealing multiple glowing red eyes. Before them floated a monstrous angel with a round body covered in eyes, and two pairs of powerful wings. A violet ring of energy began to form around the monster's central eye. The energy condensed, crackling with power. The wyvern cried out in terror as a devastating beam of mana shot towards them. A blinding purple light illuminated the mage's face. And in that critical moment, his thoughts turned to Eric. The hero, now trapped in the world of Alis, raised his own colossal blade. With his weapon held high, the main character prepared for battle. He charged toward the enemy, his focus absolute. With a powerful leap, he soared through the air, straight towards the giant. He swung his sword from behind his back, but his expression was one of frustration and worry. The wooden blade made contact with Miria, and Eric realized with dread that his power was draining away before he could even land a proper blow. A colossal palm descended upon the man from behind, ready to strike. He spun around just in time to meet a sweeping blow. The giant hand sent the main character soaring across the entire red plateau, shattering the rock around him as he landed. A massive crater of debris formed where Eric crashed, the recoil jarring his entire body. He glared at the enemy with grim understanding. Taking direct hits from a level 140 being was suicide. Worse still, mere hostility wasn't enough to activate his aura. Just then, a yellow system window flashed to life.
Eric's face hardened as he read its contents. From the very beginning, the user's manual had been programmed.
To make attacking the angel an impossible feat, it commanded him to sacrifice himself to the deity's viceroy, and in return, achieve eternal life. The colossal monster roared, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Meanwhile, a terrible sight. Horrific monsters of all shapes and sizes crawled out into the Ratna dungeon, pouring through the gate from the world of Umalis. Individually, they weren't strong, but Snow warned that as long as the gate remained open, the horde would be endless. Clenching her massive fist, Kia demanded to know if they could truly not be destroyed. Snow, glaring angrily at their foes, replied that they could hold them off for a while. But from his experience, the enemy had plenty of food. The girl wrapped in black ribbons reached a stark conclusion. In that case, their only choice was to close the gate. The angel cried out in a panic that he wanted to as well, but only Londell could do it, and in his current deplorable state,
the boy wouldn't even be able to approach the world tree. Watching the monsters swarm, the girl's eyes burned with hostility.
"I know," she replied grimly. Suddenly, screams and smoke trails erupted from above Kia, and Snow snapped their heads upward in alarm.
A pair of hunters rocketed through the dungeon's interior, the wyvern roaring for them to get clear. They had to dodge the angel and the others below. As Ether pushed her mount to go faster, she looked back in absolute terror. A large, spherical angel was chasing them down. A circle of mana began to form around its central eye, concentrating a terrifying purple energy within it. At the sight of the new monster, Kia's eyes flew wide. Snow's jaw dropped in utter shock as the creatures from the rift continued their relentless march towards them. Fleeing the spherical angel, the wyvern dove through the gate at full speed, and together with Addis, they plunged into the world of Umalis. Right behind them, the round angel burst into the demon god's world, its massive body tearing the dimensional gap even wider. The monster rose directly above Addis and Ether, its eyes sparkling with that deadly purple light. In a panic, they stared at the impending attack. Addis screamed out to Ether. A powerful stream of mana, crackling with lightning bolts, erupted from the angel's eye, hurtling straight for the hunters. As they were thrown from the blast, the wyvern began to transform back into a human. The round angel's attack slammed directly into Miria, the very being Eric had been fighting this whole time. Addis and Ether plummeted downwards, holding hands. The enraged, human-bodied angel let out a deafening, warlike roar. Miria began to beat the spherical angel with his four wings Ether.
having become a wyvern again, carried Addis away, screaming. What is this place? And where did these monsters even come from? Not missing a beat. The magician frantically scanned his surroundings, searching for Hanbin. The wyvern guessed that their friend was not in the best situation right now. They headed towards a deep crater, realizing that if Eric fought those monsters at full strength, he might be in mortal danger. The focused mage directed the wyvern, ordering it to fly into the hole before them. There, in the crater, among the rubble, they found him and loudly called out their comrade's name. Eric was lying among the stones, in terrible condition after the battle. The battered warrior weakly raised his head, a dark lock of hair falling over his eyes. The portal to the world of Umalis was now empty. Leaning against a rock, Kiya looked back at the gate and noted that the smaller angels had been swept away. Then, Londell called out to her. She was shocked that the boy had already regained consciousness. She touched his shoulder, and he, closing his eyes, said that he had a request. Snow, hiding behind a stone, overheard everything. The half-elf asked the messenger of the goddess of darkness to take him to the roots, but she refused to do it. She was far too worried about the child's condition. But then Londell said that he no longer wanted to be a burden. The angel looked out from his shelter, his eyes filled with sadness. The little prince stated with grim resolve that as a
representative of the elven royal family, he must take responsibility, asking Kia to help him.
As she held the boy by the shoulders, Londell completely steeled himself, bowing his head. The girl looked down, her eyes falling to the floor. The wyvern worriedly asked if he was okay, and Addis, asking to go slower, led the wounded warrior out of the world of Umalis. Hand in hand, they guided him back through the gate to Ratna. After the hunters finally emerged from the spatial crack, in a flash, Ether reverted to her human form. Eric just smirked, telling them not to worry, noting this was a common occurrence. Smiling widely with his eyes closed, the jock happily declared that because his friends pulled him out, he could still join the second battle. But Ates looked at him with concern, realizing his wound was far too grave. He couldn't act as their shield any longer. Just then, Kyr approached the hunters, stating that their strength to fight the angels was spent. Addis offered to block the gates to stop the monsters from pouring in, but the girl coldly stated the crack would soon close on its own. Meanwhile, the magician and the jock stared ahead, their eyes wide with shock. Londell was entangled in the roots of the world tree. The tree was draining the boy's prop, leaving him unconscious. A horrified Ates cried out, "Kyr, are you going to kill him?"
Ether knelt beside him, desperately trying to wake him up. Snow, who could only control bloodsuckers,
lamented that it was useless to call his name. The boy's consciousness was already gone. Turning away, Kyr reminded the trio of their first meeting, and the warning she gave about the little prince's fate. Staring at Londell, the girl explained that her very nature compelled her to save people from death. It was the only way. The will of the goddess of darkness would be fulfilled, and Ratna would survive. Facing the hunters with a hardened gaze, Kyr declared, "I was created to protect this world." Sadness washed over Addis, while Ether's face twisted in despair, struggling to find words for the goddess's incarnation. Suddenly, Eric moved toward Londell's body and began to
tear him free from the tree's roots. A blinding green flash erupted, lighting up the entire dungeon.
An enraged Kyr rushed at the defiant man. He clutched a root glowing with prey in his fist as she screamed, "Did you not understand my words?" But he just stated he understood everything perfectly, continuing to save. Londell. Eric recounted the main points of her speech, saying there was just one thing he couldn't grasp. He faced the embodiment of the goddess, his voice roaring with fury. "Is this world so fragile that saving one boy would shatter it?" he yelled. "If it's that weak, then it deserves to collapse." A concerned Snow glanced aside, drawn by a brilliant glow. A colossal, spherical angel emerged from the crack, bathed in violet light. But even as it appeared, Eric remained focused on freeing the young half-elf from the world tree's snares. A moment later, as the dungeon was flooded with an eerie purple glow, the main character finally turned to the monster. A grin spread across his face as he saw it devouring other angels and evolving. Ates raised his artifact, readying his ice magic. The angel unleashed a powerful stream of mana at the jock, who was still pulling at the roots. The magician instantly conjured two massive shards of ice, which managed to repel the blow. The giant angel was struck by its own attack, hurled back after being reflected in the mirrored ice. Heading toward the gate, Addis and Ether looked back with a sudden realization. They would distract the angel. The girl called out for the others to join the battle as soon as Londell was rescued. Shocked by their resolve, Kyr looked out from behind the jock. As he tore at a green root, he assured them he would join the fight soon. observing Eric's fruitless struggle to break the world tree's roots. The brunette stated that only an aura-infused attack could break them, adding that the man couldn't use his aura because of the limiter. With all her might, she tried to pull his muscular arm from the green snare. Kier screamed furiously.
Eric, have you forgotten the promise you made to me, concentrating on saving the boy? The jock said, "This is exactly
Why I'm doing this." As Atis and his wyvern battled the colossal angel, the protagonist explained that Kier never had to report Londel's fate. While the magician watched the monster's rampage in shock, Eric continued his deduction. If she were truly detached, she would have immediately gone to find Berold, but for some reason, she told them about the half-elf's destiny. The wyvern dodged massive debris falling from the angel's blows. As the main character stated that, without knowing it, Kier had already made her choice. The brunette looked sadly at the powerful man, who said she wanted to save Londel from his fate. At these words, heavy tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. In despair, she cried out that it was impossible holding the jock's hand, now entwined with roots. The crying. Kier declared he couldn't fight the angel and was unable to close the gate at the end of her words. The
girl broke into a scream, insisting there was no other way but to sacrifice Londel. But Eric simply stated, "There is."
Kier's eyes shone with hope, a silent plea. The warrior grinned, declaring his new path to unleash his absolute full power. The great wyvern, coiled on the scorched earth, glared with fury at the enemy. Addie and the magician found refuge, leaning against its massive wing. Though drained from the battle, the magician shot a venomous look at the angel, leveling his magic staff with pure defiance. The angel froze, a predator anticipating the strike, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Behind the beast, a crimson torrent of immense energy erupted. Shaking the very fabric of space, it watched its opponents on the ground below. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Londel was finally free from the world tree's clutches. Kier pulled the boy into a fierce hug, while Snow watched from the side. A warm smile spread across the brunette's face. He finally understood Eric's method using the goddess's power in a way never before seen. This kind of ally was a first in all of Rotna's history. Just then, a yellow system window flared to life. It blared a warning, external interference detected at the landmark. The command was clear: annihilate the colossal monster. Eric stood ready, his sword already humming with raw energy, as the colossal angel waited. Suddenly, black stripes of power began to encircle the warrior.
A power that only Kier could previously wield. A smirk crossed Eric's face as he accepted the quest. Time to smash this thing to pieces.
This colossal angel was a unique terror. For 25 years, it had survived by evolving, by devouring its own kind. It consumed its smaller, weaker relatives, becoming the apex predator of this realm. But then, its growth suddenly stopped. No matter how many it devoured, it grew no stronger. Worse, the very abilities it gained began to cripple it. Its metabolism slowed to a crawl. It only needed to feed once a month, with no true enemies left. And no reason to move. It would occasionally snatch a relative or two. For this creature, this stagnant existence had become a familiar comfort. But now, a burning rage filled the colossal angel. For the first time in an age, it smelled blood and suffering once more. And it was all because of the man named Eric, the one who dared to destroy it. In a blur of motion, the warrior struck his sword, blazing with aura, slammed into the creature like a bolt of crimson lightning. The monster howled in agony from the devastating blow. That old, forgotten hunger began to burn in its gut once more.
While Kier sat holding the rescued Londel, Snow carefully watched the epic battle unfold through the shimmering gate.
The angel was in disbelief. What kind of power was this? How could a mere mortal fight on par with the world's strongest monster? Alis, the herald of the goddess of darkness, provided the answer. That is not magic, she explained. It is the power of sacred abilities. She revealed that with their help, the warrior had hacked the landmark itself. He had tricked the system into no longer perceiving him as an angel, allowing him to fight the monster without restriction. The dark stripes on his body were from borrowing a fraction of Kier's aura, but compared to the man's own power, it was a drop in the ocean. Stunned, Snow shouted, "Is that Eric's true power?" Kier's expression grew serious. "We can't fool the landmark forever." Leaving Londel in Snow's care, she made a vow. "I will rescue Impala's aids and ether from the world tree," she declared with unwavering resolve. Still dazed from using his prana, Londel reached out, pleading for her not to leave, calling for his mother and brother. Kier's gaze softened. "Don't worry," she promised. "You'll be able to go home soon." Snow, transforming through her parasites, asked the girl to remain beside the prince. She then questioned what happened to the remaining bloodsuckers. Taking the form of the bloodsucker queen in a crimson dress, the angel declared that her energy was nearly spent. It would be too difficult. to explain her true nature to the newly awakened Londel. Snow turned to the girl with a knowing smile. The boy needs you right now. Watching the transformed angel, Kier could only offer her heartfelt thanks. Back in the world of Allah, the colossal monster launched its counterattack. Its massive palm descended, aiming to crush Eric's head. But the warrior just waved his hand, a confident smirk on his face. For all its size, the angel was surprisingly easy to read.
A powerful blast of aura erupted, slamming into the monster and ripping up the very ground beneath it.
The angel's arm was mangled by the sheer force of the attack. Shaken, Eric landed, plunging his wooden sword into the earth. It was time for the next phase. He began carving into the soil, channeling a volatile mix of his aura directly into the ground. The result was a cataclysmic explosion of earth and stone, tearing apart the entire gorge before the stunned beast. From within the rising cloud of dust and debris, a brilliant beam of light suddenly pierced the sky. The monster, grinning with malice, swung its massive fist towards the light, aiming to obliterate it. A titanic white hand smashed into the rock, but it was a feint. Eric had already appeared behind the angel, preparing for the decisive blow. His wooden sword pulsed with terrifying power. A perfect fusion of his aura and dark energy. He shot past the enemy like a meteor, delivering one final, devastating strike that tore the monster apart. With a flourish, Eric sized up the situation. The angel threw one hand up to shield its head, while the other smashed into the very rock where he stood. Eric leaped clear of the devastating impact, landing amidst a shower of shattered stone. He saw nothing but dust. Undeterred, Eric surged forward, a blur of motion. He raced towards pale white fingers piercing the hazy veil. With focused intensity, he swung his blade. The monster's arm burst from the dust cloud. But it was the very same limb Eric had just severed. A new gash marked the reattached limb. As the angel readied an energy blast, a voice echoed. From the dust above, lit by the creature's violet glow, to his horror, he realized the monster was perfectly mirroring his own movements. Suddenly, a powerful chant erupted from behind him. Adis, perched on the rock, thrust his staff forward. A massive ice shield materialized, protecting Eric just in time. The dust-shrouded beast opened its maw, but Eric had already vaulted to the cliff where Addis and a human-formed Effie stood. He looked at the weary magician. "Are you all right?" "Thanks for the save." "I'm fine," Addis confirmed, but his expression was grim. "But Effie, her arm is broken. She can't provide air support." Hearing of his comrade's injury, Eric's resolve hardened. "Get to the gate," he ordered with unshakable confidence. "I'll handle this monster." But a thunderous blow shattered the cliffside. The ground crumbled beneath them. Eric grabbed the magician's hand, but Effie was thrown to the precipice. Without hesitation, Eric leaped from the collapsing cliff with Addis, reaching for the girl plummeting amidst the rubble. But she was snatched from the air by the sudden arrival of Snow Effie. Stared, stunned by his sudden and altered appearance. The angel roared, "We can't give that thing another second," as Snow scaled the rock face with Effie in his arms. He revealed a terrifying truth. It's evolving because it tore a piece from the elf. Just as he said, the colossal angel was contorting. Its humanoid form warped and twisted, revealing a gigantic single red eye with massive wings. The monstrous eye stared them down. A violet flash pulsed within its pupil, a clear sign it was preparing to attack. Seeing its final form, Snow's face went pale. This is it. It's the end. A torrent of cataclysmic purple energy erupted from above. As another blast shattered the rock under their feet, Eric stood firm, shielding Addis, his face a mask of fury. Swinging his greatsword, he yelled to his friend, "Remember the spider hunt." The magician's eyes widened in understanding. "Of course," he roared back, raising his staff. Addis enveloped Eric's massive blade in a thick sheath of enchanted ice. Gritting his teeth, the main character focused all his power into a single, devastating attack. He unleashed the spinning, ice-clad sword. It tore through the air, a vortex of chilling power. The blade met the stream of purple energy head-on in a deafening explosion. Rock and dust filled the air as the world was bathed in a violent purple light. Far away, at the spatial crack, Kair watched, with Leandel on her lap. "Hanbin," she muttered grimly. "He needs to end this, now. My power is fading." Back at the fight, the spinning blade pierced through the torrent of raw power, defying the angel's attack. The weapon relentlessly pushed forward, inching closer to the giant monstrosity, its terrible maw gaping wide. Finally, it reached its target. The blade slammed into the monster's mouth, the ice coating shattering as it lodged itself. Between rows of nightmarish fangs, enveloped in a brilliant aura, Eric shot towards it, grabbing his weapon by the hilt. You love to devour everything, don't you? He roared, yanking the blade free with all his might. Well, I've finally reached your head. His eyes blazed with fury, a savage, predatory grin spreading across his face. It was time to end this. Eric unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes directly against the creature's fangs.
Sparks flew with every impact inside the angel's mouth. His next goal shattered those fangs to pieces.
He followed up with a crushing strike to the angel's head, leaving deep gouges. Then, a powerful cross-slash. And a sickening crack. A gap opened in the monster's defenses. Through the broken fangs, he could see the true head within. Eric focused his power. Preparing for the final, decisive strike, the monster was grievously wounded, smoke pouring from its countless injuries. As the main character unleashed a final, overwhelming torrent of aura, the angel's giant wings spread wide. But just then, Snow's urgent voice cried out, "Don't aim for the head, it's just a shell." Eric froze, his sword poised, utterly baffled. As he hesitated, a cross-shaped tear appeared on the angel's abdomen. His eyes widened in shock. An entirely new creature emerged from within. Eric spun around, swinging his sword with every ounce of his strength. A new, desperate battle ignited next to the angel's discarded husk. Nearby, Kier took cover from the storm of dust. When a winged being suddenly descended before the magician. Snow and Effie, its hand reaching for the ground. Before the trio, a figure descended. An angel in human form, shrouded in a brilliant golden glow, its face hidden by feathers. From beneath them, a malicious smile spread, aimed at the perplexed Addis, the staff-wielding magician. As Addis struggled to pull himself together, an enraged Eric descended from the heavens, his blade thirsty for vengeance. He lunged with deadly precision, aiming to protect Addis, but the angel sidestepped with impossible grace, and the hero's sword carved a deep scar into the earth. As dust choked the air, Eric roared for the magician to get back, his voice laced with desperation. Addis spun around, his heart sinking at the sight of the girl. Ether was barely conscious, her gaze distant and unfocused. With ragged breaths, he held her tight, watching the battle with sheer disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The monster that once towered over them was now drastically smaller, more refined. Snow's voice cut through the confusion. She explained that the angel race constantly evolves. To reach a new stage of power, they must cast off what's no longer needed. After devouring the elf, the creature didn't just gain power, it gained terrifying intelligence and self-awareness. To achieve its next form, it shed its massive, cumbersome shell, discarding its old self.
Addis felt a cold dread creep into his heart. If it was this smart now, what would it become meanwhile? Eric's assault raged on.
He unleashed a flurry of strikes, but his aura-infused blade was completely useless. The monster deflected every blow, using its own brilliant golden energy. An arrogant chuckle escaped its lips as it toyed with the hero. Eric's gaze was pure murder. This thing was on another level, its power seemingly growing as its body shrank.
Every move was calculated, precise, and deadly. Our main character realized with a jolt,
this was no mindless beast. The way it channeled aura into its feathers. As Eric the swordsman readied his blade, he sensed the monster was hidden within a thick curtain of dust.
Our hero unleashed a whirlwind of steel. The angel then erupted from the storm of dust and debris, appearing in a flash.
Appearing right before him, perfectly mirroring his every move. A focused Eric unleashed another aura-laced strike. The blade missed by a hair's breadth. Eric was stunned. At this range, a dodge should be impossible. He watched in disbelief as the angel's counterkick whistled past his head, and the powerful blow sent him flying back. The monster poured its golden aura into its feathers, preparing a devastating attack. Our hero quickly raised his weapon in defense.
With a wicked smile, the creature unleashed its power. A wave of golden energy shot forward,
crashing against his sword, intent on disarming him. With a devastating impact, the angel's power shattered the hero's blade into 1,000 pieces. An enraged grin spread across Eric's face as he faced his opponent. He replayed the attack in his mind, recalling every single detail. Even as a deadly feather flew towards his head, he reached a stunning conclusion. Just then, the angel sensed an immense flow of fiery energy. A wall of magical flames erupted, completely engulfing the creature. The shockwave threw Eric back as he watched, utterly dumbfounded. The hunter knew the angel's attacks were lethal, but this fire magic, where did it come from? He spun around, only to see the dragon. Now in its true form, atop its head stood both Ether and Snow. From within the flames, the angel's mocking voice echoed. Even if you escape now, when I emerge, it will be your end. Ether, though weakened, spoke with resolve. I can only hold my staff, but we must defeat it together. Eric was shocked by her strength. The angel, its face hidden by a wing, spoke again, its voice dripping with annoyance. "You dare to interrupt me." It revealed a face with sparkling golden eyes, radiating menace. "Do not interfere," it warned. The blonde angel held a feather infused with aura, a clear challenge to the hero. With a furious roar, Eric charged forward. He surged towards the creature, broken blade held high, but then he faltered, looking down at his stomach, where a deep cut was bleeding freely. The angel crossed its arms, a familiar stance. It was preparing its signature cross-slash attack. It aimed a feather at the charging Eric, while a massive cross of light shot towards his friends. The golden cross, pulsing with immense power, began to shine, illuminating the battlefield with its deadly light.
A soul-tearing scream ripped from our hero's throat. Seeing the impending doom, the dragon braced itself,
preparing to meet the devastating blow head-on. Suddenly, rock and dust exploded into the air. Among the debris were shattered pieces of Addis's staff. Elsewhere, Kier stared anxiously into a portal, her heart pounding. She sensed an approaching presence, moving at impossible speed, a power unlike anything she had ever felt before. The very walls of the dungeon began to crumble. As stones rained down from above, the girl screamed in terror. But just as a massive rock was about to crush the boy, it stopped in midair, held by a figure glowing with green light. Kier looked to the sky, her eyes wide with disbelief. Who is that? At that same moment, a massive rift tore open in front of Addis Finch model. Ryu's face twisted in shock. He threw his hands up, trying to shield himself from the blinding stream of light. Suddenly, Snow made his move. He snatched a crystal from Addis's magical staff, then shoved it directly into his own mouth with a crunch. Snow bit down on the gem, and a massive explosion rocked the entire dungeon. Seeing the aftermath, our hero screamed in horror. Debris rained down from above. Now, within the hellish mountains, Ryu charged toward the monster, a malicious grin spreading across his face. The creature sneered, boasting that it had grown stronger, all at the cost of someone just like Ryu.
Staring at the furious protagonist, the monster called him unusual, an interesting specimen.
Ryu's reply was simple. "I will kill you." An incredibly powerful aura erupted from his body. The monster's grin only widened. It lunged toward our hero. Their collision sent a devastating shockwave ripping through the hellish mountains. With its arms outstretched, the monster stood frozen amidst the settling debris. Ryu watched on, completely baffled. Baring its teeth, the beast lunged to attack again. Clutching his sword, our main character prepared to meet the charge. Their fierce battle tore a huge gap in the very fabric of this hellscape. The system blared an alert, detecting an anomalous landmark interference. Ryu's blade froze, a mere centimeter from his opponent. The monster's claw slashed the hero's chest. Reaching behind his back, Ryu prepared another strike, his expression a mask of confusion. The monster tried to understand what was happening. "What are you doing?" it snarled, digging its claws deeper. "Why did you stop?" Blood trickled from our hero's mouth. In his mind, Ryu cursed his luck. Of all the times, it had to be now. The system declared that to check the landmark, all user movements would be paused. With a look of pure disgust, the monster called Ryu a nobody. But suddenly, our hero defied the system. He forced a single step, gripping his weapon. The protagonist swung with all his might, but the monster simply raised a hand, and blocked the blow. "Shut up and die!" the distraught hero roared. The monster's face contorted with rage. Clenching its fist, the monster declared that Ryu was finished. Suddenly, a piece of cloth flew past its face. As the fabric blocked its vision, Kivia exploded from the ground. Rushing to Ryu's aid, she grabbed the main character, and the prophetess leaped back to safety. Seeing her worried face, Ryu asked, "Can you hack the landmark again?" The prophetess shook her head. "You're barely alive," she said, "and you know this opponent isn't simple." Gazing at the enraged monster, Kivia confirmed their best option was to retreat from the battlefield immediately. Outraged, our hero declared he'd rather die than let the monster pass. Kivia quickly covered his mouth with a cloth. "What nonsense are you talking about?" she whispered urgently. "If Ratna could be saved by one of your sacrifices, it would have fallen long ago." Turning to the surprised Ryu, Kivia's voice softened. "And what would happen to the rest of our team if you died?" Beside itself with rage, the monster roared, "Is there no one else left to challenge me?" Suddenly, strange shoots erupted from the ground beneath its feet. They grew at an impossible speed, surrounding the beast. On all sides. Weaving into a cocoon, the sprouts bound the monster inside. Watching this, Ryu realized these were the roots of the world tree. As he leaped back, our hero wondered who could be responsible. From a distance, an elf shouted,
Hurry up, I can't hold this thing for long. But the shockwave from the struggle
sent everyone flying. Multiple cuts appeared on our hero's body from the fall. A frightened ether cried out his name.
Otis rushed to his side, grabbing his shoulders. What happened to these wounds? The stunned protagonist explained.
That the monster had dealt a crushing blow. The worried wyvern added that if they'd been hit directly by the monster, they would have died instantly. Snow had protected them, absorbing the blessing's full power. Turning to a frustrated Otis, Ryu demanded to know what was wrong with Snow. His teammate shook his head. I don't know, he confessed. When I came to my senses, the roots had already moved us here. Anxiety and worry shrouded Ryu's face. Kivia's expression was grim. This is impossible. Raising her hand, the prophetess warned. We're out of time. A powerful aura flowed from the great tree's roots. Kivia explained. If we leave this gap open, it will grow between dimensions, and Ratna won't be able to withstand the strain. She turned to the squad of elves. The prophetess announced the plan. If we close the gate using the roots of the world tree, we might just have a chance. Direct all your remaining energy into the roots, she commanded, concentrating their power. The elves began the process. As they transferred their aura, one elf drove his sword into the ground. Do you mean with this power, we can control them and close the gap? But the powerful aura, shackled by the roots, began to fight back, struggling to break free. Gripping his blade, the elf confirmed the prophetess knew all about this strange event, demanding she explain. Just then, a group of mages arrived in Liandel offering their help. Kivia agreed, remarking that the elf had a great deal to answer for to his brother. With a solemn bow, the elf admitted it was time to reveal the whole truth. The roots of the world tree were buried deep within the earth, but suddenly, massive claws burst forth, tearing them from the ground. A monstrous roar echoed, vowing it would never let them succeed. Terrified, Kivia yelled that the creature was trying to rip the gate apart. The beast began concentrating its power, forming a devastating orb of energy before it. Kivia spun around, realizing the monster's true target. Meanwhile, trapped in the magical fabric, the main character analyzed his own body. Suddenly, something snatched the monster's wing. It lurched forward, trying to attack Ryu, but it was thrown off balance.
Addis watched in disbelief as the monster completely missed its mark. Ether was just as stunned, when suddenly, Snow began to fall before them. Snow stood in its path, doing everything he could to stop the beast's advance. The monster glared, demanding to know who dared to interfere.
Baring its fangs, the creature snarled, questioning why Snow would stop it. They were of the same kind. After all, with a defiant cry, Snow confirmed it. But in that instant, Kivia's enchanted cloth wrapped around Snow's hand, pulling him back toward her. You are different, the prophetess declared. Kivia screamed in realization he had appeared to Snow. The angel's face lit up with excitement. With blinding speed, the monster lunged for the prophetess. Kivia could only watch in absolute shock. The mage raised his fingers to his face, freezing in place. He then manifested a colossal magic arrow, aimed directly at the beast.
Utter bewilderment crossed the monster's face as the arrow rocketed toward it.
Closing his eyes, Snow smiled. The technique's incredible power blew a massive crater into the stone hill. 3 deep cracks split the base of the roots. The entire group stared in disbelief. Kivia was frozen with fear at the sheer destruction. Floating high in the sky, Holin observed the aftermath of her attack. With a calm smile, she asked if everyone was all right. The horrified villagers couldn't believe this devastation had struck their home. A man turned to Richard, reminding him he was a hunter. He pleaded with him to go and capture the monster, but Richard clasped his hands, stating his orders were only to protect them. Seeing the hunter's reluctance, the man offered any amount of money for him to defend their village.
Up above, more magic arrows began to materialize in the air. The villager angrily pointed out that the girl was the one giving the orders.
Richard clutched his weapon. Are you talking about helping her? He warned them that some residents possessed nuclear weapons. As he spoke, Holin focused, releasing the magical bowstring that held her arrow.
Richard's chilling words sent a wave of shock through the villagers. He stepped back, cryptically stating that sometimes, it's better not to know.
After firing the shot, Holin hovered motionless in the air. Our main character was amazed. She defeated that monster with a single, overwhelming blow. The Lord of Life and Death smiled. Is everyone alive? The elf looked up at the floating Holan, admitting that thanks to her, they had survived a critical moment. The main character stared, dumbfounded. Ryu's mind reeled, trying to process Holin's perfectly timed appearance.
The Lord of Life and Death clenched her fist, activating one of her techniques. Holin's powerful projectile
was now aimed directly at Ryu's friends. The main character drew his sword, shouting for them to get behind him. The colossal stream of aura tore through everything in its path. Countless rose petals filled the air. Shielding his eyes from the blinding light, Otis felt her overwhelming prana. Ether gasped, realizing exactly what this was. The ground all around the children erupted in a sea of flowers and vibrant greenery. Looking down, Ryu noticed that all of his wounds had completely vanished. With a gentle smile, Holan revealed she'd heard about him from the prince. The Lord of Life and Death offered her gratitude on behalf of the entire fairy union. She then turned to Kivia, explaining that for now, her power was limited to healing them, but she promised to thank them properly in the future. Hearing this, the prophetess let out a breath of pure relief. Golden sunbeams bathed the village and the roots of the world tree. The story then jumps forward 2 days. We are in the Elven Kingdom, where sunlight glints off the palace windows. The scene unfolds inside the Phallis Palace. Kendall reports that he personally witnessed a gate to another dimension. He folded his hands, declaring that was the extent of his report. The Dwarf King examined the document, confused. He couldn't understand what dimension they were connected to. Crom Brindle added that unknown, intelligent monsters had appeared. He lamented that if they had arrived sooner, they could have tested their new weapon. The Sylvan King scanned the pages. If the dwarves could obliterate them with those bizarre weapons, then perhaps their worries would be over. He revealed the terrifying truth the monster was trying to break free on its own. Turning his gaze, it materialized before a smiling Holan. The Sword King praised her, noting her quick reaction had blocked the creature's attack. But the Lord of Life and Death corrected him, saying she merely knocked the monster back at the very last second. As Candle listened with folded hands, Holan insisted that if Leondell and the hunters hadn't risked life and limb, she never could have prevented the second wave of destruction. A pleased Kabochi praised Rio's entire team. Crom reported the hunters' immense effort in sealing the gate, questioning how such a breach was even possible. Holan, seated nearby, then suggested the hunters themselves might be connected to the incident. Remembering Kivia's image, Candle decided he would be honest. The face of his own brother, Leondell, flashed in his mind as Atreus revealed a shocking truth. His deceased twin was the root cause of it all, adding that the Elven Kingdom bore the blame for failing to properly watch over him. Leondell now lay unconscious in a hospital bed. Candle confessed this was the price for their failure. His son, who still hadn't regained consciousness. The stunned Syl King demanded to know what he meant by his son. He'd always wondered where the Elven King had obtained such power. Candle then expressed deep gratitude for the goddess's patronage, and for the heroes who had saved the very future of the Elven Kingdom. Looking at the wary hunters, Atreides hoped this would finally put to rest any doubts about their integrity. Crom, hands folded, suspected this was deeply painful for Candle. All matters concerning the second prince must be agonizing, yet he was willing to reveal even this dark secret, just to protect the honor of the hunters. Brindle declared his wish to meet with them personally. Seeing Kabochi's overjoyed reaction, Candle promised to arrange the meeting. Upon hearing this, the king of the Sils was ecstatic about a celebration, insisting the hunters must be rewarded handsomely. With a smile on his face, Kabochi noted that something felt strange about this whole affair. The Syl King then announced that according to his intelligence, ominous gates had begun to tear open across the lands of Artana. Seeing Holan's alarmed expression, Kabochi wondered why King Garen of the vast Kaldis Kingdom hadn't acted, or the great sorceress, Zenobia, who adores mystical witchcraft. Why were they silent as Holan tried to speak? She suddenly froze in place. Candle declared that to uncover the root of this crisis, cooperation between the nations of the Artana mainland was now absolutely essential. Turning to a tense Holan, Atreides admitted this was all a bit unexpected. He urged that the Fairy Alliance must contact them with the utmost urgency. Candle offered the use of their own communication network. Folding his hands, the man replied that it wouldn't be a problem, and confirmed an investigation was already in motion. A smirking Zenobia chimed in, saying she'd love to rush over and investigate herself, but things just weren't that simple. Her gaze fell on Holan, standing before the magic screen. The Archmage revealed this was precisely why she had sent the hint about the gate. The Lord of Life and Death admitted that her insight had prevented a greater catastrophe, but despite that, a deep worry still lingered. Facing the magic screen, Holan asked a piercing question. Do they have the blessing of the Demon King? The Lord of Life and Death had heard they were engrossed in studying it. Had the critical moment for Ratna finally arrived, Holan began to say that if they stood together, bold as before, but the man cut her off sharply. He reminded her they were merely human, holding her smoking pipe. Zenobia mused that the Lord of Death and Life surely knew that, unlike her, their own lifespans were finite. Wary, the man declared that thanks to a special blessing, they would soon attain eternal life themselves. The Archmage's eyes narrowed. Was this all part of Holin's grand design? Holin's fists clenched, clearly taken aback. Squeezing her hand, she insisted she could never wish for them to die. Zenobia met her annoyed gaze, stating that as the four heroes, they had a duty to save Ratna, which is precisely why this task now fell to her. Leaving the conference, Holin told them to report any new information about the gates. With the negotiations concluded, the magical screens began to flicker and fade. The man withdrew the aura supporting the technique. He bowed his head, letting out a heavy sigh as Zenobia drifted towards him. She noted that the very ground felt like it was crumbling beneath their feet, suggesting that Holin needed to tell them the entire truth. But the man believed the Archmage already knew that was impossible. Zenobia stated that they were already giving Holin control of the Great Land and the blessing of Alas, adding that the real problem now lies with the gates. Nearby, a man smoothed his hair, smugly stating he knew the power protecting Ratna was destined to become unstable, all because the goddess of darkness was absent. He added that he never imagined the Lord of Life, and death would connect her to the world of Opus. Smirking, Zenobia called it a temporary problem. She declared they would simply absorb the goddess's power completely. The Archmage was confident that with Holin's help, they had nothing to worry about. Lost in her own thoughts, the Lord of Life and Death stared out a window. Zenobia remarked that while Holin is a healer, her level surpasses all of theirs. The Sword Lord's back was a map of old scars. The Archmage reasoned this is why they couldn't be sure of anything, adding that the man refused to have his level measured. He refused right until the very end. The man then expressed regret that their issues could not be resolved peacefully. Zenobia smirked, retorting that there was no turning back now. Touching his own aura, the man made a declaration. He stated they must do whatever it takes to avoid becoming enemies. Turning to a kneeling Richard, he demanded a report. What was the current situation? The hunter replied that Holin planned to stay in the Elven Kingdom for a while. She was there to conduct an investigation related to the gate. The Lord of Life and Death's gaze followed Ryu's group as they left. Richard added that the leaders of the Fairy Union were not planning an official announcement about the gate. He was sure they couldn't risk panicking the citizens without proper preparation. At the same time, either turned to Addis. After hearing the report, Zenobia gave a chilling order the hunter was to watch Holin and ensure she learned nothing about their secret conversation. With his head bowed, Richard awaited further instructions. The Archmage added a grim warning. If anyone even began to suspect their true plan, they were to be eliminated without a second thought. With a grave expression, Richard confirmed he understood. Elsewhere, light fell upon the face of an unconscious Leondel. He was resting in a room inside the palace, while Addis prayed with all his might for the prince to wake up soon. As the party set off, the Rada member wondered where Kivia had run off to with such a worried look on her face. The main character walking beside him suspected Holin was the cause. Suddenly, Addis's face lit up with excitement. He pointed out that the prophetess lacks the blessing of Opus. If she possessed it, she could have measured the Ratna warrior's true level. Either smiled, saying it's impossible not to be shocked by Ryu's staggering level. The Wyvern mentioned Holin's healing magic, suggesting she couldn't be all bad, but remembering the sensation? Our hero explained he felt the dregs of his own aura being drained away. If she turned out to be an enemy, it would mean the end for all of them. Acknowledging this grim reality, Ryu said as they departed the kingdom, that even if the fairy is unaware of who they are, any encounter with her is a major risk. The protagonist felt it was too dangerous to believe Holin wasn't on the same side as Gerhan or Zenobia, since they were all once members of the same party, just like they are now. An image of the monster flashed in Ryu's mind, his expression hardening with rage. He declared their best option was to find Beetold, and to do it before more gates opened, unleashing legions of angels. Her face full of annoyance, Either insisted they had to succeed, if only for the sake of Snow. Taken by surprise, our hero tried to ask who Snow was. At the mere mention of the name, Addis burst into tears. Suddenly, a new figure appeared. He introduced himself as Syl, the thief of justice. Holding a gleaming amulet, he asked if they were hunters hired by the Elven Kingdom. Clutching her neck, Either wondered how he appeared so silently. Addis exclaimed that the Syl live at the top of the world tree. What could one possibly be doing in the Elven Kingdom? Raising his fist, our main character demanded to know who sent him. Leaping into the air, the seal declared that if Ryu wanted to know, he'd have to catch him first. "Get back here," Addis yelled indignantly. In another place, a crystal was held to Snow's lips. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the area. The memory of it caused a member of the Rada to freeze solid. Pushing onward, Ryu's squad gave chase to the necklace thief. The Syl hovered in the air, flying towards a distant rocky slope. The main character questioned why Syl had lured them deep into the forest. So far from the palace's safety, he figured it was a challenge. With a smirk, Syl confirmed he was there to fight Ryu, then raised a hand, dismissing the stranger. "Leave us," he commanded, just as an explosion ripped through the air in front of our hero. In that instant, Syl's attention snapped to the dwarven warrior. Hatred burned in the warrior's eyes, now fully encased in his armor. The dwarf thanked the protagonist for helping him test his new weapon. A wary Ryu thought the warrior was far too loud for an assassin. He noted that now. There was no choice left but to utterly crush his enemy. With his face hidden by a helmet, the warrior realized Syl could explain everything and end this now. The main character faced the Dwarf King himself, whose stern gaze showed no regard for status or rank. It was an admirable quality, to be sure. Hiding nearby, Syl observed the scene, realizing the Dwarf King wanted to test a new weapon on Ryu. He suspected this was all a grand misunderstanding.
Looking at the necklace, Syl realized this artifact must have belonged to Holin.
Consumed by pure rage, Ether lunged at the stunned Syl, her blade raised high for the kill. The wyvern knew that without the necklace, she was in danger of reverting to her true, monstrous form. "Give me back my necklace," she demanded. A smirk played on Syl's lips. He mused that he needed to learn more about these hunters. Then he urged the wyvern to move somewhere else, warning they couldn't afford to be caught in the blast zone of that weapon. Back on the field, the Dwarf King raised his arcane weapon, ready to attack. The main character's eyes widened in shock. It was a multiple launch system for magic shells, an absolute marvel of destruction, crafted with the latest dwarven technology. With a slight bow, the king invited Rio to taste its power. With unimaginable force, he fired. A cataclysmic explosion ripped across the battlefield. Shrapnel flew from the weapon's barrel. The king pulled the trigger again, unleashing a relentless barrage. The entire forest in its path was obliterated. Remnants of the enchanted shells flew in every direction. Spent casings ejected from the Dwarf King's weapon, staring into the massive cloud of smoke. The king assumed he'd completely run out of ammunition. A shame, since there was no point in testing it further. But then his eyes fell upon Rio. His body was shielded by a blade's aura. The Dwarf King realized the barrier had negated all damage. He was completely untouched, with a flash of anger. Ryu coldly asked, "Is that all you've got?" Tossing his firearm aside, the warrior declared it wasn't over. The massive weapon crashed to the ground. He announced that long-range combat was finished. But this was only the beginning. Rushing forward, the dwarf King roared that dwarven technology was the greatest in the world. Watching the ferocious clash, Otis wondered what was happening.
A worried Rada recognized the gear. Weren't those the legendary Dread gauntlets from the Dwarf Kingdom?
She watched the warrior, frozen mid-strike, as Ryu desperately tried to block his attack.
Otis noted his ornate armor. That man had to be someone of extremely high status. If the main character
actually defeated him, it could cause an international incident. Meanwhile, their companion R grabbed some crystals. He remarked that he could cast magic with these, even without a staff. Suddenly, a massive magical presence appeared before him. Otis stared in disbelief. Wings had sprouted from the thief's back, allowing him to soar into the air. He boasted that his people learn to fly as soon as they can walk. Smirking, Syl added that in a narrow, tangled place like this, escaping would be simple. Catching him would be nearly impossible. His gaze then shifted to Etha.
Streams of powerful aura enveloped her. She was clearly trying to pin him down with her magic sword. Syl deduced that,
from her movements, the wyvern was a natural flyer. Reaching out, Etha sneered that he had become too slow. It was only a matter of time before she caught him. The wyvern figured the thief was getting tired from constantly flapping his wings. But from his coat, the thief produced a magical item. Noting the wyvern's sharp eyes, he asked, "What do you think of this?"
Etha's hand was just a centimeter from his cloak. But then, with blinding speed, the thief
evaded her attack completely. Horrified, Etha could only assume it was some kind of witchcraft. She landed on a nearby tree branch. Syl remarked that she was one to talk about tricks, especially since she was carrying a stolen necklace. One that wasn't hers. With that, the thief demanded to know how she acquired it. Indignant, the wyvern proclaimed it was none of his business and ordered him to return the necklace immediately. In a flash, he appeared behind the stunned Etha, offering her a simple proposition: if she could take it from him. Within 10 minutes, he would leave without another word. But, the smiling thief added, if she failed, she would have to tell him the entire truth. Looking at the furious wyvern, he challenged her to try and catch him. The scene shifts to an old, dilapidated building. Its doors hang broken from their hinges. Inside, Kivia is deep in prayer. The prophetess prayed, but she could not reach Creel. She lamented that there was no way to discover Boydell's location or learn of his fate. Bowing her head, Kivia resolved that she had to leave the Elf Kingdom as soon as possible. But a voice drew her attention. It was the Elf King. He noted that if she were to leave now, if Londell heard this, his heart would surely break. Kia watched the old elf, wondering why he was truly here. He then revealed his true identity: the King of the Elves, servant of the Earth Goddess. He added that for someone like him to visit the sacred sanctuary of the Goddess of Darkness was an ominous sign indeed. Drawing closer to Kivia, the Elf King wondered aloud if anyone would dare object to a weary old elf. He confessed his mind wasn't what it used to be, so much so that even the nobles
had stopped paying him any attention. The prophetess considered this, for the rumors she'd heard to be true.
As he sat beside Kivia, he was stunned she knew of it. But the prophetess explained it was merely a highly probable guess. The king's eyes closed in pain. The elven aristocracy demands nothing but pure
elven blood from the royal family. Across from the old house stood a tree, its branches adorned with red ribbons.
The Elf King explained that to secure an heir and continue the royal line, he had to hide Londell away. In doing so, he admitted, he drove a nail through his own son's heart. We see a worried Candel watching over his unconscious child. The elven ruler confessed that Londell doesn't even know who his real parents are. Kivia tilted her head, suggesting his decision was likely the best choice for Londell's future, and for the kingdom. The Elf King then turned toward the prophetess, revealing he knew of the Goddess of Darkness, the one who rules over death itself. He even spoke of the rumors that she could hear the voices of the dead. Looking at the astonished Kivia, the Elf King asked, "Will Creel ever forgive me?" Smiling gently, the prophetess assured him that he would be forgiven. As sunlight broke through the canopy, illuminating his face, the Elf King gave her his thanks. Leaning on his cane, he called himself a decrepit old man with little time left. He then offered that if Kivia shared her troubles, he would help in any way he could. Looking at the venerable king, the prophetess replied that she
would first discuss it with her partners. But in that very moment, Kivia froze in place. A figure held a magical weapon high above his head. It was Addis, his face a mask of utter shock. His eyes fell upon a massive block of ice that had erupted from the ground. A companion rushed toward Ryu, desperately asking if he was all right. But touching the frozen body, our main character declared, "He's cold." "I'm sorry," Addis cried, explaining he was only trying to stop the fight. He begged them to wait, shivering from the incredible cold radiating from the ice. Our hero was floored. How could Addis unleash magic this powerful?
His level was still 54, completely unchanged when inning in. Ryu realized the chill was colder than a lich's magic.
A spell of the 7th level. In a blur of motion, Kivia launched her attack, her fist connected squarely with the main character's face. "What were you thinking?" the prophetess roared. Consumed by fury, she demanded to know why he hadn't just stayed quiet and kept a low profile.
A terrified Ryu could only stammer that he had no excuse. Meanwhile, the Elf King tapped his cane. Against the warrior entombed in ice, the prophetess demanded to know why they would erect such an icy monument in the heart of the Elven Kingdom. "You've frozen the king of the dwarves," she shouted. The revelation left our main character speechless. Addis's face was a canvas of pure bewilderment. Suddenly, frightened children rushed forward, desperately trying to free the Dwarf King from his icy prison. As they struggled, the sky above began to darken ominously. In complete despair, the Dwarf King wailed about his creation, a multi-shot magic bullet that fired rounds.
Propelled by enchanted stones, pointing a trembling finger at the shattered weapon, he cried, "What have you done?" Addis confessed they had loaded magic crystals instead of bullets, hoping to stop the fight, bowing low as a sign of respect.
His companion added that the magic had activated far sooner than they'd planned. The Dwarf King stared at the ruptured barrel of his magical rifle, realizing they must have understood the weapon's principles.
After seeing it for the very first time, Addis bowed again, begging for forgiveness. But the Dwarf King placed a hand on his shoulder, declaring it was no matter for apologies. Inspired, he proclaimed this was a groundbreaking achievement,
a new chapter in the history of long-range weapons. He demanded they quickly explain the improvement. Looking at the
stunned party member, he asked how it was possible to use crystals for ammunition, putting a hand to his chin. Addis explained that the mana that launches the projectile must activate the crystal's power just moments before impact. He calculated that if the firing mechanism was moved to the rear, so the bullets could only be
launched with physical force, then that could serve as a workaround. His companion was already considering using mithril as a mana insulator. The Dwarf King's face lit up with glee. He concluded that if they sacrificed a small amount of projectile speed, they could massively increase the weapon's power and stability. With a broken magical weapon slung over his shoulder, the Dwarf King declared he'd be right back after a quick count. He then ordered Addis to test the projectiles again. Confusion washed over Rod's face. The Elf King observed the scene, suggesting that the Dwarf King had entrusted his masterpiece to Addis. He seems to like what he sees, the Elf King mused. Smiling, our main character asked if the situation was finally under control.
Kivin cut in, saying they'd had enough of these antics, especially since Addis was now involved.
The prophetess looked around, suddenly wondering, where is Ether?
Across the city sky, 2 streaks of lightning blazed a trail. The Wyvern and Syl in hot pursuit.
Landing gracefully on a rooftop, the thief explained the basics of magical fencing. You draw the metal with both hands in a specific stance. Effortlessly dodging Ether's attack, he continued his lesson, putting it into practice, launching the blade with perfect posture. That is the very first step of a true swordsman. Ether gathered a terrifying torrent of aura in her hand. I already know that, she roared, landing on his position. Syl simply noted that such a feat requires superior reflexes and speed. As he continued to evade the Wyvern's onslaught, the thief spoke again. No matter how fast you are, if you can't instantly catch your foe...
Syl's hat hung suspended in the air. It's all completely useless.
Watching Syl leap to another roof, Ether seethed with frustration. She had to admit his level was far above her own. The Wyvern observed his movements, realizing Syl even used his wings to freely alter his flight path midair. Dashing after the thief, Ether knew that with this level of skill, she could easily lose him. Gathering a blinding stream of aura in his hand, the thief lectured, "For a mage swordsman, this is the most dangerous moment. The instant you must calculate your trajectory." He glanced at the stunned Ether, a glint in his eye. "You always need to watch your back." In horror, the Wyvern crossed her blades, desperately trying to block his incoming attack. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the air. Taken by surprise, the thief thought, "Lucky." But a thrill of excitement surged through him. His eyes darted toward a giant haystack. He noted Ether was only level 30th as she deflected the sword, wondering if she was hurt. Just then, a piercing beam of aura erupted from the haystack with blinding speed. Syl deftly parried the Wyvern's surprise attack, his eyes catching the 2 blades she had thrown. Is she finally losing her mind, he wondered, hovering in the air. The enraged Wyvern prepared for her final assault. The thief thought it might be an illusion. As Syl dodged Ether's strike, a confident grin spread across his face. Holding his own magic weapon, Syl taunted her. "You're not one for thievery. Are you finally going to talk about the necklace?" A smirk touched the Wyvern's lips. "I decided I would tell you if I failed to catch you," she stated calmly. "And you just confirmed it yourself." Looking at the now stunned Syl, the Wyvern threw his own words back at him. A mage swordsman should always watch their back. The thief spun around in shock. Ether was using his own technique, remote control. He realized in horror she was manipulating 4 blades at once. Streams of powerful aura enveloped the thief's own weapons. At the very last second, he managed to leap away from Ether's attack, which missed him by a razor's edge. While hovering in the sky, Syl remarked that the Wyvern's level was low, meaning this battle must have been tough. The thief then declared she possessed an innate talent for controlling more than 2 weapons at once, with a smirk. Syl wondered just how much stronger Ether could become if he taught her his techniques. But a rule is a rule, he sighed. His gaze fell on the Wyvern, her hand reaching for the prize. The thief declared his defeat. Snatching her necklaces, Ether crashed hard onto the ground below. Pushing herself up from the floor, the Wyvern said, "I really liked this dress." Clutching the jewelry, she vowed, "I will never forgive you for this." "I am reporting you," she declared. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man materialized before the surprised Wyvern. Her gaze fell upon Richard, his face shrouded in shadow. Watching Ether, he stood frozen, a statue of pure dread. The Wyvern assumed this man hailed from the dragon's nest. Richard dropped to one knee, extending his hand. He urgently asked Ether if she was all right after such a terrible fall. The girl gratefully placed her hand in his. She was silently stunned that he didn't recognize her. Just then, a cloaked figure with a deep hood appeared. Standing behind Richard, she called out to him. He shot her an angry glare, but her voice sparked a memory in Ether. As Ether tried to say Holin's name, the woman pressed a finger to her lips, signaling for complete silence. Glancing around, Holin explained she was on a covert mission, secretly inspecting the Elven Kingdom. A shiver of fear ran down Etha's spine, and she stepped back. The woman then mentioned a newly arrived trade caravan. According to rumors, it carried rare foods, impossible to find even in the neighboring lands. As Holin spoke, her heart heavy, Ether confessed her frustration. After tomorrow's award ceremony, She had to return to the Nymph Kingdom.
Holland stared blankly at the woman with large green eyes, then suddenly asked if she knew Ether. The girl began to stammer, flustered.
But before she could answer, Richard cut into the conversation with a firm no, his brow furrowed with suspicion. He cast a cold gaze upon them both. As Richard moved closer to Ether, she nervously clutched something behind her back. It was a large gold medallion. The girl looked up in fear as the man declared his intention to inspect her weapon. He had to check it, because it looked just like one he'd once given to Holland. Suddenly, Ether let out a terrified shriek. A small, masked figure with purple hair and translucent wings had appeared beside her, finding the whole situation quite amusing.
Richard stared at the Silk King in disbelief. Holland, however, gave him a friendly greeting, complimenting his flashy makeup.
Taking off his mask, the king explained with a grin that the Elf Kingdom was so boring. He'd decided to train Ether himself. Ether could only stare with wide eyes and her mouth agape, completely baffled.
A child's body grabbed the embarrassed girl's finger with a tiny hand, babbling that they needed to hurry back and prepare.
For tomorrow's ceremony, holding Ether, the king soared into the air, his face turning serious as he bid farewell to Richard and Holland below. The king apologized to Ether for putting her in such an awkward position. He advised her to go find her comrades, and the king of the elves, Ether, now holding the gold medallion, agreed. In the darkness above the great castle, a tree with a sprawling crown towered over everything. The Elf King stroked his gray beard. He spoke of 4 heroes who, chasing eternal life, had diverted the attention of the goddess of darkness. Because of their actions, the forces protecting Ratna were weakened, and the gates had been breached. The king refused to believe it. He couldn't accept that Holland was capable of such evil. Ether, pressing a hand to her chest, quickly defended him, saying Holland was with the Earthlings at the gate.
Eric, sitting with his arms crossed, pointed out that if they hadn't learned this information beforehand,
and simply appeared at tomorrow's ceremony, his true level would have been exposed to everyone. When the Elf King offered to help find Bold, Kier remained silent. Addis and Ether were in utter shock. Eric just coldly stated that the old man was definitely out of his mind. A moment later, Eric cried out in pain as Kier pinched his arm, reminding him who he was talking to. This was the prophet of the previous generation. The old man simply nodded, concluding they had met the other Kier. He considered it an honor to have met the goddess's prophets multiple times in his long life. The 4 of them were stunned to hear about a letter from Bold, but the Elf King ignored their shocked reactions, adding that he immediately knew who sent it. After all, only Bold could have such terrible handwriting. Eric held the dark paper, the other 3 peering over his shoulder. Kier found the letter itself strange. Bold was known for being a recluse. Scrawled on the torn paper in crooked, misspelled letters were the words, "I want to eat." Addis was baffled by the message. Kier suggested they should probably send Bold some supplies. Then, the group opened another letter. This one only said water. Kier's expression grew grim. Something must have happened to Bold if he didn't even have water. Looking up at the Elf King, she asked when exactly he had received these letters, noting that in the deep dungeons, there could definitely be problems with food and water. The old man replied thoughtfully that he'd received them a month, or maybe a year ago.
A wave of horror washed over them. The king had just said he got them recently.
The Elf King then handed over the last letter. It was a torn piece of paper, stained with scarlet blood. This one, the old man said, arrived about 2 months ago. Eric slammed his fists on the table, overwhelmed with frustration, amazed that even the Sword King could die of hunger. But Kier calmly told him that was impossible. Addis explained to Eric that the trade caravan was a massive merchant guild that traveled the world, and they could lead them to Bold. Just then, Ether announced that the trade caravan was leaving that very evening. Kier buried her face in her palm.
Eric and Addis stared at Ether, completely dumbfounded. The Elf King listened silently as the trio exploded.
They yelled at Ether for not mentioning it sooner, though she argued she never knew about the letters in the first place. Kier made a firm decision. They were leaving the Elf Kingdom, immediately. Just then, Londel appeared in the archway, head bowed, and somberly asked if they were really going. They were shocked to see the boy awake, but he simply turned away, asking them to wait while he packed his things. Kier was speechless for a moment, then finally replied that Londel could not go with them. The elf didn't argue. Without turning around, he quietly said his goodbyes to Kier and started to run away. Eric instantly shot up from the table, calling out to the boy, but Kier stopped him with a hand on his arm, saying that if they missed that caravan, it was all over. The girl lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. There was no time left. To console the child. Leandel raced down the hall, his heart heavy. He felt like nothing but a burden to them all. He shut his eyes, gritting his teeth. His small hands clenched into tight fists. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from Leandel's side. He jerked to a halt, stumbling to the floor. Clutching his shoulder, he looked up. just as the man in the horned helmet recognized him, the little prince. A burly man with a fiery red beard and his companion, QTE, stared in utter disbelief. It was Liandel. The boy shielded his face, peering with one fearful eye at Crow. Meanwhile, a long caravan of a dozen carts carved a path through the twilight. A man with a bandana was busy hanging meat on metal hooks. He grinned, announcing their destination, the 4th Golden Station. He then turned to his 4 special passengers. He promised them food and provisions, but in exchange, they had a job. They were to handle any robbers they met. When Etha voiced her sadness over their hasty departure, Oz replied with a grave expression. Liandel was the son of the Crown Prince. If the boy knew the truth, the news would surely crush him. Nearby, Eric spoke to Kyre, who was gazing at the horizon. He reminded her that Liandel was the first person she saw at dinner. When she awoke, the boy had helped her, asking for nothing in return. Eric suggested she could have at least promised to see him again, but Kyre frowned, refusing. She didn't want to make a false promise. Just then, the thunderous sound of wheels broke the silence. Kyre leaned out, her eyes wide with surprise. Robbers already. They hadn't even left the Elf Kingdom. Eric drew his sword with a smirk. It seemed he'd have to work for his meal after all. But Addie's, his face tense, shook his head. Something was wrong. Those were no ordinary robbers. The magician focused his gaze and saw a gnomish armored carrier. A bizarre vehicle with 2 sets of horns and a long barrel on its roof. Addie was frozen in shock as a voice boomed, ordering them to make way. Suddenly, the King of the Sills tumbled out of the carrier's vent. He landed right on the caravan floor. Along with a long, yellow-brown chest, the Dwarf King at the wheel yelled at Addie's. Apparently, it wasn't nice to leave without saying goodbye. The magician just stared, dumbfounded.
The long box clicked open, revealing an arsenal of advanced weaponry. Ether, sitting nearby,
Was stunned by Cabot's sudden appearance, but he assured her this time. He came bearing a gift. He handed her a single book. The Sill King beamed, presenting the book proudly. On its cover was a beautiful drawing of Ether herself. It was his latest work, detailing the secrets of the Sill Sword technique. Kyre, however, simply looked down with a distant gaze. Then, Addie yelled out his thanks to Crow and Kyi. At that sound, Kyre's deep blue eyes shot wide open.
Someone was calling her name. It was Liandel. Leaning out of the vehicle, he held out a golden, oblong object, shouting
that it was far better than her current spear. Kier reached for it, pleading for him to get back inside, away from the danger. But the boy shook his head, shouting that he wasn't strong enough to help them yet. He wanted to say something about their next meeting. But the Dwarf King swerved sharply. Cutting him off, Liandel's eyes went wide, stunned, as Kyre's lips gently pressed against his forehead. Holding the gift from her little prince, she offered him a warm, reassuring smile. I will look forward to it, she promised. Liandel's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, his eyes sparkling. The elf then turned to Eric, his voice deadly serious. If anything happened to Kyre, Eric would face execution. But Eric and Kyre just stood there, sharing a smile as Ether and Addie's waved goodbye. The dwarf's armored carrier roared to life, turning around and heading in the opposite direction. The setting sun painted the mountains and rivers in fiery gold. The Elf King stood with his eyes closed. He mused that the longer one lives, the more mistakes they make on life's path,
and the heavier the burden of that responsibility becomes. Just then, a tall figure in black materialized behind him. The old king posed a question.
How would his masters take responsibility for the gift of eternal life? The man responded by drawing his sword. In the blade's reflection, another figure appeared, gazing at the Elf King's domain. Elsewhere, Leonhardt's face was a mask of concentration. He extended his palms, turquoise magic swirling from his curled fingers. The young man brought his hands together, forming a ball of energy from which blinding light escaped. The Inquisitor stood before a massive, floating cube. Within it, a crimson, angular figure pulsed with power. Leonhardt clenched his fist, his mind racing. The Dark Brotherhood had thrown their lot in with a false goddess. Yet, at the same time, they were trying to close the gate. He wondered, could the false goddess truly be uninvolved in this chaos? His thoughts were shattered. By a loud, mocking voice, Rod sneered at Changren. No one truly understands the creatures of this world. Frosty plumes escaped with every word of their heated debate. Rod raised a single eyebrow, a smug smirk on his face. He sneered that mortals like them had no business interfering in the complex affairs of the dungeons. Chanin shot back a venomous glare, declaring that the goddesses themselves guarded this world. He then turned to Leonhard, asking if Their work here was finished. Rod tensed, the agreement for the healing artifact flashing through his mind. But the white-haired man's words were lost on the young man, whose face was a mask of pure horror. His mind reeled. Someone had dared to steal the very power of the goddess Leonhardt, retrieved a small round metal object from his pocket. All magic, he knew, must obey the laws of the goddesses, a magic that could steal. Divinity itself should not exist in this world. Rod caught the thrown artifact with a joyful smile, as Chanin carefully called out to Leonhardt, and begged him to listen. But the Inquisitor's reply was ice cold. You will not get involved in this. Changren's frustration boiled over. All their investigation. Had it been for nothing, Leonhardt didn't even spare him a glance. The stranger's brow furrowed, as he dryly suggested there might be an error in his judgment, his eyes fixed on the dozens of cloaked figures standing atop the ice mountain. Time is up, Leonhardt declared grimly. From the crowd of Inquisitors, adorned in black and yellow cloaks, one stepped forward. In his hand was an open scroll, his voice ringing out with grave accusations. The crime was heresy conducting an illegal investigation, abusing his power, and worst of all, neglecting the oracle of the goddess.
Leonhardt's gaze burned with hostility as the speaker declared he would personally pass judgment on the young man.
An Inquisitor of the first rank, according to the law. Elsewhere, the 11th king of the elves, a ruler for 250 years, is lifeless within a wooden coffin, covered in vibrant flowers. The official word given to the Elven Kingdom was that their king had died of an illness at the age of 450. But Richard, kneeling, reported that all borders had been sealed. A serious investigation was already underway. Zenobia, holding a Kaiseru pipe, replied with undisguised annoyance. It would be better, she hissed, to handle this quietly, without any foolish talk of poison or curses. Garen's face was a gloomy mask. He countered that such obvious methods would be instantly detected by holy magic. A simpler approach, one that amplified the confusion, would be far more effective. They had to ensure that neither Holin nor the other kings suspected them, especially since the Fey Union rulers were already unsure. Of the murder narrative, Garen added that Holin himself was in mourning, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Zenobia stated they had one more problem. Richard winced, letting out a groan of pain. Fury ignited in Zenovia's eyes, as she reminded him of his own words, that the Voltarian warrior and those hunters were supposed to be finished, caught in the trap within the Archmages' laboratory. The man confirmed he had sprung the trap himself, but Zenobia doubted that Eric and his comrades were truly caught in that interdimensional spell. She concluded they must have found a way to negate her magic, since they were now perfectly safe and sound. Her voice rose, her brown eyes blazing with fury. How dare some common hunters bypass her power? She shot a look of displeasure at Garen, who urged her to calm down. He warned that they couldn't be dismissed as just some hunters. Garen, his azure eyes half closed, stated coolly that according to Richard's report, these hunters were chosen by the goddess herself, just like the heroes. Zenobia let out an arrogant laugh. She remembered that level 38 girl with the polymorph necklace, and scoffed at the idea that the other one, Kier, could possibly be a true prophetess of the goddess. When Zenobia pointed out that Richard hadn't personally seen the Voltarian or the others, he confirmed it, explaining that security around the Elf King had been far too heavy, making it impossible to infiltrate. But Richard added that while eavesdropping, he learned of a girl among them named Kier, who called herself a prophetess. Farron was certain this girl was the prophetess of Creolte, which would explain her intimate knowledge of them. But Covey retorted that prophets couldn't be trusted, unless vouched for by the Dark Brotherhood. The Archmage cut in, stating the real problem Bold, the Sword King, had met this prophetess. Garen ran a hand through his hair. He replied that the King of the Sword wasn't one to check facts. He would likely attack them without a second thought. Bringing the Kizaru to her lips, Zenobia countered that before he could. They must mobilize military forces in their own lands,
even if it couldn't stop Bold from finding them. Garen replied with a smirk, activating the armies of two great powers,
just to capture a few hunters that would not go unnoticed. There was no need for the two heroes to reveal themselves yet.
High upon a rocky mountain, a large brown building stood, adorned with brilliant red tapestries.
An Inquisitor bowed his head, inviting his adversary to surrender, for his patience was rapidly approaching its limit.
A confident smirk playing on his lips, Changren called himself a free man, declaring he had every right to be there and wouldn't move an inch until he saw Leonhardt. As he sat, he casually grilled meat over a tiny fire. One of the Inquisitors, furious, ordered the young man to go home and stop stinking up the place. But the stranger just offered,
them a piece, asking if they were hungry. In a flash of rage, one of them kicked the grill, sending meat flying, and yelled that they were on duty. Changren's smile never faltered, trying to diffuse the tension and pleading once more to meet with Leonhardt. He even presented the artifact Leonhardt had given to Rod, saying he would hand it over. But just then, an enraged Rod appeared behind him, landing a solid punch on Changren's head. The Inquisitors just watched as Rod grabbed Changren by his clothes and mercilessly dragged him across the ground. The white-haired man's face was a mask of fury as he hoisted the young man up by the collar, roaring
that the artifact was meant to recognize his magic, not to be given away to the first person he saw. He threatened
to expose Changren as an earthling to everyone. Changren screamed back that he owed Leonhardt his life and couldn't abandon him in his unfair detention. Rod coldly stated that the boy's debts were not his problem. He then roughly snatched the artifact from Changren's grasp, leaving the young man's face filled with utter disappointment. Clutching the shining treasure, Rod thought about his simple dream to be an average hunter, living quietly, far from world-ending demon gods. Just as the white-haired man regretted ever getting involved, he heard a small, broken apology from Changren, whose head was bowed. In shame, the distraught stranger admitted he was disgusted with himself. Feeling so pathetic for failing to help his savior, Rod glanced back over his shoulder, silent for a moment, before explaining with a hint of irritation. "This is the sacred court of the Dark Brotherhood," he went on, pointing out that a high-ranking Inquisitor had dared to defy the goddess's oracle. Rod called it a miracle that he and Changren were even released, unharmed after trying to intervene. Meanwhile, Leonhardt was chained to a metal chair as a masked man in red robes swung a gigantic, spiked mace right at him. The weapon crashed powerfully into the young man's face, but as it shattered into two pieces, Leonhardt hissed for his attacker to at least aim for his head. Suddenly, a horde of masked figures fell to their knees, prostrating themselves before Leonhardt, their heads hitting the floor. Leonhardt simply lowered his gaze, insulting the very Inquisitors who couldn't even manage to scratch a suspect. "You call yourselves the Swords of Creel," he spat with contempt. "You're nothing but an inconvenience to the goddess." When Leonhardt roared, asking if he was the one who taught them to be so pathetic, they all frantically denied it. A man in elegant black robes with golden trim noted that Leonhardt seemed almost eager for his punishment. The young man turned to see the Holy Virgin, a faint smile gracing her lips. The old woman told the others to remain on the floor, warning that the Minister of Finance would be upset if they destroyed anything else. The Holy Virgin spoke, her eyes still closed, remembering the first time she met Leonhardt, 30 years ago, right after he had beaten up a priest he didn't like. Without even looking at her, Leonhardt stated that both then and now, he did what he believed was necessary. The Holy Virgin placed her hands on his, telling him that in that case, he must stand his ground and justify his defiance of the oracle. Otherwise, she would have to take back her blessing. The old woman's eyebrows knitted with piety, as she asked if he would only be satisfied when she, who had personally vouched for him as a hero, had to kill him with her own two hands. Leonhardt fell silent, with no answer to give. Outside, near a small beige tent, a tall black pot of water had been abandoned, its owner having packed up and vanished. One of the Ushumti Inquisitor guards felt a sense of relief, while his partner confirmed that the kid trying to save Leonhardt had disappeared. The first guard recalled how Leonhardt himself taught them that the command of the goddess was absolute. The second couldn't comprehend how a man so respected, a holder of the divine blessing, would ever disobey her will. The guards were stunned when they saw a familiar young man in a red cape, sprinting towards them at full speed. The ground thundered with his steps. The Inquisitors were just about to order him to clear out his tent and leave. But before they could, he let out a deafening scream, pleading for help. Because right behind Changren was a loudly growling monster, a walking, humanoid pile of stone with razor-sharp fangs. As Changren stumbled and fell, one Inquisitor caught him, while the other let out a terrified scream. Another man was frozen in shock by the sudden appearance of a stone golem. Changren groaned in agony, clutching his shoulder. The flesh was torn away. The Inquisitor he fell before stared in horror at the stump where his forearm used to be. Another guard raised his weapon, shouting at his colleague to get the wounded man to the medics. Now! Supporting Changren by the shoulder, he followed the order. The stranger's eyes burned with pure hatred as he turned. In the background, the last Inquisitor prepared to fight the golem. A modified hand, with a large blue eye, came into view. Rod cursed, his face a mask of agony as he gripped the mutated limb with his good hand. As Changren rolled up his own sleeve, Rod exploded with rage. He was being ordered to use a monster to distract the guards. He screamed in protest, but Changren simply smiled, praising Rod's rare gift. A power so unique, no one would ever suspect. that he was the one controlling the monsters. Pride swelled in Rod's chest for a moment, before he sharply demanded to know how Changren planned to get inside. Without a word, the stranger detached the metal prosthesis from his bandaged shoulder. Changren calmly said he could get in alone, but he needed a small favor. Rod pressed his lips together, raising an eyebrow. He said nothing. From a distance, Rod watched the epic clash between his golem and the Inquisitor. With a grimace, he swore he would never do this again. At that moment, Changren gripped his metal arm. The prosthetic held tight. As the guard lay motionless on the floor, struck down, the young man reattached his arm. Muttering a sincere apology, he swore he would atone for this sin later.
Aged hands rested on a pale palm, which was locked in heavy iron shackles. Leonhardt, avoiding the Holy Maiden's gaze, told her
of his grave suspicions. He believed someone was impersonating the goddess of darkness. The old woman's brow furrowed.
She countered his theory of a false oracle, insisting there was a true sense of divinity in her visions.
Leonhardt shot back that it was possible. If someone had stolen that divinity. The Holy Maiden fell silent, unable to find a response. The old woman revealed that a new oracle had appeared in his absence. Leonhardt's eyes widened. His green eyes filled with pure horror as he learned of the secret assassinations of special individuals. Shocked by this news, the young man cried out, but the Holy Maiden simply turned away, saying his ignorance was to be expected. After all, he was sent here to repent for his sins. Leonhardt's eyes narrowed with irritation as he yelled that the real problem was the goddess had never interfered in mortal affairs before, especially not with secret murders inside their own order. The Holy Maiden calmly agreed that this was unprecedented, and confessed that these events deeply confused her as well. The old woman slowly backed away, dismissing his claims as mere hypothesis. Perhaps mortals were simply unable to comprehend the plans of a god, and that was why they were so surprised. Peeking through the door, the Holy Maiden gave a chilling warning. He was risking a fatal mistake if this goddess turned out to be real. Slamming the door shut, she said she hoped Leonhardt would make a wise choice. In a sudden burst of rage, the young man gripped the stone chair, his fingers cracking the solid rock. He lowered his head, defeated. What if his doubts were just a hypothesis? He had absolutely no proof. Leonhardt's face contorted with anger. He knew that if he was wrong, his actions were nothing less than rebellion against a goddess. The heavy iron door creaked open, revealing a man dressed in black. Leonhardt looked up, his expression one of utter boredom. It was another man in an Inquisitor's uniform, probably here for more torture. He sarcastically noted that this one never seemed to get any rest. But as Leonhardt mocked the man he thought was an Inquisitor, the newcomer's black cloak fell away. It revealed familiar, pale red hair. Changren slid his mask down and immediately tried to free the prisoner. Leonhardt was stunned into silence, staring at the young man with utter shock. Changren closed his eyes, gritting his teeth for the task ahead. Tense energy crackled in the air. Leonhardt roared with fury at the sight of Chang'an, his voice echoing like thunder. After a torrent of insults, the young man's eyes narrowed, hissing through gritted teeth that Leonhardt himself ordered him to conceal his essence every time he leveled up. He drew closer to the assassin class. Chang'an declared he could now do it undetected. Leonhardt just sighed, annoyed. He called the hero's actions pointless. The chair, a prison of magic and steel, couldn't be broken. By mere youthful strength. Leonhardt's gaze shifted to the walls, where menacing lights began to glow. Suddenly, the very floor lurched, sending Chang'an stumbling. Leonhardt coldly stated that the boy should have scouted the area before charging in. A crowd of shadowy figures in dark cloaks materialized behind Leonhardt. One man stood against them all, enraged by this blatant setup. The stranger drew his weapon. As his blade flashed, a displeased Leonhardt noticed something odd. He and this newcomer wore identical clothing. Among the armed Inquisitors stood a Holy Maiden, believing Chang'an hadn't accepted the Dark Brotherhood. She addressed the stranger. She claimed Leonhardt had requested his own release, on the condition that he wouldn't resist. The old woman opened her amber eyes, which flared with hatred. She declared that despite Leonhardt's wishes, this situation was unacceptable. Leonhardt warned Chang'an not to make things worse. He explained that if this stranger were captured, it would spell disaster for them both. Chang'an remained defiant, weapon raised, listening in silence. Leonhardt's voice was sharp, telling the stranger his interference was only escalating his crimes. Hearing such harsh words, the young man's lips twisted in frustration. Chang'an then roared back. He refused to accept the Holy Maiden's decree. An Inquisitor to her left erupted in anger. Does this brat even know who he's talking to? But the Holy Maiden simply raised her palm, silencing her subordinate with a single gesture. Leonhardt looked up, his face etched with irritation. The blonde listened with disdain as Chang'an accused him of being a fool who stupidly made all the wrong choices. His foolish conclusions had created this entire mess. Chang'an's voice rose, declaring that even if this was a mistake, even if it was a crime, he'd rather face that than live with the regret of doing nothing out of fear. Leonhardt's eyes widened in shock, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The prisoner simply called Chang'an a fool.
In response, the young man, used to the name, turned with a grin, giving the blonde a look that promised a plan.
And just then, a piercing screech echoed from a high window. The inquisitors scrambled in confusion. Behind the glass loomed a massive black bird with stark white eyes. It shrieked, its beak wide open. Leonhardt didn't flinch as stone shards rained down and smoke filled the room. Chang'an, however, was thrilled. His backup had arrived right on time. A man named Rod stood breathing heavily atop the creature's head. The monstrous bird ripped the chair from the floor, clutching it in its beak. The white-haired man, an eye in his palm.
Thought they were all insane and screamed for Chang'an to climb faster, but the Inquisitor's blades blocked the path.
The guards rained down, cutting blows on the bird's neck. It shrieked, dropping Leonhardt as Rod was carried into the air. The Inquisitors were furious. Rod had dared to bring a monster into their prison, a sacred temple to the goddess raising their weapons. They roared that killing the invaders even 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. Rod panicked, covering his head with his hands. Chang'an froze, sword still trembling. He stared at the attackers in fear. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, blood erupted into the air. A turquoise light flared to life, and the Inquisitors choked, a white fluid spilling from their mouths. A massive, rectangular magical object materialized. Leonhardt, with holes now pierced through his palms, clenched his fists. He strode angrily over the fallen Inquisitors, while Chang'an hid behind a broken chair. The Holy Maiden sneered, "So, you've made your choice." As his own palms healed, Leonhardt apologized to the old woman. He admitted he thought he was growing wiser with age, but looking at Rod and Chang'an cowering, he realized he was simply terrified. Chang'an gazed at the blonde, his smile filled with pure admiration. Rod, still peeking from behind the chair, was utterly confused by the turn of events, raising his thin eyebrows. The old woman's brow furrowed deeply. She pointed an accusatory finger directly at Leonhardt, furious that he refused to back down. The Holy Maiden raised her hand with a sharp, decisive movement. Her Inquisitors tensed, awaiting her order. Then, she announced loudly, "We surrender." She explained that even with all the warriors in the prison, they couldn't possibly handle Leonhardt. The losses from such a battle would only dishonor the goddess. Rod and Chang'an were frozen in complete shock. Leonhardt asked if she was testing him. Drawing a small, green circle in the air, she replied that she'd had the same suspicions as him. And she just wanted to confirm how confident he was in his judgment. She reminded him she never called his reasoning wise. With that, she tossed a piece of paper into Leonhardt's hands. Chang'an's jaw dropped and his eyebrows shot up. The Holy Maiden revealed the Dark Brotherhood had been given a new kill order, and these leaflets would soon be scattered all across Ratna. Leonhardt stared at the flyer, his expression intense, while Rod and Chang'an could only watch, and Chang'an froze in shock. A short, cruel chuckle escaped Leonhardt's lips as he recognized the ambushers. He realized Eric and his 3 comrades, framed for the Elf King's murder, were one step ahead of them. At the goddess temple, a gaping hole was torn into the wall, the clear aftermath of a massive explosion. Leonhardt doubted the official story that Eric had killed the king of the elves. The Holy Maiden clarified, explaining the elves were told their king died from a chronic illness. But behind closed doors, the Alliance was convinced it was murder. Chang'an listened intently as Leonhardt stared at the wanted poster. He knew instantly this was all a setup, a deep-rooted conspiracy, and he vowed to crush this injustice immediately. But as Chang'an roared that the Voltarian warrior would never commit murder, Rod called him a fool. He explained that's exactly why they had to find Eric first. The old man insisted they had to meet Eric to uncover who was pulling the strings and ordered his capture. These moves reeked of fear from a powerful, hidden enemy. Leonhardt watched impassively as Rod grew, frustrated at the surprise on the young hero's face. The Holy Maiden stated flatly that she would help delay the investigation, but if a kingdom-wide search was declared, it would severely hinder their movements. Rod's face fell, and Chang'an bristled with anger as she warned them they could be targeted next, simply for being comrades of Leonhardt, who was now officially branded a traitor by the Order. Rod began to sweat, nervously, touching his hair, insisting that he and Leonhardt were not like that. Chang'an just smiled, loudly, thanking the Holy Maiden for at least letting him go free. Leonhardt declared it was over for them all, unless they could find proof that pointed directly to the false goddess. He touched his lips in thought, contemplating the one massive problem that remained. What would the kingdom of elves, the true victims, decide to do now? Meanwhile, Holin, Cabot, and Brindle sat at a round table, listening to a solemn apology. Londell, flanked by guards, in beige, pressed a hand to his chest, offering his formal regrets to all the kings of the Fairy Union. One of the men helped the boy to his seat. The rulers present greeted the new elf king, who came despite his urgent schedule. The boy smiled, thanking them for their concern, but said he could not show weakness, for he was the first prince of the elven kingdom. Brindle, arms crossed, narrowed his eyes, asking if Londell knew something, since he was the elf king's official representative. Holin gasped in horror as Brindle bluntly stated that the last person to see the king alive was the Voltarian warrior and his allies. Yet Londell's trust in that very same group hadn't wavered one bit. The young king calmly placed his hands together, confirming he knew. Londell admitted the situation made them the only suspects. But he had seen their true character with his own eyes. Brindle watched him. His interest piqued. Londell declared that they not only took on a burden, that was never theirs and saved his life, but they never backed down. Even in the most desperate moment, Londell was absolutely convinced that even if they declared war on the entire Elven Kingdom, they would never commit such a vile act. The Dwarf King asked if everyone agreed. Cabot raised a small hand, pointing out that no traces were left at the crime scene.
Aside from the body itself, this was the work of a true professional. The Sylph King suggested the body was planted
there as bait to create a trap, and Holan immediately voiced her agreement. The Nymph Queen declared they must find the Voltarian warrior and his followers to hear their side of the story and prove their innocence. To that end, she announced she would form an emergency search party, glancing at Richard, who gave a short nod. Richard, holding his headdress, introduced himself as Lady Holan's assistant, ready to begin the search. The Fairy Union had entrusted him with temporary command of the search party. A decision met with a man's mocking laughter echoing through the hall. Even Brindle, from beneath his cold steel helmet, shot him a look filled with pure animosity. Everyone at the table mistakenly assumed Leslie, standing silently in her black and white suit with her head bowed, was just another member.
But at their words, she slowly lifted her head, her piercing yellow eyes flaring open, burning with a fierce hostility towards the kings.
Leaning against the white railing, Leslie offered a sharp, backhanded compliment on Richard's new position as the search party's leader.
Richard coolly replied that Holan wouldn't dare make a move, certain that their orders forbade them from taking lives.
When Leslie demanded to know why she was being sidelined, Richard's gaze drifted downward, thoughtfully explaining his true motive.
I need someone to keep an eye on Holan for me. A flicker of shock crossed Leslie's face as Richard pointed out her own growing power.
A newfound determination, as she'd previously loathed tasks like surveillance. A troubled frown creased Leslie's brow when she realized Eric's party was completely oblivious they were being hunted, and she debated warning them. Leslie turned to Richard, her voice low.
How dangerous is this? She asked. The targets are Holly and me, who've already defied death. The man, his hands encased
in black gloves, tightened his grip on his sword. Richard glanced over his shoulder, his eyes narrowing at Leslie. He explained that before arriving in the Elven Kingdom, the Voltarian warrior had been locked away in a dungeon. The man clarified that Leslie herself was there on a mission, seeking the blessing of a lass. He pointed out she had likely witnessed Eric's true power firsthand, a revelation that left the girl utterly stunned. Richard pressed, "Why don't you see his company as a threat?" Leslie's mind flashed back to Eric, skillfully preparing incredible meals that their group shared. With genuine joy and warm conversation, she replied that since the Voltarian wasn't tied to her mission, she hadn't paid him much attention. Eric is strong enough to resist even the spiritualist Lean Har, Richard stated coldly. There is no one more powerful than him. Leslie's brow furrowed. This was clearly no ordinary search. Richard confirmed her fears, revealing his orders were not just to find the Voltarian warrior's team, but to completely destroy them. A violet beam erupted from the firearm, splintering a wooden board. With a proud smile, Eric declared Addis was a natural-born shooter, good enough for the Olympic Games. The magician secretly credited the stranger's unique methods for his improvement.
Eric explained he wasn't firing a simple pistol, but a K2, a weapon with a slightly longer barrel.
He then asked Addis, "Think you could land fatal blows on magic users or high-level monsters with that?" Suddenly, a blinding blue flash exploded behind them, making both Eric and Addis jump in fright. The young men
called out for Ether, assuming she'd messed up her spell practice again. On the ground, next to an open book,
they saw a small, crater-like mark from the blast. Then, a smug laugh echoed from above.
Ether floated gracefully in the air, a playful smirk on her face.
"Kneel,"
she commanded.
"before this brilliant beauty."
Addis remarked how strange it was she hadn't managed to level up until this moment. Ether, whose level had now soared to 45.
Joyfully spread her arms wide. "Thanks to this book," she announced, "I've finally learned to control the energy within me." With a self-satisfied laugh, she continued her boast as two identical swords materialized and plunged into the ground. A feat mirrored on the other side. Touching one of the blades, Eric marveled that her power even allowed her to fly, just as ether plummeted from the sky. The girl shot up, yelling at Eric not to interfere with her training, while the young man, apologizing, scrambled over to a laughing Addis. When Eric asked Queer about her training, she simply said that she required protection, raising his eyebrows. Eric crossed his arms and joked, "Oh, so you're a VIP now." She confirmed it with a nod, while Ether excitedly showed Addis something in her spellbook. Queer then added that training alone would not be enough to raise her level. The girl sincerely thanked the trio for fighting and risking their lives.
Eric stared at Queer in surprise when she bluntly stated, "You're not from this world, are you?" The young man replied that he'd been promised a way home.
If he could find the Sword King, Beal, Queer told him not to worry, assuring him that a goddess's promise is absolute. "The goddess will grant your wish," she said, "as long as this world doesn't fall apart first." Adding that she understood
the vast difference between a simple goal and a true desire. Eric watched warily as Queer approached him, saying that after she had tried to sacrifice Londel, Eric had forced her to confront desires she never knew she had. "What is it you truly want, Eric?" Queer asked.
She pressed further. "What is the reason you continue this fight?" The young man stood as if frozen in time. The question echoed in his mind. What was his reason just then? A noise broke the tension, and Eric and Queer turned in unison. The caravan managers shouted that they were departing soon. Ether was lost in her own world, and Addis gave Queer a bewildered look. She just claimed she was curious about what drives other people. Eric gave an awkward laugh as Ether helped Queer onto the caravan. But as they moved on, the hero's cheerful expression faded. He was once again consumed by the question of his true purpose.
A golden carriage gleamed under the afternoon sun. Inside, Rod argued with Chanin while Leonard stared out the window.
His face a mask of irritation and disgust. Richard's expression was grim, his gaze as hard as steel. In the background, the silhouette of wings was outlined by a shimmering purple glow. A tear in space hovered in the air, and beneath it, a field of bones. Standing among them was a hulking, bandaged man with a wild beard and thick hair.
A look of pure fury crossed the man's face, because his meal was completely tasteless. And that is how the second season
came to a close. And that's where our video ends. If you journeyed with us to the end, please smash that subscribe button. Drop your theories below, and we'll see you in the next chapter.